Hi friends, I hope you're all happy and healthy. I included some of your lovely comments in this video. They made me so happy. I really need your support to reach 1,000 likes and 1,000 comments. If everyone who watches likes and comments, we can do it together. And if you're not part of our family yet, please subscribe. Thank you. Let's jump in now. As a park ranger, I learned that when hikers report seeing a ranger who looks exactly like you patrolling areas where you've never been, it's time to request a transfer. My name is Mason Calloway, and I've been a ranger at the Kettle Moraine State Forest in Wisconsin for 7 years. I love these woods, the ancient glacial formations, the dense pine stands, the hidden lakes that appear like mirrors when the morning mist rises. But lately, something has changed in my forest. Something that makes the hair on my neck stand up when I'm alone on patrol. It started 3 weeks ago when a family of hikers approached my station near the south entrance. The father, a burly man with a thick beard and curious eyes, asked if I'd resolved the issue with the fallen tree on Eagle Trail. "What fallen tree?" I asked. The man's brow furrowed. "The one you were clearing yesterday afternoon. You were using a chainsaw about 2 miles in." I hadn't been on Eagle Trail yesterday. I'd been handling paperwork at the main office all day. "Must have been Sean or Nathan," I said, referring to my colleagues. "I wasn't out there yesterday." The man's wife stepped forward, her expression troubled. "No, it was definitely you. We chatted for a minute about the woodpeckers. You even showed our kids the marking on your badge, the little scratch that looks like a lightning bolt." My hand unconsciously moved to my badge, tracing the distinctive scratch I'd gotten during a rescue operation last spring. A cold sensation spread through my chest. "Are you feeling okay, Ranger Mason?" the woman asked, noticing my expression. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I forced a smile. "Just tired. Thanks for letting me know about the tree." After they left, I radioed Sean and Nathan. Neither had been anywhere near Eagle Trail yesterday. That night, I couldn't sleep. The thought of someone impersonating me, wearing what must be a perfect replica of my uniform, complete with a scratched badge, was deeply unsettling. Park ranger impersonation wasn't unheard of. There had been cases of people using fake uniforms to rob campers or worse. But this level of detail, it felt personal. The next morning, I drove to Eagle Trail at dawn. The forest was still and quiet, wrapped in that special silence that comes before the world fully wakes. The fallen tree was there, just as the hikers had described, freshly cut with a chainsaw, the sawdust still bright orange against the dark soil. As I examined the clean-cut trunk, a twig snapped behind me. I spun around, hand instinctively moving to my sidearm. Nothing. Just the endless rows of pines and oaks, their shadows long in the early morning light. "Hello?" I called out. My voice sounded thin in the vast forest. No response, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The forest had never felt threatening before, but now the shadows between the trees seemed deeper, more concealing. I decided to hike deeper into the trail, following where the tree cutter might have gone. About half a mile in, I found the first print. At first I thought it was a bear track. We have black bears in the area, though they're generally shy and avoid humans. But this print was different. Larger than any bear I'd seen, with 5 distinct toe impressions. The stride length between prints was enormous, easily 7 feet. My radio crackled, making me jump. "Mason, you there?" It was Sean. "Yeah, go ahead," I replied, my eyes still fixed on the strange print. "We've got another report of you helping hikers on Moraine Ridge. Couple says you gave them directions about an hour ago." I checked my watch. An hour ago, I'd been in my truck, driving to Eagle Trail. "That's impossible," I said, my mouth dry. "That's what I thought," Sean replied. "But they described you perfectly. Even mentioned that scar on your left hand from when you fell off the fire tower." My gaze dropped to the thin white scar that ran across my left palm. Very few people knew how I'd gotten it. "Sean, something weird is going on. I'm on Eagle Trail and I've found some strange tracks. I think we should—" A loud crash interrupted me, coming from deeper in the forest. It sounded like a tree falling, or something massive moving through the underbrush. "Mason, you okay?" Sean's voice seemed distant now. "I need to check something out. I'll call you back." I clipped the radio to my belt and moved toward the sound, my steps careful and measured. The forest had gone completely silent. No birds, no insects. Just the sound of my breathing and the soft crunch of leaves beneath my boots. The tracks continued, leading me off-trail into a dense stand of pines I'd never fully explored. The canopy overhead grew thicker, casting the forest floor in premature twilight. The air felt colder here, damper somehow. Then I saw it, a flash of green through the trees. The same shade of green as my ranger uniform. "Hey!" I called out, breaking into a run. Stop right there. I pursued the figure through the trees, catching glimpses of movement. A shoulder here, the back of a head there. The person was fast, inhumanly so, weaving through the dense forest with the ease of something born to it. Suddenly, I broke into a small clearing and stopped dead in my tracks. The clearing was empty, but at its center stood a crude structure, a teepee-like arrangement of massive branches and logs that no human could have lifted without machinery. Around the structure, the ground was littered with things. A broken compass that looked like mine, a water bottle with my station's logo, a tattered piece of fabric that matched my uniform. As I approached the structure, a powerful stench hit me. A mixture of wet fur, decay, and something musky and animal. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. From behind me came a low, rumbling sound. Not quite a growl, not quite human. I turned slowly, my hand on my sidearm. Nothing was there, but the trees at the edge of the clearing swayed slightly, as if something large had just passed. My radio crackled again, making me flinch. Mason? It was Nathan this time. We've got another report. Someone matching your description just escorted a lost child back to the visitor center. I stared at the radio in disbelief. Nathan, that's impossible. I'm miles from the visitor center. There was a pause. Then Nathan spoke, his voice tight with confusion. Mason, I'm looking at you right now. You're standing at the front desk, filling out the incident report. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead as I looked around the empty clearing, at the strange structure with my possessions, at the massive footprints leading away into the darkening forest. That's not me, Nathan, I whispered. Whatever's there, it's not me. The drive back to headquarters was the longest 20 minutes of my life. My hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white, and every shadow on the forest road made my heart skip. By the time I pulled into the parking lot, the sun was setting, casting long fingers of darkness between the trees. The visitor center was quiet when I entered. Nathan stood behind the counter, his expression confused and concerned. You just left, he said as I approached. Like 2 minutes ago. How did you? It wasn't me, I interrupted, my voice sharper than intended. Where did it go? Nathan pointed toward the back exit. Said you were going to check the south perimeter before ending your shift. Mason, what the hell is going on? I didn't answer. Instead, I moved to the security monitor and rewound the footage. There I was, or something wearing my face, escorting a small boy to the front desk, smiling and chatting with Nathan, then exiting through the back door. The resemblance was uncanny down to the way I walked. But as I studied the footage more closely, I noticed subtle differences. The thing's movements were too fluid, too precise, and its eyes, they never seemed to blink. We need to talk, I said to Nathan. Get Sean on the radio. Meet me in the conference room in 5 minutes. As Nathan made the call, I went to my locker and retrieved something I rarely used, a personal firearm, a Glock 20 chambered in 10mm. Wisconsin forests occasionally have predators that warrant serious protection. And right now, I felt like I needed every advantage I could get. In the conference room, I laid out everything. The hiker reports, the tracks I'd found, the strange structure in the clearing, and the security footage. Sean and Nathan listened in stunned silence. You think someone's impersonating you? Sean finally asked. That's a federal offense. We should call in the authorities. I shook my head. You saw the footage. That thing looks exactly like me. And those tracks? They weren't human, Sean. What are you suggesting? Nathan leaned forward, his expression skeptical but attentive. I hesitated. What I was thinking sounded insane, even to me. But the evidence was mounting, and my ranger instincts, honed by years in the forest, were screaming that something supernatural was happening. Have either of you heard of the Beast of Bray Road? I asked. They exchanged glances. The werewolf thing? Sean snorted. That's just local legend, Mason. Tourist trap stuff. Maybe, I conceded. But Bray Road isn't far from here. And the legends about shapeshifters and forest creatures go back centuries in this region. The Potawatomi believed in spirits that could take human form. You think a werewolf is pretending to be you? Nathan's voice was incredulous. Not a werewolf exactly, I said. Something else. Something that can mimic human appearance but moves differently in the woods. Something that's been collecting my things, learning my behaviors. I pulled out my phone and showed them photos I'd taken of the tracks. These aren't bear or wolf prints. They're too big, the stride too long. Sean studied the images, his skepticism visibly wavering. Okay, so what then? Bigfoot, the word hung in the air. I deliberately avoided saying it because it sounded ridiculous, the stuff of cheap tabloids and late-night conspiracy shows. but the more I thought about it, the more it aligned with what I'd seen. The Potawatomi called them Maneto Wapoi, forest spirits that could mimic humans, I said. Modern sightings call them Sasquatch or Bigfoot, different names for maybe the same thing. This is crazy, Nathan muttered. But he didn't sound convinced of his own dismissal. Whatever it is, I continued, it's fixated on me for some reason, and it's getting bolder, first appearing to hikers in remote areas, now coming right into our headquarters. What do we do? Sean asked. Can't exactly file a report about a shape-shifting Bigfoot. I thought for a moment. We need to catch it in the act. Set up trail cameras around the forest, especially near that structure I found. And we need to warn the other rangers without sounding like we've lost our minds. Tell them there's a convincing impersonator in the park who might be dangerous. As we discussed the details, a storm rolled in, thunder rumbling across the sky like distant drums. The rain came down in sheets, lashing against the windows of the conference room. I stared out at the darkness, at the wall of trees barely visible through the downpour. Somewhere out there, something was wearing my face, walking my trails, speaking with my voice. And I had no idea what it wanted. After the meeting, I couldn't face going home to my empty cabin on the edge of the forest. Instead, I decided to spend the night at headquarters, reviewing old files and local legends about the region. The ranger station kept archives of incident reports dating back decades, and I pulled everything I could find about unusual sightings, missing persons, and unexplained phenomena in the Kettle Moraine area. As the storm raged outside, I pored over yellowed papers and faded photographs. Most were easily explainable: lost hikers, weather phenomena, wildlife encounters. But a pattern emerged in reports from the 1970s, 1990s, and again around 2010. Clusters of strange events that occurred roughly every 20 years. Rangers reporting doppelgangers. Hikers finding structures deep in the woods. Unexplained noises that sent wildlife fleeing in terror. And always massive footprints found near the sites of the incidents. One report from 1972 caught my attention. Ranger Ian Mercer had documented a series of encounters with what he described as a creature mimicking human appearance and behavior. The encounters escalated over several weeks until Mercer disappeared during a night patrol. His body was never found, but his badge turned up 6 months later in a remote part of the forest, bent and twisted as if crushed by enormous pressure. My blood ran cold as I read Mercer's final report, written the day before he vanished. I believe the entity is learning, adapting. Each mimicry becomes more perfect. It's studying us, studying me for some purpose I cannot determine. Traditional weapons seem to cause it only momentary distress. I've taken to carrying silver, based on local folklore, though I feel foolish doing so. If anything happens to me, look for the structure. Everything returns to the structure eventually. The structure. Just like the one I'd found. Outside, lightning flashed, briefly illuminating the parking lot. And there, at the edge of the forest, I caught a glimpse of a figure standing perfectly still in the downpour. A figure in a ranger uniform, its face hidden in shadow. I blinked and it was gone. Sleep was impossible after that. I spent the rest of the night preparing, cleaning my firearm, gathering equipment, studying maps of the forest to pinpoint the location of the structure I'd found. By dawn, the storm had passed, leaving the forest glistening and renewed. But as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the trees, they revealed something unsettling in the parking lot. A perfect outline of massive footprints circling the building throughout the night, always staying just outside the pool of light cast by the security lamps. The last print led back toward the deep forest, toward the area where I'd found the structure. I knew then that I couldn't wait for help or for some elaborate trap. This thing, whatever it was fixated on me, and it was getting closer, more aggressive, more bold. It was time to confront it on its own territory. I left a detailed note for Sean and Nathan, explaining where I was going and what I'd discovered in the archives. Then, armed with my sidearm, a silver knife I'd found in the historical display case, and a day's worth of supplies, I headed into the forest. The trail was easy to follow. Broken branches, disturbed undergrowth, and occasional massive footprints leading deeper into the oldest part of the forest, an area so dense and remote that even experienced rangers rarely ventured there. As I hiked, the forest changed subtly around me. The familiar trails and landmarks gave way to ancient, gnarled trees I didn't recognize. The air grew colder, despite the summer heat, and hung heavy with mist that shouldn't have been there after the storm had cleared. It felt like I was walking into another world entirely, or perhaps the true world that had always existed beneath the thin veneer of the forest I thought I knew. After 3 hours of difficult hiking, I found myself back at the clearing with the structure. In daylight, it was even more imposing, a massive teepee of logs and branches that stood at least 15 feet tall. Around its base, I now could see symbols etched into the earth, spirals and jagged lines that reminded me of the petroglyphs in the historical museum. But what made my skin crawl were the new additions to the collection of items surrounding the structure. My notebook, which I'd left in my truck the previous day, a coffee mug from my cabin, a photo of me that had been on my desk. It had been to my home. While I was at the ranger station, it had been in my cabin, taking my things. As I stood there, the silence of the forest pressed in around me, that unnatural silence that comes when every living thing is hiding, afraid of a predator in their midst. "I know you're out there," I called, my voice steady despite the fear churning in my gut. "I know what you're doing. It ends now." The forest remained silent, but I could feel eyes on me, watching from somewhere among the ancient trees. "Show yourself," I demanded, drawing my firearm. "No more games, no more mimicry. Show me your true face." From deep within the forest came a sound that made my blood freeze, my own voice calling back to me. "Show myself? But you already know my face, Ranger Mason. It's the same as yours." I spun toward the voice, my Glock raised, finger hovering near the trigger. The forest seemed to warp around me, shadows stretching despite the midday sun overhead. Through the trees I caught glimpses of movement, something large, shifting position, circling the clearing. "What do you want?" I called out, struggling to keep my voice steady. A low, rumbling chuckle answered my voice, but distorted as if pushed through a throat not designed for human speech. "Want? To learn, to become, to replace." The word sent ice through my veins. Replace me? The implications were horrifying. This thing wasn't just mimicking me for some alien amusement. It wanted to take over my life. "Why me?" I demanded, turning slowly, trying to track the movement among the trees. "You watch. You listen. You know the forest." The voice was closer now, coming from behind a massive oak to my right. "I watch you watching. Learn from the learner." My mind raced. It made a twisted kind of sense. As a ranger, I observed the forest, studied its patterns, protected its boundaries. I was a guardian of knowledge about this place. Knowledge this creature apparently valued. "You've been watching me for how long?" I asked, trying to keep it talking while I edged toward a better defensive position. Silence stretched for several seconds. Then, "Many moons. Watched others before. The one called Ian, the one called Logan, now you." Ian Mercer, the ranger who disappeared in the 70s. And Logan must have been Logan Braithwaite, a ranger who went missing in the 90s, whose case I'd read about in the archives. Both had reported doppelgangers before they vanished. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the pattern. Every 20 years or so, this thing selected a new ranger to study, to mimic, and eventually to, what, kill? Replace? The reports never said what happened to the missing rangers, only that they were never found. "Those rangers," I said. "What did you do to them?" Another chuckle, closer now. "They became part of the forest. As you will." The brush to my left rustled. I fired a warning shot into the air, the report echoing through the trees. "Stay back," I shouted. "I don't want to hurt you, but I will if I have to." For a moment, the forest fell completely silent. Then the voice came again, this time from directly behind me. "Hurt me? With your small metal stinger? Others tried. The metal passes through like through mist. I am not solid, as you understand." I whirled around, and for the first time, I saw it clearly. It wore my face, my uniform, but the resemblance was only surface deep. Its proportions were wrong, arms too long, shoulders too broad. And its eyes, God, its eyes were black pools reflecting nothing. As I watched in horror, its form seemed to ripple, like heat waves over asphalt. My features melted away, revealing glimpses of something ancient and terrible beneath. Matted fur, massive muscles. A face that was neither human nor animal, but something in between. I fired 3 shots instinctively. The bullets struck it in the chest, but instead of blood, they kicked up puffs of what looked like dark smoke. The creature staggered back a step, more in surprise than pain, then straightened. "See?" it said, its voice deepening, losing its human quality. "Not like you, not prey." I backed away, my mind racing. Not solid. The bullets passed through it like smoke. What was this thing? Not flesh and blood as I understood it, but something else. Something that could shift between solid and intangible at will. The silver knife at my belt suddenly seemed more logical. Not because of werewolf lore, but because silver had properties different from other metals. conductive, reflective, symbolic. As the creature advanced, I drew the knife with my left hand, keeping the Glock trained with my right. "Stay back," I warned again. The thing that wore my face tilted its head, studying the silver blade with what looked like genuine curiosity. "The shining metal," it rumbled. "The one called Ian had this too." It disturbed me, but did not save him. "What are you?" I demanded, still backing toward the edge of the clearing. "Not Bigfoot, not a werewolf." "What?" The creature seemed to consider the question, its form still rippling between my appearance and something monstrous. "Older than your words," it finally said. "Older than your kind in these forests. We were here when the ice mountains melted. We watched your kind crawl from caves. We learned to hide as you spread. Shapeshifters," I whispered. "We wear what we need to wear," it corrected. "Take what we need to take. Your kind fears what it cannot understand, so we become what you understand. Until we don't need to anymore." As it spoke, its mimicry of my form stabilized, becoming more perfect. If I hadn't known what lurked beneath, I would have thought I was looking at my own twin. "And now you don't need my form anymore?" I asked, trying to keep it talking while I formulated a plan. The structure, the massive teepee-like arrangement, seemed important. Both Ian and Logan had mentioned structures in their reports. The creature's mouth, my mouth, stretched into an unnatural smile. "Soon, when I have learned enough, when I can walk among your kind without detection, when I can replace you so completely that even those closest to you won't know the difference." A horrible thought struck me. "The others you've mimicked, are they still alive somewhere?" The creature's smile widened. "Parts of them, their knowledge, their memories, absorbed, preserved. They serve a purpose still." My back hit the trunk of a massive pine. I could retreat no further. The creature, my doppelganger, approached with unnatural grace, its movements too fluid, too precise. "It won't hurt," it said, almost gently. "Becoming one with us, your knowledge will help us survive. Your memories will join the collective. A kind of immortality, Ranger Mason." As it reached for me, I made my move. Instead of retreating further, I lunged forward, slashing with the silver knife. The blade connected with its arm, and this time, there was resistance, and a reaction. The creature hissed, recoiling as the silver left a smoking gash in its flesh. The wound oozed not blood but a thick, dark substance like tar. I pressed my advantage, slashing again, driving it back toward the structure in the center of the clearing. The creature snarled, its mimicry slipping, my features dissolving to reveal glimpses of something ancient and terrible. A face with proportions all wrong, eyes too large, jaw too pronounced. "The shining metal burns," it growled, its voice no longer human. "But will not save you." It lunged with inhuman speed, knocking the knife from my hand. I fired the Glock again, emptying the magazine into its chest. The bullets passed through, leaving only swirls of dark smoke, but the impact still staggered it momentarily. I dove for the knife, rolling and coming up with the silver blade just as the creature recovered. We circled each other in the clearing, the massive structure looming over us like a primitive temple. "What is this place?" I demanded, nodding toward the structure. "What happens here?" The creature's eyes, now completely black with no whites visible, flicked toward the structure and back to me. "A doorway," it said simply, "between your world and ours. Where the veil is thin, a portal." Of course. That explained the unnatural cold around the structure, the strange symbols etched into the ground, the collection of items that seemed like offerings or talismans. "And the things you've taken from me?" I asked. "My possessions?" "Anchors," it replied. "Connections, to make the mimicry stronger, to learn your essence." I glanced at the collection of my belongings surrounding the base of the structure, my notebook, coffee mug, photo, badge replica, personal items, things imbued with my identity. In folklore, such items often had power: hair, fingernails, personal effects, things that could be used in sympathetic magic. An idea formed, desperate but possible. If these items strengthened its connection to me, its ability to mimic me, I lunged suddenly, not at the creature but at the structure, slashing at the branches with the silver knife. The wood splintered with surprising ease, as if the silver blade held special power against it. At the same time, I kicked at my collected possessions, scattering them. The creature howled, a sound like no animal I'd ever heard, a multi-toned shriek that seemed to come from multiple throats at once. It rushed toward me, its form fully shifting now, abandoning any pretense of humanity. What I saw in those moments would haunt me forever. A massive body covered in dark matted fur, limbs too long and jointed wrong, A face that seemed to shift between ape, wolf, and something wholly alien. It moved with impossible speed, covering the distance between us in a heartbeat. But I was ready. As it reached for me with elongated fingers tipped with wicked claws, I thrust the silver knife directly at its chest. The blade sank into the hilt, and the creature's momentum carried it forward, impaling itself further. A sound like thunder rolled through the clearing. The creature thrashed, black ichor pouring from the wound, its form rippling and shifting rapidly between shapes. My face, the monstrous form, and dozens of others, some human, some not, faces I didn't recognize. Were these its previous victims? Ian Mercer? Logan Braithwaite? Others? The structure behind us began to shake, the massive logs vibrating as if in an earthquake. The symbols etched in the ground glowed with an eerie blue light, and the air turned frigid. The creature clutched at the knife in its chest, trying to remove it, but the silver seemed to burn its hands on contact. It fixed me with those bottomless black eyes, and for a moment I saw something almost like respect in them. Clever prey, it rumbled, its voice now a chorus of different tones and timbres. But the doorway remains. Others will come. Others always come. With a tremendous effort, it ripped the knife from its chest, black ichor spraying in an arc. Instead of attacking me again, it staggered toward the structure, each step leaving a smoking footprint in the earth. I should have run. Everything in me screamed to flee, to get as far from this nightmare as possible. But I couldn't leave, not with the knowledge that this doorway would remain, that others would come. I searched frantically for a way to destroy the structure, to close whatever portal existed here. Fire? The wooden structure would burn, but would that be enough? As I hesitated, the creature reached the structure and placed a clawed hand on one of the main support logs. The entire construction began to glow with the same eerie blue light as the symbols on the ground. The cycle continues, the creature intoned. We adapt, we survive, we return. With a final surge of desperate courage, I rushed forward, snatching up the silver knife from where the creature had dropped it. As the blue light intensified, I slashed at the support logs of the structure, putting all my strength behind each blow. The creature roared and swiped at me with claws that could have disemboweled me with a single strike. I ducked and rolled, coming up behind it, and drove the silver knife into the base of its spine. This time the reaction was immediate and catastrophic. The creature convulsed, its form shifting rapidly between shapes, its roar becoming a cacophony of voices, some human, some animal, some utterly alien. The structure's glow intensified to a blinding brilliance, the blue light pulsing like a heartbeat. I backed away, shielding my eyes as the light became unbearable. The air crackled with energy, and the ground beneath my feet trembled. Then, with a sound like reality itself tearing, the structure collapsed inward, taking the thrashing creature with it. The blue light imploded, condensing to a single point before flashing outward in a shockwave that knocked me off my feet. And then, silence. Complete and absolute. When I dared to look up, the clearing was empty. No structure, no creature, no scattered possessions. Even the symbols etched in the ground had vanished, leaving only undisturbed forest floor. Only the silver knife remained, lying innocuously on the ground where the center of the structure had been. As I picked it up with trembling hands, I noticed something etched on the blade that hadn't been there before. Symbols similar to those that had surrounded the structure, flowing along the metal like liquid. I had no idea what they meant, but I knew one thing with absolute certainty. This wasn't over. The creature had said it itself. The cycle continues. I might have won this encounter, but the war was just beginning. The hike back to headquarters took twice as long as the journey in. Every shadow made me flinch. Every rustle of leaves sent my hand to the silver knife at my belt. The forest that had been my sanctuary for 7 years now felt like hostile territory. When I finally emerged from the tree line, the ranger station was a hive of activity. 3 police cruisers were parked outside, their lights flashing silently. A small crowd of rangers and local police officers stood in the parking lot surrounding Sean and Nathan. They spotted me immediately, relief washing over their faces. "Mason!" Sean jogged toward me. "Where the hell have you been? We've been searching since dawn." Before I could answer, Nathan joined us, followed by a stern-looking police officer whose badge identified him as Sheriff Owen Blackwood of Walworth County. "Ranger Calloway," the sheriff said, his voice clipped. "Care to explain why you left your post without authorization and why you took a historical artifact from the display case?" I glanced down at the silver knife, still clutched in my hand. How could I possibly explain what had happened? That I'd fought a shape-shifting entity in the woods, that I'd destroyed some kind of interdimensional portal, I'd sound insane. It's complicated, Sheriff, I managed. I was investigating the reports of someone impersonating me in the park. The sheriff's eyes narrowed. Yes, your colleagues mentioned that. They also mentioned some unusual theories you've been developing. I shot a look at Sean and Nathan. Sean had the grace to look embarrassed. We had to tell them everything, Mason, he said quietly. After you disappeared and we found your note, we were worried. I sighed. Of course they had to report it. If our roles had been reversed, I would have done the same. Let's continue this inside, Sheriff Blackwood suggested. Though his tone made it clear it wasn't really a suggestion. In the conference room, I gave them a heavily edited version of events. I emphasized the impersonator, the strange structure I'd found, and my concern for visitor safety. I omitted the creature's impossible nature, its shape-shifting abilities, and the portal. Instead, I suggested that perhaps the impersonator had been living off the grid in that remote part of the forest and had fled when confronted. And the knife? The sheriff asked, gesturing to the silver blade I'd placed on the table. Protection, I said simply. I wasn't sure what I was dealing with. Sheriff Blackwood didn't look convinced, but he also didn't press further. After taking my statement, he informed me that they would conduct a thorough search of the area I'd indicated, but in the meantime, I was being placed on administrative leave pending a psychological evaluation. Standard procedure, he assured me, though his eyes remained suspicious. Given the stress you've clearly been under, I didn't argue. In truth, I welcomed the break. I needed time to process what had happened, to research, to prepare. Because despite the destroyed structure, despite the creature's apparent defeat, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. After the police left, Sean and Nathan cornered me in the locker room. Okay, what really happened out there? Sean demanded, his voice low. And don't give us the sanitized version you fed the sheriff. I looked between them. My friends, my colleagues, people I trusted with my life. They deserved the truth, as unbelievable as it was. So I told them everything. The creature's shifting form, its impossible abilities, its plans to replace me, the portal, the confrontation, the silver knife that somehow wounded it when bullets passed through harmlessly. When I finished, silence hung heavy in the room. I expected disbelief, maybe even concern for my mental state. Instead, Nathan reached into his pocket and pulled out a small leather pouch. My grandmother was Potawatomi, he said quietly. She gave me this when I started working here. Said the forests in this region were special, that they contained doorways to other places, other realities, that creatures from those places sometimes crossed over. He opened the pouch, revealing a small piece of polished silver fashioned into a crude arrowhead. Protection, he explained. I always thought it was just a superstition, a story to keep children from wandering too deep into the woods. Sean ran a hand through his hair, his expression troubled. So, what now? Do we report this? Who would even believe us? No one, I said firmly. At least, no one official. We'd end up on psychiatric leave or worse. For now, we keep this between us. We research, we prepare, and we watch for signs that it, or others like it, have returned. Others, Nathan repeated, his face pale. You think there are more? I thought of the creature's final words. Others will come. Others always come. And the cycle it mentioned, Ian Mercer in the 70s, Logan Braithwaite in the 90s, now me. A pattern spanning decades, perhaps centuries. I think we've stumbled onto something ancient, I said. Something that's been happening in these forests long before this was a state park. And I think it's our responsibility now to understand it and stop it if we can. In the weeks that followed, administrative leave gave me the freedom to dive deep into research. I started with the historical archives, pulling every record I could find about unusual occurrences in the Kettle Moraine region. Sean and Nathan helped, using their active status to access records I couldn't reach. A pattern emerged, stretching back not just decades but centuries. Native American legends about skinwalkers and shape-shifting spirits. Early settler accounts of doppelgangers and forest devils. Modern reports filed under various labels. Bigfoot sightings, Beast of Bray Road encounters, UFO reports. Different names, different eras, but similar descriptions. Entities that could mimic human appearance but moved wrong. Structures found deep in the woods. People who disappeared, sometimes replaced by something that looked like them but wasn't quite right. I created a map, marking every reported incident across the region. The pattern was unmistakable, a rough circle centered on the Kettle Moraine area, with the highest concentration near where I'd encountered the creature. At night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those bottomless black orbs staring back at me, felt those two long fingers reaching for me. I took to sleeping with the silver knife beside my bed, Its strange etchings now a comfort rather than a mystery. 3 weeks into my leave, Sean called me in the middle of the night, his voice tight with tension. "We've got another report," he said without preamble. "Hikers spotted a ranger fitting your description near Eagle Trail yesterday." My blood ran cold. "That's impossible. I haven't been near the park in weeks." "I know," Sean replied grimly. "And that's not all. We found another structure, Mason, just like the one you described, but smaller, like it's just beginning." "Where?" I demanded, already reaching for my clothes. "North section, near the glacial formations. Nathan's keeping an eye on it, but we thought you should know." "I'll be there in 30 minutes, I said, grabbing the silver knife. "Don't approach it. Wait for me." As I drove through the dark forest roads toward the ranger station, my mind raced. The creature I'd fought was gone. I was certain of that, but its final words echoed in my memory. "Others will come." The cycle was continuing, just as it had warned. But this time, I wasn't unprepared. This time, I knew what I was facing. When I arrived at the station, Sean was waiting with Nathan. Both looked exhausted, their faces drawn with worry. "Show me," I said simply. They led me to Nathan's truck, and we drove in tense silence to the north section of the park. As we hiked through the pre-dawn darkness, flashlights illuminating the trail ahead, Nathan explained what they'd found. It started with reports of strange noises 3 days ago. Visitors described it as something between a howl and a scream. Then yesterday, the hiker sightings of you patrolling an area you couldn't have been in. "We decided to investigate," Sean continued. "Found the structure about 2 miles off the main trail, hidden in a dense section of pines. It's smaller than what you described, but the construction is identical. Logs and branches arranged in that teepee formation." "Any symbols on the ground?" I asked, remembering the glowing blue etchings. "Not that we could see," Nathan replied. "But there's something else, Mason. Something we didn't tell you over the phone because it sounds crazy even to us." I stopped, turning to face them. "What is it?" They exchanged glances before Sean spoke. "There are items arranged around the structure. A ranger hat, a flashlight, a pair of boots." "My things?" I asked, confused. I'd been careful to secure my home, installing new locks and even a basic security system after the encounter. "No," Nathan said quietly. "They belong to Logan Braithwaite." The name hit me like a physical blow. Logan Braithwaite, the ranger who disappeared in the 90s, whose case file I'd read, who had reported a doppelganger before he vanished. "That's impossible," I whispered. "Those items would have been removed after his disappearance. It's been over 30 years. "They look brand new," Sean said, his voice tight. "The hat still has his name written inside. The flashlight works like it was just bought yesterday." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the pre-dawn cold. If these were indeed Logan's possessions, preserved somehow for 3 decades, it suggested something far more terrifying than I'd imagined. Not just that these creatures could cross between worlds, but that they could somehow manipulate time, or preserve objects or people outside of normal temporal flow. "We need to destroy the structure," I said firmly. "Now, before it grows stronger." They nodded in agreement, and we continued our hike, moving faster now, a sense of urgency driving us forward. As we approached the coordinates, the forest changed subtly around us. The air grew colder, the shadows deeper. The wildlife fell silent, just as it had during my previous encounter. And then we saw it, a crude structure of logs and branches, smaller than the one I'd encountered, but unmistakably similar in design. Around its base, just as Sean and Nathan had described, lay items that could have belonged to a ranger from the 90s. An older model of flashlight, a style of hat no longer used, boots of a design that had been discontinued years ago. But what chilled me to the bone were the fresh additions to the collection. A coffee mug identical to one I owned, a modern flashlight of the exact make and model as mine, a photo that looked like it had been taken from my cabin. The creature, or another like it, wasn't just building a new doorway, it was targeting me again, using the same method of collecting personal items to strengthen its connection. "We need to destroy it now," I said, drawing the silver knife. "Before it's completed." Sean pulled out a can of accelerant he'd brought from the ranger station. "Fire?" I nodded. "Fire and silver seemed to affect the last one. Let's hope it works on this structure too." As Nathan and Sean prepared to douse the structure with accelerant, I examined the items arranged around its base, particularly those that resembled my possessions. The coffee mug wasn't actually mine. It was similar, but the handle was a slightly different shape. The flashlight was the right model but lacked the scratch on the barrel that mine had. The photo was of me, but taken from an angle that suggested it had been shot from a distance, without my knowledge. Imitations, not the real items. The creature hadn't been to my cabin this time. It was working from observation, creating facsimiles rather than stealing the originals. That suggested it was weaker, or at least earlier in its cycle, than the one I'd confronted before. "Ready," Sean called, having doused the structure thoroughly. I raised the silver knife, prepared to slash at the support logs as I had with the previous structure, when a sound froze us all in place. The crunch of footsteps approaching through the forest. We spun toward the sound, flashlights raised. The beams cut through the pre-dawn darkness, illuminating a figure moving toward us through the trees. A ranger, wearing a uniform identical to mine, with my face. But this mimicry was flawed. The movements too stiff, the proportions slightly wrong. It was as if the creature had only observed me from a distance, never getting close enough for perfect replication. "Burn it," I ordered Sean and Nathan, raising the silver knife. "Now, I'll handle this." As they scrambled to light the structure, I advanced toward my doppelganger, the silver knife held before me like a talisman. "I know what you are," I called out. "Your kind tried this before. It failed." The creature tilted its head, studying me with eyes that didn't quite match mine. Too dark, too unblinking. "Failed?" it said in a voice that was almost but not quite my own. "No, merely delayed. The cycle continues, Ranger Mason. Always continues." The creature and I circled each other in the pre-dawn forest. A macabre dance of predator and prey, though which was which remained to be seen. Behind me, Sean and Nathan worked frantically to set the structure ablaze, the sharp smell of accelerant cutting through the damp forest air. "You're not the same one I fought before," I said, keeping the silver knife between us. "You're newer, weaker." The doppelganger's mouth twisted in what might have been a smile on a human face. On this imperfect copy, it looked grotesque, like a child's attempt to mimic an expression it didn't understand. "Different vessel, same essence," it replied. "We are many in one. What you destroyed was merely a shell, a projection. The core remains. A collective consciousness then, not individual creatures but aspects of a single entity, able to manifest multiple forms simultaneously." The implications were terrifying. "And Logan Braithwaite?" I demanded, gesturing toward the items around the structure. "What happened to him?" The creature's eyes, almost but not quite my own, gleamed with something like amusement. "He serves, as the one called Ian serves, as you will serve." "Serves how?" I pressed, trying to keep it talking while Sean and Nathan finished their work. "Where are they?" "Between," the creature said simply. "Not here, not there. Between worlds, where time flows differently. Their knowledge feeds us, their essence strengthens us. A prism dimension of some kind? Or were they absorbed somehow, their consciousness preserved while their physical forms were destroyed?" Either possibility was horrifying. Behind me, I heard the whoosh of flames catching. The creature's head snapped up, its gaze fixing on the now burning structure. Its expression contorted with rage and something close to fear. "No," it snarled, lunging forward with inhuman speed. I slashed with the silver knife, catching it across the chest. Unlike my previous encounter where the silver had caused smoking wounds in the creature's flesh, this time the blade passed through with only minor resistance, like cutting through dense fog rather than solid matter. The creature staggered but didn't fall. Its form rippled, my features briefly giving way to glimpses of something else beneath. Not the fur-covered monstrosity I'd fought before, but something less defined, more ethereal, a projection rather than a physical manifestation. It recovered quickly and darted past me, heading for the burning structure. Sean and Nathan backpedaled, raising their arms defensively, but the creature ignored them. It reached the flames and, impossibly, plunged its hands directly into the fire. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The flames, instead of burning the creature, seemed to be absorbed by it. Its form grew more solid, more defined, as if the fire itself was feeding it energy, accelerating its manifestation. "The doorway!" I shouted to Sean and Nathan. "It's using our fire to open the doorway faster." Understanding dawned on their faces. Nathan grabbed a fallen branch and began beating at the flames, trying to extinguish them, while Sean used his jacket to smother smaller patches of fire. But it was too late. The structure, though partially burned, now glowed with that same eerie blue light I'd seen before. The symbols I'd expected appeared, etching themselves into the ground around the base, not drawn there by any hand but manifesting directly like frost patterns spreading across glass. The air grew dense, electric. The same sense of reality thinning that I'd experienced during my first encounter. The creature stood within the burning structure, unharmed by the flames, its form solidifying by the second. Its mimicry of my appearance was improving rapidly, the proportions correcting themselves, the movements becoming more fluid, more human. The cycle accelerates, it intoned, its voice deepening, gaining resonance. The doorway opens, others come. From within the flames, shapes began to emerge. Indistinct at first, like heat mirages, but gradually taking form. Human silhouettes, two of them stepping through fire that should have incinerated flesh but left them untouched. As they emerged fully into our reality, I recognized them from photographs I'd seen in the archives. Ian Mercer, the ranger who disappeared in the 70s, Logan Braithwaite, missing since the 90s, both wearing ranger uniforms from their respective eras, both moving with the same unnatural precision as my doppelganger. But their eyes were wrong, completely black without whites or irises. And their expressions were blank, empty of any human emotion or awareness. "What have you done to them?" I demanded, horror and rage building in my chest. My doppelganger's smile widened. "Made them vessels, preserved their knowledge. Their bodies serve us now, as yours will soon. Vessels, not the men themselves, but empty shells puppeted by whatever consciousness controlled these creatures. The real Ian and Logan were likely long gone, their minds consumed to feed this parasitic entity." Sean and Nathan fell back to my position, their faces pale with shock and fear. "Mason," Sean whispered, "what the hell do we do now?" I gripped the silver knife tighter, my mind racing. Silver had wounded the creature before, but this manifestation was different, less physical, more ethereal. Fire, rather than destroying the doorway, had accelerated its opening. We needed a new approach. The structure continued to burn, the blue glow intensifying with each passing second. The three figures, my doppelganger, the things wearing Ian and Logan's forms, stood side by side, watching us with those bottomless black eyes. "The silver," Nathan said suddenly. "The symbols on your knife. They match the ones on the ground." I looked down at the blade in my hand. He was right. The strange etchings that had appeared on the knife after my first encounter mirrored exactly the symbols now glowing around the burning structure. An idea formed. Desperate, possibly suicidal, but the only option I could see. "Cover me," I told Sean and Nathan, handing Sean my flashlight. "Blind them if they come for you. They don't like direct light." "What are you going to do?" Nathan asked, his voice tight with fear. "Close the doorway," I replied. "Permanently." Before they could stop me, I charged toward the burning structure, the silver knife held before me like a talisman. The three figures moved to intercept, their movements perfectly synchronized, as if controlled by a single mind. Sean followed my instruction, directing his flashlight beam directly into the face of the Logan thing. It recoiled, raising an arm to shield its eyes, momentarily stunned. Nathan did the same with the Ian thing, creating an opening for me to slip past. My doppelganger was faster, interposing itself between me and the structure. Its form rippled as it abandoned the pretense of humanity, elongating, expanding, becoming something that defied description, a mass of shifting shadows and half-formed limbs. I slashed with the silver knife, aiming not for the creature but for the air beside it. The blade seemed to catch on something invisible, and a sound like tearing fabric filled the clearing. The creature howled, that same multi-tone shriek I'd heard before, as if multiple throats were crying out in unison. The tear widened, revealing not darkness but a shifting, kaleidoscopic light, colors that didn't exist in our reality, patterns that hurt the eyes to look upon. The space between worlds, laid bare by the silver blade. The creature lunged for me, its form distorting as it moved, but I ducked beneath its grasp and rolled toward the burning structure. The heat was intense, but I forced myself forward, toward the center where the blue glow was brightest. Behind me, Sean and Nathan shouted warnings, but their voices seemed distant, muffled by the roaring of the flames and the unnatural silence that pressed in around the doorway. The three creatures converged on me, moving with that eerie synchronicity. The things wearing Ian and Logan's forms flanked me while my doppelganger approached head-on, its features now completely inhuman, a nightmare collage of shifting parts. "You cannot close what has always been open," it intoned, its voice resonating from everywhere at once. "The doorway exists in all times, all places. We have always been here. We will always be here." "Maybe," I acknowledged, raising the silver knife. "But not in this forest, not while I'm ranger here." With all my strength, I drove the silver blade into the center of the burning structure, directly into the heart of the blue glow. The knife sank to the hilt, and for a moment nothing happened. Then reality seemed to bend around the blade. The blue light intensified to a blinding brilliance, and the symbols on the ground and on the knife itself began to move. flowing like liquid mercury, rearranging themselves into new patterns. The three creatures froze, their forms wavering like heat mirages. A sound built around us, not physical but something felt in the bones, in the teeth, in the very core of our beings. A frequency that didn't belong in our world. "What have you done?" my doppelganger hissed, its form becoming increasingly unstable. "The key, you've turned the key." I had no idea what it meant, but the panic in its voice told me I'd done something significant. The knife, the silver blade with its mysterious etchings, wasn't just a weapon against these creatures. It was a key to their doorway, capable of not just opening but also locking it. The structure collapsed inward, the flames extinguishing as if starved of oxygen. The blue light contracted to a single point, pulling the three creatures toward it with inexorable force. They fought against it, their forms stretching, distorting, but the pull was too strong. "This isn't over," my doppelganger snarled as its form began to unravel, drawn thread by thread into the collapsing doorway. "The cycle will continue. Others will find other doorways, other keys." "Not here," I said firmly. "Not in my forest." With a sound like a thunderclap, the doorway closed completely. The blue light vanished, the symbols faded, and the forest returned to normal. Or as normal as it could be after what we'd witnessed. Where the structure had stood, only the silver knife remained, embedded in the ground. Around it, in a perfect circle, the earth was scorched black, as if subjected to heat far beyond what the small fire could have generated. Sean and Nathan approached cautiously, their flashlights sweeping the area for any sign of the creatures. "Are they gone?" Sean asked, his voice hoarse. I nodded slowly. "For now." But the doppelganger was right about one thing. This isn't over. There are other doorways, other manifestations. "What do we do?" Nathan looked at the scorched circle, his expression troubled. "Report this. Who would believe us?" "We protect the forest," I said, kneeling to retrieve the silver knife. "We watch for signs, we learn everything we can about these creatures, these doorways, and we close them when we find them." "The three of us against interdimensional shapeshifters," Sean said with a weak laugh. "Great odds." "We're not alone," I replied, thinking of the symbols on the knife, the way it had acted as a key to the doorway. Someone made this knife. Someone knew about these creatures long before us. We just need to find them. As dawn finally broke over the forest, casting long shadows through the trees, we made our way back to the ranger station. None of us spoke much. What words could possibly encapsulate what we'd experienced? I knew our lives had changed irrevocably. We'd glimpsed something ancient and terrible, something that existed in the spaces between worlds, that had been preying on humans, on rangers specifically for generations. But we'd also discovered a weapon against them, a key that could lock their doorways, and perhaps, if we could decipher the symbols on the blade, a way to find others who fought this same secret war. When we reached the station, I called Sheriff Blackwood. I told him we'd found evidence of the impersonators' camp in the north section, but that it had been abandoned and partially burned. Not a lie, exactly, but far from the full truth. He seemed satisfied with the explanation, and the following day my administrative leave was lifted. I returned to active duty with a new purpose, not just to protect the forest from human threats, but from something far older and more dangerous. In the months that followed, we established a routine. Regular patrols of the remote areas where the structures had appeared, research into local legends and historical accounts of similar phenomena, careful monitoring of visitor reports for any mention of ranger doppelgangers or unusual structures. We found 3 more incipient doorways in that first year, small structures just beginning to form in the most remote parts of the forest. Each time we closed them using the silver knife, preventing them from fully manifesting. The symbols on the blade became our focus. Nathan's grandmother, with her Potawatomi heritage, helped us understand some of the markings. Ancient protective sigils, boundary markers between worlds, warnings to those who might cross. Other symbols remain mysterious, but we continued our research, piecing together a fragmentary understanding of what we faced. We never saw my doppelganger again, nor the things wearing Ian and Logan's forms. But sometimes, in the deepest parts of the forest, when the mist rolls in and the shadows grow long, I feel eyes watching me from between the trees. And occasionally, hikers still report seeing a ranger who looks almost, but not quite, like me, patrolling areas where I've never been. The cycle continues, as the creature said it would. But now we're ready. Now we understand what we face. And as long as I'm ranger here, as long as I draw breath, I'll protect my forest from the things that lurk between worlds, the ancient entities that wear human faces but are anything but human. Because that's what rangers do. We protect. We serve. We stand guard at the boundaries, not just between wilderness and civilization, but between worlds, between realities, and sometimes, on the darkest nights when the wind whispers through the pines and the shadows seem to move with purpose, I stand at the edge of the forest, with a silver knife in hand, and I send a message to whatever watches from the spaces between. Not here, not in my forest, not while I'm ranger. I jammed another shell into the shotgun while my brother screamed inside the overturned RV, glass ticking under clawed feet outside, and I knew the next seconds would decide whether any of us ever walked out of these hills alive. My name is Miles Kincaid, and this happened to me back in 2011 in the Chiricahua Mountains of southeastern Arizona. The nightmares haven't stopped since. The week before our trip, I'd been drowning in suburbia. My 2-year-old son had just learned the word no and deployed it with tactical precision. My wife had been pulling double shifts at the hospital. Our mortgage payment had just increased. I needed to escape just for a weekend into something primal and quiet. Just us, I told Jordan over the phone. No kids, no wives, no bullshit, like we used to. Jordan's laugh crackled through the speaker. Lena wants to come, says she needs reference photos for her new series. I sighed but couldn't argue. Lena had been good for Jordan, steadying him after years of drifting between jobs and relationships. She was an artist who specialized in desert landscapes, all sun-bleached bones and twisted mesquite rendered in charcoal and rust-colored paint. Fine, I said, but I'm bringing the guns. Friday night, I packed the Sunland Ranger RV, a 30-year-old monstrosity my father had left me when he died. The vinyl seats were cracked, the AC wheezed, and the water pump screamed like a banshee, but it was built like a tank. I stowed my Remington 870 shotgun under the driver's seat and checked the shells. Standard buckshot, nothing fancy. I wasn't expecting trouble, just coyotes or maybe a curious javelina. I picked the remote canyon because the map showed no official campsite for 12 miles, just sycamore, volcanic hoodoos, and silence. There was a crude forest road that paralleled a seasonal creek winding through stands of pinyon pine and juniper before dead-ending at the base of a cliff. The rangers called it the Hole because cell service vanished 3 miles in, swallowed by the surrounding ridges. Jordan and Lena were waiting outside their Flagstaff bungalow when I pulled up at dawn. Jordan looked better than the last time I'd seen him. He'd put on muscle from his carpentry work, and the hollowness behind his eyes had filled in. Lena stood beside him, her dark hair pulled back, camera bag slung over one shoulder, sketchbook under her arm. "The mighty hunter returns," Jordan said, slapping my shoulder. "Complete with his trusty RV. Don't knock it," I said. "This thing's survived 3 decades of desert trips, and looks every minute of it." Lena smiled, softening the jab. We loaded their gear, minimal since they trusted my supplies, and headed southeast. The morning air shimmered with heat before the sun had fully risen, promising another brutal Arizona day. Jordan rode shotgun, sipping diner coffee that never cooled in the desert air. Lena napped in back, sunburned shoulders poking from a blanket she'd draped around herself when the AC proved inadequate. "Sarah let you off the leash for a whole weekend?" Jordan asked, his feet propped on the dash. "Miracles never cease. She's working 3 12-hour shifts," I said. "Max is with her parents. How's fatherhood treating you?" I shrugged. "Sleep is a distant memory, but it's good. He's starting to become a person, you know? Not just a crying machine." Jordan nodded but stayed quiet. He and Lena had been trying for a year without luck. Another reason they needed this trip. "How's business?" I asked, picking up. "Got a commission for custom cabinets in some tech bros vacation home. Pays the bills." The highway gave way to county roads, then to the unmarked Forest Service route that would take us into the canyon. Pavement surrendered to gravel, then to rutted dirt that rattled the RV's ancient frame. Dust billowed behind us, turning the side mirrors opaque. Jordan laughed that I was getting soft, that fatherhood had turned me into a weekend survivalist. I laughed back and patted the 12-gauge on the dash. The banter felt hollow, though. We'd grown apart in subtle ways. His life had stalled while mine had accelerated. The trip was an attempt to recalibrate. 3 hours in, the road narrowed between walls of volcanic rock. Massive hoodoos, eroded columns of ancient ash, loomed overhead like petrified giants. The air smelled of creosote and hot stone. We passed the last trail marker, a faded wooden sign warning about flash floods and mountain lions. 5 more miles, I said, squinting at the map spread across my knees. That's when we passed the first dead animal. A coyote splayed across the dirt track, its midsection torn open but otherwise untouched. No scavengers had claimed it. No flies buzzed around the congealed blood. Jesus, Jordan muttered. Hit and run? I slowed the RV. Out here? No way. Mountain lion, maybe. Don't they drag their kills away to eat them? Lena asked, now awake and leaning between the front seats. Usually, I said, accelerating past the carcass. A strange heaviness settled in my gut. Animals die in the desert all the time, I told myself. Nothing unusual. We parked in a clearing walled by pinyon and brown grass around noon. The heat was stifling, the air so dry it sucked moisture from your lungs with each breath. While Lena set up her easel in the shade of the RV, Jordan and I headed uphill with day packs. I wanted to scout the area, maybe find a spot to watch for deer at dusk. The trail was rubble, but we pushed on talking about nothing. My toddler's first words, his stalled carpentry business, the smell of creosote after a rain we both missed, the rhythm of hiking closed the gap between us somewhat, returning us to childhood expeditions in these same mountains. Half a mile in, the prints started. Huge canine pads longer than my hand. 5 toes instead of 4, sunk deep like the animal walked upright. They emerged from a tangle of manzanita and followed the path we were on. The hell is that? Jordan squatted beside one print. Wolf? No wolves in Arizona since the 1970s, I said. Coyotes don't get this big. Mountain lion? I shook my head. Cat prints are round. These are oblong. And look. 5 toes. Cats and dogs have 4. Jordan snapped pictures, pretending we were making content for some monster podcast. Bigfoot of the Southwest, he narrated in a mock documentary voice. The elusive Kirikawa Sasquatch stalks its prey through the volcanic Badlands. I tried to laugh, but the outline looked too close to human. The depth of the prints suggested enormous weight. Whatever made them walked on 2 legs, at least part of the time. We kept climbing and found a javelina carcass draped over a granite slab. The spine was snapped, ribs cracked as though opened with pliers. The heart and liver were missing, but the rest remained intact. Flies roared around the meat, but nothing else had touched it. No coyotes, no vultures. Jordan muttered that the kill was fresh. Let's head back, I said, not waiting for his response. The descent was silent. The tracks followed us, appearing now on both sides of the trail, as if the creature had circled back. Midway down, Jordan stopped abruptly. Miles, he pointed to a twisted juniper where the bark had been peeled away in long strips. 5 parallel gouges scored the pale wood beneath, each as wide as my thumb. 7 feet up the trunk. That's not normal, he whispered. Bear, I said, knowing it wasn't. Bears left punctures from their claws, not clean slices, and they rarely marked trees this high. We turned back without speaking. By late afternoon, the canyon fell silent. Birds quit singing. The wind stopped teasing the junipers. Even Lena noticed the hush and started packing charcoal pencils away. Did you find anything interesting? She asked as we approached the RV. Jordan and I exchanged glances. Just tracks, I said. Probably a large coyote. Probably, Jordan echoed. But his eyes held the same unease I felt. We agreed to leave at dawn, telling ourselves we'd just drunk too much camp coffee and let the desert spook us. But I moved the shotgun from the dash to the counter inside the RV, and I saw Jordan check the cylinder of his .30 57 before stowing it in the drawer beside his bunk. As the sun dipped below the western ridge, the temperature plummeted. The desert night arrived with sudden clarity, stars igniting overhead in constellations unsullied by city glow. I built a small fire in the established ring, and we ate canned chili heated over the flames. The darkness beyond our circle of light seemed to press closer with each passing hour. You're both quiet, Lena said, nursing a plastic cup of boxed wine. Tired, Jordan said. That trail was steeper than it looked. I nodded agreement, but my attention was fixed on the darkness. More than once I thought I saw movement at the edge of the firelight, a shadow slipping between junipers, something large and fluid. But when I shined my flashlight, nothing was there. Twilight came fast between the cliffs. I filled the RV's water tank at the creek and watched the first stars bud overhead. Something hissed in the shadows, a dry rattling cough, too deep for a snake. I swung the flashlight and saw nothing but swaying branches. Inside, Jordan fried tortillas while Lena scrolled through her sketches. I shut the door, slid the deadbolt, and laid the shotgun on the counter. You expecting trouble? Lena asked, eyeing the weapon. Just being careful, I said. We're pretty isolated out here. The prints, the carcass, the silence. It felt like a math problem whose answer I didn't want. I reminded Jordan to keep his .35-7 on his hip. He saluted with the spatula. After dinner, we played cards by lantern light. The RV's ancient battery couldn't handle much more than the water pump and a few LED lights. The propane heater ticked in the corner, fighting off the desert chill. "Should we take shifts?" Jordan asked as we prepared for bed. His voice was casual, but his eyes were serious. "You're being paranoid," Lena said. But she didn't sound convinced. "I'll take first watch," I said. "Wake you in 4 hours." Jordan nodded and they retreated to the rear sleeping area. I dimmed the lights and sat by the window, shotgun across my knees, watching the moonlight paint silver across the clearing. The hours crawled. Twice I dozed, jerking awake with my heart pounding. Each time the night outside was undisturbed. The fire had died to embers, the moon had tracked halfway across the sky. I was about to wake Jordan when I heard it, a low, rumbling growl from the creek bed. Not a coyote, not a mountain lion. Something deeper, resonant enough that I felt it in my chest. I raised the shotgun and peered through the window. A shadow detached itself from the darkness beneath the junipers. Larger than a man, it moved with fluid grace despite its bulk. I could make out the silhouette of a massive, wolf-like head atop a body that seemed caught between animal and human proportions. It paused at the edge of the clearing, nose raised, testing the air. My finger found the trigger. The creature didn't immediately approach the RV. Instead, it circled the clearing, keeping to the shadows, occasionally rising to its full height, easily 7 feet, before dropping back to all fours. Its movements were deliberate, intelligent. It was studying us. I wanted to wake Jordan, but I was afraid any sound would draw the thing's attention. My mouth had gone desert dry. The shotgun felt inadequate in my sweating hands. The beast completed its circuit and approached the RV from the blind side, away from my window. I heard claws clicking on stone, then silence. I strained to track its position but heard nothing more. After 10 excruciating minutes of stillness, I eased toward the rear of the RV to wake Jordan. "Something's out there," I whispered after shaking him awake. "Big. Not natural." To his credit, Jordan asked no questions. He slid from his bunk, careful not to disturb Lena, and retrieved his revolver. We positioned ourselves at opposite windows, scanning the night. "I don't see anything," he murmured after several minutes. "It was there, circling. I believe you." His voice was steady. "What's the plan?" "Stay inside. Wait for daylight. Then get the hell out." He nodded. "I'll take watch. Try to sleep." I knew I wouldn't, but I lay down anyway, the shotgun beside me. Every creak of the aging RV's frame, every whisper of wind through juniper branches had me tensing. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me under. I dreamed of running through the canyon, pursued by something I couldn't see but could feel closing the distance. The ground beneath me turned to wet clay that sucked at my feet. When I looked down, I saw that I was leaving human footprints, but they transformed into canine pads behind me. I woke to gray pre-dawn light and Jordan's hand on my shoulder. "It's back," he said. I rose silently and joined him at the window. The creature stood at the edge of the creek, drinking. In the half-light, its features were more distinct, the tawny fur matted with gray dust, the unnaturally broad shoulders that sloped like a wolf's haunches. Its head was canine but wrong somehow. The proportions off, the muzzle too long, the ears ragged and almost human in their placement. "What the hell is that thing?" Jordan breathed. "I don't know." The beast finished drinking and raised its head. Water dripped from jaws filled with teeth that gleamed yellow in the dim light. It sniffed the air, then turned directly toward the RV. "It knows we're watching," I said. The creature took a deliberate step toward us, then another. Its gait was awkward, as if walking upright was unnatural but necessary. Each movement revealed powerful muscle beneath the patchy fur. "Should we shoot it?" Jordan asked. "Not unless it attacks. We don't know what it is. It's not friendly, that's for damn sure." The beast stopped 20 yards from the RV. Its eyes caught the growing light, amber orbs that reflected nothing, windows into something ancient and cold. It opened its jaws and emitted that same rattling cough I'd heard earlier, but louder now, almost like speech. "Wake Lena," I said. Quietly. "We're leaving." Jordan retreated while I kept watch. The creature didn't advance but didn't retreat either. It simply watched, head cocked in an unsettlingly human gesture of curiosity. I heard Jordan explaining in hurried whispers, Lena's sleep-confused questions, the rustle of blankets. I didn't dare look away from the window. "Miles." Jordan's voice, tight with fear. "Look at the tires." I risked a glance down. The RV's front tires were flat, slashed open. Not punctured, but deliberately cut with something sharp. "It trapped us," I said, disbelief warring with rising panic. "It fucking trapped us. What does it want?" Lena had joined us, hair tousled from sleep. eyes wide. Before I could answer, the beast charged. It covered the distance to the RV in 3 bounds, moving faster than anything its size had a right to. It slammed into the side, rocking the vehicle on its springs. Metal groaned. A window cracked. "Get back!" I shouted, raising the shotgun. The creature circled to the front and rose on its hind legs, forelimbs, too much like arms, pressing against the windshield. The glass bowed inward but held. Its breath fogged the surface as it peered inside, amber eyes fixing on each of us in turn. I aimed at its center mass and fired through the glass. The buckshot pattern tore through the windshield and punched into the beast's chest. It jerked backward, a wet snarl erupting from its throat. Dark blood sprayed across the cracked glass. The creature dropped to all fours and retreated to the tree line, moving with a slight limp. "Did you kill it?" Lena asked, hands pressed to her ears from the shotgun's report. "No. I ejected the spent shell and chambered another. But I heard it." "We need to leave," Jordan said, pulling Lena toward the rear. "Now, while it's wounded." "The tires are slashed," I reminded him. "Then we go on foot." The ranger station is what, 12 miles? With that thing hunting us? We wouldn't make 2. The beast had stopped at the edge of the clearing. It watched us through the shattered windshield, one forelimb pressed to its bleeding chest. The wound didn't seem to be slowing it much. "Options?" Jordan asked. I assessed our situation. The RV's tires were destroyed, but the structure was solid. We had the shotgun with 11 shells remaining, Jordan's revolver with 6 rounds, and a flare gun in the emergency kit with 3 flares. We stay put, I decided. The RV's walls are thick. We have food and water. Someone will come looking when we don't check in tomorrow. If they can even reach us, Lena said. What if it slashes their tires too? She had a point. The Rangers knew we were in the canyon somewhere, but not exactly where. And they had no reason to check on us until at least Monday. "One problem at a time," I said. "First, we secure the RV. We spent the next hour reinforcing windows with duct tape and the folding table, gathering weapons and tools, anything that could be used to defend ourselves. Jordan found a propane torch in my tools and set it aside. Lena filled water bottles and took inventory of our food. The creature didn't approach again, but it didn't leave either. It paced the perimeter of the clearing, sometimes vanishing into the brush only to reappear at another vantage point. Watching. Waiting. "It's intelligent," Lena said, observing through a crack in the taped window. "Look how it tests different approaches." She was right. The beast was methodical, examining the RV from all angles, testing doors and windows with cautious nudges. It wasn't the behavior of a normal predator. "What is it?" Jordan asked for the 10th time. "Does it matter?" I countered. "It wants in, and we need to keep it out." By noon, the temperature inside the RV had become unbearable. Sweat soaked our clothes. The water in the tank grew tepid. Opening windows wasn't an option with the creature still circling. It had grown bolder as the day progressed, venturing closer to the RV each time, testing our defenses. I fired warning shots twice when it approached the door, driving it back temporarily, but each retreat was shorter. It was learning the limits of our weapons. "We need a plan," Jordan said as we shared a lunch of stale crackers and warm soda. "We can't just wait it out." "We could try to reach the truck," Lena suggested. "If we could change the tires, we'd never make it," I said. "That thing can outrun us easily, so we're just trapped, waiting for it to find a way in." I had no answer. The creature had settled in a patch of shade 30 yards away, watching us with unblinking patience. Its chest wound had stopped bleeding, the matted fur around it crusty with dried blood. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the canyon, the beast stood. It stretched, a disturbingly human motion, and approached the creek. After drinking deeply, it turned toward the RV once more. This time it carried something in its jaws, a branch, broken from a juniper. My confusion turned to horror as it dropped the branch near our propane tank, retreated to collect another, then another, piling them deliberately against the RV's undercarriage. "It's building a fire," Lena whispered. "Oh God, it's going to smoke us out." Jordan raised his revolver, but I stopped him. "Save the ammo. It doesn't know how to make fire." No sooner had I spoken than the creature retreated to our extinguished campfire. It pawed through the ashes, unearthing a half-burned log still harboring embers in its core. With careful movements, it carried the smoldering wood to its pile. "Shoot it!" Lena screamed. Jordan fired, the revolver thundering in the confined space. The bullet struck the ground near the beast, spraying dirt. The creature dropped the ember and retreated, but its message was clear. It didn't need to break in. It could force us out. "The fire extinguisher," I said. remembering the small canister stored under the sink. If it tries again, a new sound interrupted me. A metallic scraping from the roof. Claws on aluminum. The beast had climbed atop the RV and was testing the vents and hatches, searching for a way in. We froze, tracking its movements by sound. Heavy paws crossed from front to back, pausing at the bathroom skylight. A small plastic hatch I'd forgotten to secure. The plastic cracked. The skylight exploded inward, showering the bathroom with jagged plastic fragments. A massive clawed limb thrust through the opening, swiping blindly. Lena screamed. Jordan fired upward, the bullet punching through the metal roof. The limb withdrew, but I could hear the creature still moving above us, undeterred. "The bedroom," I shouted. Now, we retreated to the rear sleeping area and slammed the thin accordion door. It wouldn't hold for long, but it gave us a moment to regroup. The beast's weight shifted overhead, claws scrabbling for purchase on the smooth metal. It was moving toward the larger roof vent above the kitchenette. "The emergency exit," Jordan pointed to the small window at the foot of the bed. "We can squeeze through." "And go where?" Lena asked, clutching her sketchbook to her chest like a shield. She hadn't let it out of her sight since the attack began. "The creek bed," I said. "There's a sandstone overhang. Might be defensible." Another crash from the main cabin. The roof vent giving way. Heavy limbs thudding onto the kitchenette counter. The RV shuddered. Cabinets popped open. Pans clanged. "Now or never," Jordan said, already prying at the emergency window. It resisted, decades of disuse sealing the rubber gasket. He smashed it with the butt of his revolver, cleared the shards, and helped Lena through. I grabbed the shotgun and my pack with emergency supplies. Jordan went next, then turned to help me. Too late. The accordion door burst inward. The beast filled the opening, tawny fur matted with gray dust, shoulders broad as a linebacker's but sloped like a wolf's haunches. The head was canine, muzzle scarred, ears ragged, eyes a dead autumn amber. It breathed through teeth yellowed and broken, each as long as a cigarette. It lunged for me as I dove for the window. Claws raked my calf, slicing through denim into flesh. Hot pain flared up my leg. I kicked back blindly and connected with something solid. The beast snarled, a sound like metal tearing, and snapped at my retreating foot. Jordan grabbed my arms and hauled me through the window. We tumbled onto the hard-packed dirt outside as the creature slammed against the opening, too large to fit through immediately. It began tearing at the frame, widening the hole with methodical savagery. "Run!" I shouted, struggling to my feet. Blood soaked my torn jeans. We sprinted for the creek bed, my injured leg threatening to buckle with each step. Behind us, the sound of rending metal and shattering glass as the beast forced its way out of the RV. It hit the ground with a heavy thud and immediately gave chase. The creek lay 30 yards ahead, a shallow cut through the canyon floor lined with smooth stones and driftwood. The overhang I'd spotted was there, a shelf of sandstone jutting from the bank, creating a shallow cave beneath. Not ideal, but better than open ground. "Go!" I pushed Lena ahead of me. "Get under!" She scrambled down the bank and ducked beneath the overhang. Jordan followed. I turned at the edge, raised the shotgun and fired at the charging creature. The shot caught it in the shoulder, staggering it momentarily. It shook its massive head, blood darkening its fur, and resumed its charge with barely reduced speed. I fired again, pumped the action, fired a third time as it closed the distance. Each impact jolted the beast but didn't stop it. The final shot tore through its ear and grazed its skull. It stumbled, shaking its head violently, blood spraying in an arc. I used the moment to slide down the bank and join the others beneath the overhang. The space was tight, maybe 5 feet deep and 3 feet high, forcing us to crouch. But the opening was narrow, and the angle would make it difficult for the creature to reach us. "Did you kill it?" Lena asked, her voice barely audible over my pounding heart. I shook my head, working the pump to chamber another round. "Just pissed it off." The beast appeared at the top of the bank, blood matting the fur around its head and shoulder. It paced back and forth, studying the overhang and our position within. Its breath came in wet, rattling gasps. The chest wound from earlier had reopened, leaking dark fluid down its front. It charged down the bank, moving awkwardly on the loose stones. Jordan fired, his bullet striking its thigh. Dark spray misted the air. The creature stumbled, but kept coming. I fired from the opening, buckshot tearing into its chest at close range. It reared back, forelimbs clawing the air, then drove forward again with shocking determination. One massive paw reached into our shelter, claws raking the dirt inches from Lena's leg. Jordan fired again, hitting it in the shoulder. I jabbed the shotgun barrel into its face and pulled the trigger. The muzzle flash illuminated every horrific detail. The amber eyes widening, the scarred muzzle peeling back from broken teeth, the patch of exposed bone where fur had been torn away by previous shots. The blast took part of its jaw, transforming its snarl into a grotesque, lopsided rictus. It staggered back, pawing at the ruin of its face. Dark fluid that might have been blood gushed between its claws. A sound emerged from its throat, not a growl or snarl, but a high, keening wail that raised the hair on my neck. "What is that thing?" Lena sobbed, pressing herself against the rear of our shelter. "Why won't it die?" The beast retreated partway up the bank, still pawing at its shattered jaw. Its movements were jerky now, uncoordinated, but its eyes never left us, burning with an intelligence that seemed impossible for an animal. "How many shells left?" Jordan asked, reloading his revolver with shaking hands. I checked. 3. Not enough. Not nearly enough. The creature settled at the top of the bank, watching us. Waiting. Blood dripped steadily from its wounds, staining the pale stones beneath it. "Maybe it'll bleed out," Lena whispered hopefully. "We shouldn't count on it," I said. "That thing's already taken enough damage to kill a grizzly." As if hearing my assessment, the beast rose and began to circle the overhang, testing for other approaches. We tracked its movements by sound, the click of claws on stone, the wet rasp of labored breathing, the occasional whine as it tested a painful limb. "I think it's weakening," Jordan said after 20 minutes of this patrol, moving slower. He was right. The creature's circuits had grown less frequent, its movements more labored, but its determination hadn't waned. Twice it tested the opening of our shelter, only to be driven back by warning shots. Our ammunition dwindled, 2 shotgun shells, 4 revolver rounds. The sun had begun to set, painting the canyon walls in fierce oranges and reds. Soon darkness would give the beast an advantage. Its night vision would surely be better than ours. "We need a plan," I said. "We can't stay here indefinitely." "The flare gun," Lena said suddenly. "It's in your pack." I'd forgotten. In the chaos of escape, I'd grabbed my emergency pack with its basic supplies, including the flare gun we kept for signaling rangers in case of emergency. "It's not a weapon," I cautioned as I dug through the pack. "It might scare it off, but—" "Fire," Jordan interrupted. "That thing was afraid of fire. Remember how it reacted when I shot at it near the embers?" He was right. The creature had shown unusual caution around the campfire remains. I found the flare gun, an orange plastic pistol with a single red cartridge. "1 shot. Make it count," Jordan said. The beast had gone quiet outside. Too quiet. I peered cautiously from our shelter but saw nothing on the bank. "Where did it—" A heavy impact struck the top of the overhang. Dust and small stones showered down on us. The creature had climbed the canyon wall and was now directly above our shelter, its weight causing the sandstone to groan. Cracks spiderwebbed across the ceiling. "It's going to collapse the overhang," Lena gasped. Another impact. More cracks. A fist-sized chunk of sandstone broke free and narrowly missed Jordan's head. "Out!" I shouted. "Now!" We scrambled from the shelter as the overhang gave way, tons of sandstone crashing down in a cloud of choking dust. We retreated across the creek bed, weapons ready. The beast leaped down from the canyon wall, landing where our shelter had been. It emerged from the dust cloud, limping heavily but still mobile. Its injuries were extensive now, the shattered jaw, the bullet wound in its thigh, multiple shotgun impacts across its chest and shoulders. Yet it kept coming, driven by some incomprehensible hunger or rage. I raised the shotgun and fired one of our precious remaining shells. The creature veered aside, anticipating the shot. It was learning, adapting to our weapons. "Split up," I said. "It can't chase all of us." "The hell we will," Jordan growled, positioning himself beside me. Lena flanked my other side, the flare gun trembling in her hands. The beast charged. Jordan fired twice, his bullets punching into its chest. It didn't even slow. I discharged our last shotgun shell point blank into its face as it reached us. The blast tore away more of its ruined features, exposing glistening bone beneath. Still it came on, bowling into me with the force of a linebacker. I went down hard, breath exploding from my lungs. The shotgun spun away across the creek bed. The creature's weight pinned me, its fetid breath hot on my face. What remained of its jaws snapped inches from my throat. I jammed my forearm under its chin, fighting to keep those broken teeth at bay. Jordan tackled it from the side, driving his shoulder into its wounded ribs. The beast roared, a wet gargling sound, and turned on him, claws raking his chest. Fabric tore, blood bloomed across his shirt. Lena screamed and fired the flare gun. The phosphorus round struck the creature's back and ignited, bathing its fur in chemical fire. Blue-white flames spread across its body with unnatural speed. The beast thrashed, rolling off me, pawing frantically at the fire consuming it. I crawled away, gasping for breath, as the burning creature staggered in circles. The stench was overwhelming. Burning hair and something else, something chemical and wrong. It howled, a sound no natural animal could produce, high and piercing enough to make my ears ring. Jordan dragged himself to my side, one hand pressed to his bleeding chest. "Run," he wheezed. The flaming beast had stopped its frantic spinning and now stood swaying, its entire upper body engulfed. Through the flames, its amber eyes found mine, still aware, still filled with that impossible intelligence. It took a step toward us, then another. The fire had to be cooking its flesh, boiling its blood, yet it kept coming. 3 more steps and it would reach us. 2, 1. It collapsed at our feet, a burning heap of fur and meat and bone. The flames rose higher, consuming it with unnatural hunger. We retreated from the heat, dragging ourselves up the creek bank. Only when we'd reached a safe distance did I look back. The fire had reduced the creature to a blackened silhouette thrashing weakly at the water's edge. As we watched, it gave one final shudder and went still. The flames gradually died down, leaving a charred husk that bore little resemblance to the monster that had stalked us. "Is it dead?" Lena whispered, clutching her singed hand where the flare gun had backfired. "Has to be," Jordan said, but doubt edged his voice. We didn't approach to confirm. Instead, we limped back to the devastated RV as night fell completely over the canyon. The vehicle lay on its side, roof caved in, windows shattered. The creature had done more damage escaping than it had trying to enter. I jammed another shell into the shotgun while my brother screamed inside the overturned RV, glass ticking under clawed feet outside. And I knew the next seconds would decide whether any of us ever walked out of these hills alive. Jordan's screams tore through the darkness. I had left him inside the overturned RV while I searched for the scattered ammunition. Lena stood frozen beside me, the empty flare gun still clutched in her trembling hand. "Miles!" Jordan's voice cracked with terror. "It's here! It's still alive!" Impossible. We had watched it burn, had seen it collapse, yet the sound of claws on metal was unmistakable. Something moved inside the ruined RV. Something large. I racked the shotgun slide, chambering the shell I'd scavenged from the dirt. My last round. The beam of my flashlight cut through the broken windows, illuminating chaos within. Shattered glass, splintered cabinets, upended furniture, and movement. A dark shape hunched over the kitchenette. Not the same creature, smaller but similar in form, the same canine head, the same unsettling blend of wolf and human proportions. Its fur was darker, unmarked by our earlier assault. There were more of them. "Jordan?" I called. "Where are you?" "Bathroom." His voice came from the rear of the RV. "It can't reach me." The new creature turned toward my voice, amber eyes catching the flashlight's beam. It snarled, the same metallic rasp as the first beast, but higher pitched, almost feminine. "We need to get him out," I told Lena. "I'll distract it. You circle around to the emergency exit." "Are you insane? There's another one of those things." "We don't leave him," I said flatly. "Go. Now." Lena hesitated, then nodded and disappeared into the darkness, skirting the RV's perimeter. I approached the shattered front windshield, shotgun raised. The creature inside tracked my movement, its head swiveling with mechanical precision. I could see it clearly now, a female counterpart to the first beast, leaner but no less deadly. Fresh blood stained its muzzle. "Hey!" I shouted, banging the shotgun barrel against the metal frame. "Over here!" The creature lunged at the window, forelimbs gripping the frame, pulling itself halfway out. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over debris. It snapped at the air between us, jaws closing with an audible click of teeth. I kept retreating, drawing it away from the RV. It followed, squeezing its muscular body through the narrow opening. Glass and metal cut into its hide, but it showed no sign of pain. Once free, it dropped to all fours and stalked toward me, muscles bunching beneath its matted fur. From the corner of my eye, I saw Lena reach the rear of the RV. She climbed carefully onto the exposed undercarriage, reaching for the emergency exit. The female creature remained focused on me, unaware of her approach. I backed toward the creek, hoping to put distance between myself and the RV. If I could lead this second beast away, give Lena time to extract Jordan. The creature charged without warning, covering the ground between us in 3 fluid bounds. I fired the shotgun in desperation, the buckshot pattern catching it squarely in the chest. It stumbled, momentum carrying it forward, and crashed into me. We went down in a tangle of limbs, the empty shotgun crushed between us. Its weight drove the air from my lungs. Claws raked my shoulders, seeking purchase. Teeth snapped inches from my face, hot saliva dripping onto my cheek. I jammed my forearm under its throat, fighting to keep those jaws at bay. The beast was strong, inhumanly strong, but the shotgun blast had weakened it. Dark fluid leaked from its chest, soaking into my shirt. Its breath came in wet, bubbling gasps. I reached blindly with my free hand, fingers closing around a fist-sized rock. I brought it down on the creature's head with all my strength. Once, twice, 3 times. Bone cracked, it yelped, a sound almost dog-like in its pain, and its struggles weakened. A 4th blow crushed its skull inward. The amber light in its eyes flickered and died. Its full weight collapsed onto me, suddenly lifeless. I lay pinned beneath the corpse, gasping for breath, waiting for my racing heart to slow. The beast's blood cooled against my skin, tacky and thick. Its scent filled my nostrils, a sharp chemical odor unlike anything I'd encountered. A scream from the RV jerked me back to reality. Not Jordan's voice. Lena's. I heaved the dead creature off and staggered to my feet. The world tilted. Blood from a head wound I didn't remember receiving trickled into my eyes. I wiped it away and lurched toward the RV. Lena hung halfway out the emergency exit, arms flailing. Something inside had her by the legs, dragging her back in. Jordan was nowhere to be seen. I stumbled forward, searching for a weapon. The shotgun lay crumpled beneath the female creature's body, useless. My hunting knife had been lost in the initial attack. I was defenseless. A 3rd beast emerged from the shadows to my right. Larger than the female, its fur silver gray in the moonlight. It paused at the edge of the clearing, head raised, testing the air. It hadn't seen me yet. I froze, hardly daring to breathe. The silver creature turned toward the RV where Lena's struggles had weakened. It padded forward, unnervingly silent despite its bulk. A 4th beast followed, then a 5th, materializing from the darkness like wraiths. They were hunting as a pack. Lena's screams cut off abruptly. The emergency exit window hung empty. Inside the RV, something heavy thudded against metal, then silence. The silver beast reached the overturned vehicle and circled it once before entering through the shattered windshield. The others followed, crowding into the confined space. Wet, tearing sounds emerged, punctuated by low growls. They were feeding. I remained motionless, hidden in the shadow of a juniper. Minutes stretched into an eternity. Eventually, the creatures emerged one by one, muzzles dark with blood. They gathered in the clearing, 5 of them now, silhouettes against the starlit sky. The largest, the silver one, raised its head and emitted a sound that was neither howl nor roar, but something between. A modulated call that echoed off the canyon walls. Others answered from the distant ridges. Many others. The pack moved off, loping toward the creek bed where the first creature's charred remains lay. They circled the blackened husk, sniffing and pawing at it. One raised its head and called again. The others joined in a discordant chorus that raised the hair on my arms. They were mourning their dead. The silver one approached the burned creature and nudged it with its muzzle. When there was no response, it threw back its head and emitted a sound I will hear in my nightmares until I die. A high, keening wail that was too structured to be animal, too alien to be human. The others joined, their voices blending into a symphony of grief and rage that filled the canyon. Then, as one, they turned toward my hiding place. They had known I was there all along. I ran, my legs pumped mechanically, carrying me up the steep trail we had explored earlier. Behind me, the pack gave chase, their pursuit eerily silent but for the occasional click of claws on stone. I didn't look back, couldn't afford to. Every ounce of energy went into climbing, into putting distance between myself and those amber eyes. The trail steepened. My lungs burned. The wound in my calf had reopened, leaving a blood trail any predator could follow. Still I ran, driven by pure animal terror. I reached the granite slab where we'd found the javelina carcass that morning, a lifetime ago. Beyond it, the trail narrowed between volcanic spires, forming a natural bottleneck. I squeezed through, the rough stone tearing at my clothes and skin, and emerged into a small clearing surrounded by hoodoos. The rock formations rose around me like ancient sentinels, their eroded forms creating a natural fortress. Some had weathered into thin towers barely 2 feet wide, with narrow gaps between them. A defensible position if I could reach it before the pack arrived. I staggered to the nearest cluster of spires and wedged myself into a gap barely wide enough for my body. stone pressed against my chest and back, holding me upright when my trembling legs threatened to give out. I worked my way deeper, the passage narrowing until I could go no further. The first of the creatures appeared at the bottleneck, its silver fur ghostly in the moonlight. It paused, amber eyes scanning the clearing, nostrils flaring. The others crowded behind it, rumbling deep in their chests. The silver one padded forward, following my scent to the base of my hiding place. It circled the spire once, then rose on its hind legs, forelimbs pressing against the stone. Its claws scraped granite, leaving deep gouges. It stretched its muzzle toward the gap, teeth gleaming wet in the darkness. But its shoulders were too broad to enter the narrow space. It dropped back to all fours and paced, eyes never leaving mine. The others spread out, circling the formation, seeking another entrance. One tried squeezing into the gap, but like the silver one, it couldn't fit its massive shoulders through. They were trapped outside, and I was trapped within. Hours passed. The creatures maintained their vigil, taking turns testing the gaps between spires, never leaving more than one entrance unguarded. Their patience was terrifying. They seemed prepared to wait as long as necessary for me to emerge. The moon tracked across the sky, painting the canyon in silver light. My legs cramped. Thirst clawed at my throat. The wound in my calf throbbed with each heartbeat. Still I remained wedged in my stone prison, watching the amber eyes that watched me. Near dawn, a new sound echoed through the canyon, a mechanical growl unlike the beast's vocalizations. An engine, a vehicle on the forest road. The creatures heard it too. The silver one raised its head, ears swiveling toward the sound. It emitted a short, sharp bark. The others responded immediately, melting into the pre-dawn shadows with fluid grace. Within seconds, they had vanished completely. But I knew they hadn't gone far. They were waiting, watching. This was their territory. I remained in my hiding place as dawn broke over the canyon rim. The rising sun illuminated the clearing, driving shadows from the crevices where the creatures might hide. Only when the morning was well advanced did I dare to move, extracting myself painfully from the narrow gap. My legs buckled as I took my first step. I caught myself against a spire, breathing through the pain as blood returned to my cramped muscles. The clearing appeared empty, but I knew better than to trust appearances. The beasts could be watching from any shadow, any crevice. The engine sound had stopped. Someone had reached the campsite. Rangers, perhaps, or other campers. Potential rescuers who had no idea what waited in these hills. I had to warn them. I made my way carefully down the trail, every sense straining for signs of the pack. The forest had come alive with morning sounds, birds calling, insects buzzing, wind rustling through juniper branches, normal sounds that felt obscene after the night's horrors. I paused at each bend, scanning the path ahead before proceeding. The blood trail I'd left during my flight had dried to rusty smears on pale stone. Would the creatures use it to track me if they returned? Or did they already know exactly where I was? The descent seemed to take hours. My injured leg threatened to give out with each step. Thirst made my thoughts sluggish. When I finally glimpsed the clearing through the trees, I almost wept with relief. A white Forest Service truck was parked beside our ruined RV. A uniformed ranger stood outside, notepad in hand, documenting the wreckage. He hadn't gone inside yet, hadn't seen what remained of Jordan and Lena. "Hey," I croaked, my voice barely carrying. I cleared my throat and tried again. "Hey!" The ranger turned, startled. His hand moved to the sidearm on his hip. When he saw my condition, blood-soaked clothes, wild eyes, limping gait, he relaxed slightly and moved to meet me. "Sir, are you all right? We got a report of—" "We need to leave," I interrupted, grabbing his arm. "Now. They're still out there." "Who's still out there? Were you attacked?" "Not who. What?" I glanced nervously at the surrounding trees. "There's no time, please." The ranger, his nameplate read Peterson, gently disengaged my grip on his arm. "Sir, I need you to calm down and tell me what happened. Was there an accident? Are there others in your party?" "Dead," I said flatly. "They're all dead. The things killed them. Please, we have to go before they come back." Peterson's expression shifted from concern to wariness. "Things? What things exactly?" How could I explain? What words could possibly convey the horror of what I'd witnessed? I settled for the simplest truth. "Monsters," I said. "Please, just get me out of here." The ranger studied me for a long moment, then nodded. "All right, let's get you to the truck. We can sort this out at the station." He helped me to the vehicle and eased me into the passenger seat. As he circled to the driver's side, I caught movement at the edge of the clearing. A flash of silver fur, amber eyes watching from shadow. Then gone. Hurry, I urged as Peterson settled behind the wheel. They're here. He followed my gaze but saw nothing. Let's get you looked at, he said, starting the engine. You've lost a lot of blood. As we pulled away, I kept my eyes on the tree line. Just before the road curved out of sight of the clearing, I saw them, 5 shapes emerging from the shadows to stand in the open. The silver one raised its head and let out that keening wail that was neither animal nor human. Peterson heard it too. His hands tightened on the steering wheel. Mountain lion, he said, but his voice lacked conviction. I said nothing. What was the point? We bounced down the rutted forest road in silence. Peterson radioed ahead to the ranger station, reporting a severely injured camper and requesting medical assistance. He made no mention of the whale, nor did he ask me again what had attacked our group. At the ranger station, the deputy measured the claw marks on my chest and legs and said mountain lions sometimes stand on hind legs. When he saw the 5-toed tracks Peterson had photographed at my insistence, he radioed a warden, then sent us on our way, paperwork unfinished. No one went back to recover the bodies. They said the canyon was unsafe due to unstable rock formations. A convenient lie. I think they knew, or suspected, what waited there, and I think they'd known for a long time. Jordan spent 6 weeks in a Flagstaff hospital. The official report listed his injuries as the result of an RV accident and subsequent animal attack, species undetermined. The doctors marveled at his survival: 4 broken ribs, a punctured lung, deep lacerations across his chest and arms. By all rights, he should have died in that canyon. I visited daily, watching as he drifted in and out of consciousness, his face contorted by nightmares even the morphine couldn't suppress. When he finally spoke, his first words were about Lena. She'd pulled me into the bathroom, he whispered, voice raw from the breathing tube they'd only recently removed. Shut the door, told me to be quiet. His eyes filled with tears. She saved me, Miles, and I couldn't save her. I squeezed his hand, not trusting myself to speak. I hadn't told him yet how I'd found her sketchbook in the wreckage during a supervised retrieval of personal effects. The pages were splattered with blood, but her final drawings remained intact, detailed renderings of the creatures that had attacked us. Page after page of anatomical studies, as if she'd been trying to understand what they were. The last sketch showed the silver one standing upright, its proportions more human than wolf. She had written a single word beneath it: C.H. Jing. The authorities classified the incident as a mountain lion attack exacerbated by an RV rollover. When I protested, showing them Lena's sketches and describing the creatures in detail, they listened politely and did nothing. The canyon remained open to hikers and campers. No warnings were posted. I went to the local paper, then to larger outlets. None would run the story without official confirmation. One reporter showed me similar accounts dating back to the 1950s, all dismissed as hoaxes or misidentifications, all centered around the same canyon system. Lena's family held a memorial service once Jordan was well enough to attend. Her body had been cremated without autopsy, despite my objections. The cause of death was listed as exsanguination due to animal attack. Her parents avoided me at the service. I couldn't blame them. In their position, I would have wanted someone to blame too. Jordan moved in with me after his release from the hospital. His nightmares were worse than mine. Most nights I found him huddled in the corner of the guest room, revolver in hand, watching the windows. He jumped at shadows. Ordinary dogs sent him into panic attacks. They're still out there, he would say, staring into his coffee each morning, and they're changing, Miles, becoming something worse. Lena painted the beast from memory. Amber eyes, ruined jaw, smoldering pelt, and sold the canvas to a collector who liked outsider art. The painting brought enough to cover her funeral expenses, though Jordan never touched the money. It sits in an account he refuses to acknowledge. I fixed the RV but not the dented roof. It reminds me. Some nights I dream of dried mesquite leaves spinning in that silent canyon, and I wake tasting burnt fur. 3 months after the attack, Jordan disappeared. He left a note saying he was going back to find proof, photographs, tissue samples, something the authorities couldn't dismiss. I called the rangers immediately, but they found no trace of him. His truck was discovered at the canyon trailhead, keys still in the ignition. The search lasted 2 weeks before being officially suspended. The rangers said he must have fallen from one of the cliffs or become disoriented and wandered into the desert. They didn't find blood, tracks, or signs of struggle, just emptiness, as if the canyon had swallowed him whole. I know better. The pack took him. Whether for vengeance or some darker purpose, I can't say. I've gone back twice, against all reason. The first time, I found nothing but silence and the burnt circle where the first creature had fallen. The second time, I discovered claw marks on the trees surrounding our old campsite, deliberate patterns that looked unsettlingly like written language. Someone is studying the creatures now. Government types in unmarked vehicles have been spotted in the area. They came to my house once, asking questions about what I'd seen, what I remembered. I told them everything. They nodded, took notes, and left without comment. Their eyes were flat, revealing nothing. I've connected with others who've had similar encounters across the Southwest. A pattern is emerging, sightings increasing in frequency and boldness. The creatures are spreading, moving beyond their traditional territories, and they're changing just as Lena's sketches suggested, becoming more upright, more deliberate in their actions, perhaps more human, or perhaps we're glimpsing something older than humanity. Something that wore different shapes before we claimed this continent as our own. Something that's reclaiming its place in the natural order. I keep the shotgun loaded now. Not that it would help much. I've seen what these creatures can withstand. But the weight of it in my hands provides some small comfort in the darkest hours before dawn, when the wind sounds too much like that keening wail that was neither animal nor human. Jordan's last phone call came 3 days after his disappearance. The connection was poor, his voice distorted by static or something worse. "They're not what we thought," he said, words tumbling over each other in his haste. "They're older, Miles, ancient, and they remember us, from before. A sound interrupted him, that metallic rasp I still hear in my nightmares. "They want me to see. They're showing me." The line went dead. I reported the call to the authorities. They traced it to a tower near the canyon but found nothing. The call itself wasn't in the phone company's records. According to them, it never happened, but I know what I heard. And sometimes, on nights when the desert wind carries strange sounds across the city, I think I hear it again, my brother's voice, changed yet recognizable, calling from somewhere I cannot reach. Even now the highway dust collects on the RV's new windshield, but I won't drive south after dark again, not toward those hills where ancient shapes move in the shadows, watching with amber eyes that reflect a hunger older than mankind. Some nights I wake to the sound of claws ticking on glass, but my windows are always empty when I look. Just the desert wind stirring the branches of the Palo Verde tree outside. Just the normal sounds of a normal night. But I know they're coming. Jordan tried to warn me. "They remember us," he said, "from before, and I'm beginning to remember them too." I never thought my life would take such a bizarre turn in the middle of nowhere. One moment I was at a dull family reunion, and the next I was embroiled in a night of pure horror. My name's Colton Merrick, and this happened back in 2019, during a family camping trip in the dense forests of Northern California. I've always considered myself pretty level-headed, maybe even a little boring. But that day everything changed. The Merrick family reunion was always a big deal. A whole weekend of forced socializing, questionable cooking, and my cousin Jed's terrible guitar playing. This year we decided to camp out near Lake Shasta. My dad thought it would be a great way to bond, get back to nature and all that jazz. I wasn't thrilled, but what could I do? Family is family. The drive up to Lake Shasta was tedious. 5 hours of my dad's ancient rock music and my mom's persistent questions about my non-existent love life. We arrived at the campsite just as the sun began its slow descent behind the towering pines. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine needles and damp earth. Something about it felt wrong, though, a heaviness that hung in the atmosphere, like the forest was holding its breath. Our extended family had already set up camp in a clearing surrounded by ancient trees. Their trunks were massive, gnarled with age, their branches reaching toward the sky like skeletal fingers. I couldn't shake the feeling that those branches were trying to grab something or someone. "Colton, get over here and help with these tents." Uncle Leo's gruff voice cut through my thoughts. He stood near the center of the clearing, his weathered face creased in concentration as he untangled tent poles. Uncle Leo was the quintessential outdoorsman with calloused hands and a permanent sunburn. He always brought his hunting rifle on these trips, claiming it was for protection against bears. I never thought we'd actually need it. I helped set up the tents, avoiding my Aunt Pauline's attempts to fatten me up with her infamous potato salad. The smell of it made my stomach churn, or maybe it was just the unease that had settled over me since we arrived. I managed to dodge most of the small talk, choosing instead to wander off into the woods for a bit of peace. I've always loved nature, the quiet, the smell of the pines, the feeling of being away from it all. But that day, the forest felt different. The silence was too complete, unnatural. No birdsong, no chittering squirrels, just the whisper of wind through the canopy and the occasional crack of a twig beneath my feet. Each snap sounded like a gunshot in the eerie quiet. That's when I first noticed something odd. Deep in the forest, away from the chatter of my relatives, I found a series of strange, large footprints. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen, too big for a bear, too defined to be a joke. Each impression in the soft earth was nearly 18 inches long, with 5 distinct toe marks that ended in what looked like claw points. The stride between prints was impossibly wide, suggesting whatever made them stood far taller than any human. A chill ran down my spine as I knelt to examine them. The edges were crisp, fresh. Whatever had made these tracks had passed through recently, very recently. I snapped a few pictures on my phone, thinking it would make for an interesting story later. Little did I know how interesting it would become. As I followed the tracks deeper into the forest, the light grew dimmer, the trees closer together. Their branches seemed to bend toward me, reaching out with twisted fingers. I should have turned back then. I should have shown the pictures to Uncle Leo, maybe even suggested we find another campsite. But curiosity pushed me forward, one cautious step at a time. The tracks led to a small clearing where the trees parted just enough to allow a shaft of fading sunlight to pierce the canopy. In the center of the clearing stood a crude structure, a primitive shelter made of broken branches and what looked disturbingly like animal bones. The ground around it was littered with fur and feathers, scraps of what might have once been small forest creatures. The stench was overwhelming, a fetid mixture of decay and something else, something musky and alien. My heart hammered against my ribs as I approached the shelter. Inside, half buried in dirt and leaves, I found a collection of objects that made my blood run cold. A child's shoe caked with dried mud, a torn backpack, its contents long gone, a rusted compass, its needle spinning wildly, and most disturbing of all, a camera, modern, expensive, its lens cracked and body dented. With trembling hands, I picked up the camera, turning it over to reveal a small viewing screen. It still had power. I pressed the review button, holding my breath as the screen flickered to life. The first few images were typical tourist shots. Smiling faces against the backdrop of Lake Shasta, sunsets over the water, selfies on hiking trails. But the later photos showed something moving among the trees. A dark shape, blurred by motion or perhaps deliberate evasion. In each successive image it seemed closer, more defined. The final photo made my heart stop. It showed the photographer's own campsite, taken from the edge of the woods. But in the background, barely visible in the gathering dusk, was a face, if you could call it that, elongated, with eyes that reflected the camera's flash like a nocturnal animal, but set in what was unmistakably a humanoid head. I dropped the camera as if it had burned me, stumbling backward out of the shelter. I had to get back to camp, had to warn the others that we weren't alone in these woods. As I turned to leave, movement caught my eye. A shadow shifting behind a distant tree, too large and too deliberate to be cast by wind-rustled branches. I ran. Branches whipped at my face, roots seemed to rise up to trip me, but I didn't slow down. By the time I burst back into our campsite, my lungs were burning and cold sweat soaked my shirt. "Whoa, someone's in a hurry," Jed laughed, looking up from where he sat tuning his guitar. My cousin's face, usually set in a perpetual smirk, fell when he saw my expression. "Dude, you look like you've seen a ghost." I couldn't tell them. Not everything. They'd think I was crazy or worse, playing a prank. So I mentioned only the footprints, downplaying my fear, making it sound like an interesting curiosity rather than a warning. "Probably just a bear," my dad said dismissively, turning another burger on the portable grill. "Bears don't leave prints like that." Uncle Leo frowned, his interest piqued. "Show me after dinner." But after dinner, as the sun disappeared completely and darkness enveloped the forest, I couldn't find the courage to lead anyone back to those tracks. Something in my gut told me that returning to that spot would be inviting whatever lurked in the woods to find us. Instead, I sat by the campfire, jumping at every sound from the surrounding darkness, watching the shadows beyond our circle of light for any sign of movement. Nightfall came, and we gathered around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and telling ghost stories. I kept glancing back toward the woods, feeling an uneasy presence lurking just out of sight. The flames cast writhing shadows across the faces of my family members, transforming them momentarily into grotesque masks. Every crack of burning wood made me flinch. Every shift of shadow in the periphery of our firelight sent my heart racing. As the night wore on, I tried to convince myself that what I'd found was nothing more than the remnants of another camping group, perhaps hunters who'd built a temporary blind. The strange photos could be explained away as double exposures, tricks of light and shadow, but deep down I knew better. Something was out there, watching, waiting. And as my family gradually retired to their tents, I couldn't shake the feeling that the night was far from over. Around midnight, most of the family had turned in, leaving just me, Jed, and our cousin Alicia by the fire. The flames had died down to glowing embers that cast more shadows than light, and the forest around us seemed to press closer, the darkness between the trees absolute and impenetrable. "You've been jumpy all night," Alicia observed, her face half hidden in shadow as she poked at the embers with a stick. "What's really going on, Colton?" I hesitated. Alicia was 22, just a year younger than me, but she'd always been the skeptic of the family, quick to debunk any hint of the supernatural or unexplained. Her pragmatism was usually comforting, but tonight, I needed someone to believe me. "I found something in the woods today," I began, my voice barely above a whisper. "A shelter, like someone, or something, has been living out there. And there were these footprints," Jed snorted, tossing another log onto the dying fire. Sparks erupted, briefly illuminating his disbelieving face. "Seriously? You're freaked out over some homeless dude's camp?" "It wasn't human," I insisted, the words sounding ridiculous even to my own ears. "The prints were huge, and there was this structure with bones." "Animal bones," Alicia said firmly, "probably from a hunter's kills. And I found a camera," I continued, ignoring her rational explanation, "with pictures of something watching people, something with eyes that glowed." "Eyeshine," Alicia shrugged. "Basic biology. Probably caught a deer or raccoon in the flash." Her dismissal stung, but I couldn't blame her. If our positions were reversed, I'd likely be just as skeptical. Still, the memory of what I'd seen, that face in the photograph, those massive tracks, sent another wave of unease through me. "Fine, don't believe me," I muttered, staring into the flames. "But something doesn't feel right about these woods." Alicia studied me for a moment, her expression softening. "Look, if it'll make you feel better, I'll go check out this shelter tomorrow, take some pictures, prove it's just some hunter's blind or a kid's fort." "I don't think—" I started to protest, but she cut me off. "Or I could go now," she suggested with a mischievous grin that glinted in the firelight. "Prove there's nothing to be afraid of." "Now? Are you insane?" I hissed, glancing nervously at the wall of darkness beyond our camp. "It's pitch black out there." "I've got a flashlight," she shrugged, already standing up and brushing pine needles from her jeans. "And unlike you, I actually paid attention when Uncle Leo taught us orienteering. I won't get lost." "This is a terrible idea," Jed interjected, suddenly looking concerned. "We should all just go to bed and check it out in the morning." But Alicia, ever the prankster, decided it would be hilarious to sneak off and scare us. "I'll be back in 20 minutes, she promised, pulling a flashlight from her pocket, with proof that Colton's monster is nothing but a figment of his overactive imagination. Before either of us could stop her, she disappeared into the trees, the beam of her flashlight quickly swallowed by the dense underbrush. Jed and I exchanged worried glances. "She'll be fine," Jed said, though he didn't sound convinced. "Alicia knows these woods better than either of us." I nodded, but the knot in my stomach tightened. The forest seemed to grow quieter after Alicia left, the natural sounds of night insects, the rustle of nocturnal animals, fading to an oppressive silence broken only by the occasional pop of our dying fire. We waited, making uneasy small talk that gradually trailed off into tense silence. Jed checked his watch repeatedly, his earlier skepticism giving way to visible concern as minutes stretched into an hour, and there was no sign of Alicia. "Something's wrong," I finally said, voicing what we were both thinking. "She should have been back by now." Jed nodded grimly, already reaching for his own flashlight. "We need to look for her. She might have tripped, twisted an ankle, or found what I was talking about," I added quietly. We roused Uncle Leo first, explaining the situation in hushed tones to avoid waking the rest of the family. His face, lined with sleep moments before, hardened into a mask of concern. "Damn foolish," he muttered, grabbing his rifle and checking it with practiced efficiency. "Going into these woods at night." He handed each of us a whistle. "Use these if you find her, or if you get in trouble. I'll head east. You boys take the north path where Colton found those tracks." Jed and I nodded, our breath clouding in the midnight chill as we set off. The beams of our flashlights seemed feeble against the consuming darkness, creating more shadows than they dispelled. Every tree looked identical, every path seemed to circle back on itself. The forest was a labyrinth at night, designed to disorient and confuse. "Alicia!" Jed called out, his voice immediately absorbed by the dense foliage. "This isn't funny anymore." We walked deeper into the woods, our lights sweeping across gnarled tree trunks and tangled underbrush. The ground was soft beneath our feet, damp with the day's lingering moisture. I kept my eyes down, searching for any sign of footprints, Alicia's or otherwise. There, I pointed suddenly, my flashlight illuminating a set of small boot prints in a patch of mud. Those have to be hers. We followed the tracks, calling Alicia's name every few minutes. The prints led us in a winding path through the trees, sometimes disappearing on rocky ground or carpets of pine needles, only to reappear yards later. It was as if Alicia had been wandering aimlessly, with no clear destination in mind. Then, abruptly, her tracks changed. What had been steady, deliberate steps became erratic, deeper, the sign of someone running. And alongside them, appearing suddenly as if materialized from thin air, were the massive prints I'd seen earlier that day. "Jed," I whispered, my voice catching in my throat. "Look." He crouched beside me, his flashlight illuminating the disturbing tableau pressed into the earth. "What the hell?" he breathed, reaching out to touch one of the larger prints, his fingers barely spanning half its width. "This is what I was trying to tell you about," I said, my earlier fear returning tenfold. "Something's out here. Something big." As if in answer to my words, a scream tore through the silence of the forest. High, terrified, and unmistakably human. Alicia's scream, coming from somewhere ahead of us deeper in the woods. "Alicia!" Jed shouted, already running toward the sound, crashing through underbrush with reckless abandon. I followed close behind, my heart pounding in my chest, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly over the forest floor. The scream came again, closer this time, followed by a crash of breaking branches. We burst into a small clearing just in time to see a dark figure disappearing into the trees on the far side. At the center of the clearing lay Alicia's flashlight, still on, its beam pointing accusingly at the spot where the figure had vanished. "Alicia!" Jed called again, desperation edging his voice. No response came, just the settling of disturbed foliage and the distant sound of something large moving through the underbrush. "We have to follow," I said, already moving toward the spot where the figure had disappeared. "Are you crazy?" Jed grabbed my arm, his fingers digging painfully into my bicep. "You saw how big that thing was. It has Alicia," I snapped, pulling free of his grip. "We can't just leave her." Jed's face contorted with indecision, fear warring with concern for our cousin. Finally he nodded, his jaw set in grim determination. "We follow, but at the first sign of danger we use the whistles and get Uncle Leo." We ventured deeper into the woods, flashlights shaking in our trembling hands. The forest seemed to close in around us, branches reaching down like clawed hands, roots rising to trip our feet. Every shadow concealed potential threats. Every rustle of leaves sent spikes of adrenaline through my system. The trail was easy to follow. Too easy, almost as if whatever had taken Alicia wanted us to pursue. Broken branches, disturbed earth, and occasionally, horrifyingly, small scraps of fabric that matched Alicia's flannel shirt, left like breadcrumbs in a twisted fairy tale. As we ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew thick with an oppressive, fetid odor. The same smell I'd encountered at the shelter earlier that day, only stronger now, more pervasive. It clung to the back of my throat, making each breath a struggle against the urge to gag. "What is that smell?" Jed whispered, his free hand covering his nose and mouth. Before I could answer, we heard it. A guttural, inhuman sound that chilled me to the bone. It wasn't a growl, not quite a roar, but something in between, laced with an almost human quality that made it all the more disturbing. Jed and I froze, our flashlights shaking. The sound came again, closer this time, accompanied by a strange, shuffling noise. We turned slowly, dreading what we might see, and that's when we saw it. Standing about 50 feet away, partially obscured by the trees, was a creature straight out of a nightmare. It was tall, easily 8 feet, covered in matted fur that hung in filthy clumps from its emaciated frame. Its back was hunched, forcing it to stoop beneath the lower branches, and its limbs were unnaturally elongated, the fingers on its massive hands ending in yellowed, cracked claws that curled like scythes. But it was the face that struck the deepest chord of terror. It was almost human, but distorted, as if someone had taken familiar features and stretched them beyond recognition. The jaw extended too far, filled with jagged, uneven teeth that protruded at irregular angles from blackened gums. Its nose was a mere suggestion, 2 cavernous nostrils in the center of its face, and its eyes, God, its eyes, were sunken deep into its skull, glowing with a sickly yellowish light that reminded me of foxfire on rotting wood. The creature stood unnaturally still, watching us with those terrible eyes, its breath forming clouds in the cold night air. In one of its twisted hands, it held something that made my blood freeze, Alicia's red wool hat, the one she'd been wearing when she left camp. "Oh, Jesus," Jed breathed beside me, his voice barely audible. "Oh, Jesus Christ." The creature's head tilted at the sound, a curious, bird-like motion that would have seemed almost comical if it weren't so utterly terrifying. It took a step forward, moving with a jerky, uncoordinated gait, as if it hadn't quite mastered the mechanics of its own body. We backed away slowly, trying not to provoke it, but the creature followed, matching our steps with its own awkward shuffle. Twigs snapped beneath its weight, and I noticed with growing horror that its feet left prints identical to those I'd found earlier, the ones that had led me to the shelter. Jed, always the idiot, tried to reason with it, thinking it might be some kind of animal we could scare off. "Hey!" he yelled suddenly, his voice cracking with fear. "Back off! Get out of here!" He waved his arms wildly, the beam of his flashlight cutting erratic patterns through the darkness. The creature didn't flinch. Instead, it let out that sound again, the one that had drawn us to it in the first place. But this time it was louder, more aggressive, a mix between a roar and a screech that seemed to resonate in my very bones. Then it charged, covering the distance between us with terrifying speed, its awkward gait transforming into a fluid, predatory lope. We ran. There was no thought, no plan, just blind panic and the desperate need to escape. My heart pounded in my chest, blood rushing in my ears, drowning out everything but the sound of our ragged breathing and the creature crashing through the underbrush behind us. Jed was ahead of me, his longer legs carrying him faster through the tangled forest. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the burn in my lungs and the stitch developing in my side. The creature was gaining on us, its fetid stench growing stronger with each passing second. Then disaster struck. My foot caught on an exposed root, sending me sprawling face first into the damp earth. Pain shot through my ankle as it twisted beneath me, and I knew instantly that I couldn't run, not fast enough to escape what was pursuing us. "Jed!" I screamed, struggling to rise, only to collapse again as my injured ankle refused to bear weight. "Help me!" Jed skidded to a halt several yards ahead, turning back with wide, terrified eyes. For a moment I thought he might keep running, might abandon me to save himself. And honestly, I wouldn't have blamed him, but instead he started back toward me, his face set in grim determination. "Go!" I yelled, waving him away as I heard the creature drawing closer. "Get help! Find Uncle Leo!" Conflict twisted Jed's features, but self-preservation won out. With one last agonized look, he turned and disappeared into the darkness, hopefully to find help before it was too late. I scrambled backward, dragging my injured leg, searching desperately for a weapon, a hiding place, anything that might give me a chance against the monstrosity that pursued me. My hand closed around a fallen branch, not much of a weapon, but better than nothing. The creature burst into view, its glowing eyes fixing on me with predatory intensity. It slowed its approach, almost stalking now, as if savoring the terror that must have been plainly visible on my face. My fingers tightened around the branch, knuckles white with strain. It was on me before I could swing. It grabbed my leg with a strength that felt like it could crush bones, dragging me across the forest floor with frightening ease. I screamed, the sound tearing from my throat unbidden, a primal expression of absolute terror. I kicked at the creature with my free leg, but it was like kicking a brick wall, unyielding and painfully solid. My flashlight had fallen during the attack, its beam cutting through the darkness at an angle, casting eerie shadows as I was pulled further into the woods. The ground beneath me was rough, rocks and broken branches tearing at my clothes and skin, but the pain barely registered through the fog of fear that had enveloped my mind. The creature dragged me deeper into the forest, toward what I could only assume was its lair, perhaps the shelter I'd discovered earlier, or somewhere worse. I clawed at the ground, trying to find purchase to slow our progress, but it was futile. The creature's strength was inhuman, its purpose single-minded. As we moved deeper into the woods, I caught glimpses of things hanging from tree branches, shapes that might have been animal carcasses, or might have been something worse. The smell of decay grew stronger, and with it my certainty that I was being taken to my death. In a last, desperate attempt to free myself, I twisted in the creature's grip, swinging the branch I'd somehow managed to hold onto directly at its head. The wood connected with a solid thunk, and the creature let out a howl of surprise or pain. Its grip momentarily loosening, I scrambled away, ignoring the agony in my ankle, pushing myself toward a tangle of undergrowth that might provide some cover. But I'd only made it a few feet when the creature recovered, its howl transforming into a sound of pure rage. It lunged for me again, massive hands outstretched, yellowed claws catching the flashlight's beam. Just when I thought it was the end, A loud crack echoed through the trees, the sound reverberating off trunks and branches. The creature staggered, a dark stain spreading across its shoulder. It released me with a snarl, whirling to face this new threat. Another crack split the night, and I looked up to see my Uncle Leo standing there with his hunting rifle, face set in fierce concentration as he chambered another round. The creature howled in pain, clutching its wounded shoulder, yellow eyes blazing with hatred and fury. "Get down!" Uncle Leo shouted, and I pressed myself flat against the forest floor as he fired again. The shot went wide as the creature lurched to one side, its movements uncannily fast despite its injuries. For a moment, the three of us formed a tableau frozen in time. Me on the ground, Uncle Leo with his rifle raised, and the creature poised between us, wounded but far from defeated. Then, with a final baleful glare from those terrible yellow eyes, it retreated into the darkness, crashing through the underbrush with surprising speed. Uncle Leo was at my side in an instant, helping me to my feet, his weathered face tight with concern. "Can you walk?" he asked, eyes never leaving the spot where the creature had disappeared. "Barely," I gasped, putting a tentative weight on my injured ankle. It held, though pain shot up my leg with each step. "What was that thing?" "I don't know," he admitted, voice grim. "But we need to get back to camp, now." "Where's Alicia?" The question sent a fresh wave of fear through me. "I don't know. It had her hat. I think it took her." Uncle Leo's face hardened, and he raised his rifle again, peering into the darkness. "We'll find her," he promised, though the tremor in his voice betrayed his doubt. "But first, we need to get you safe and gather the others. Whatever that thing is, it's wounded now. That makes it more dangerous." He helped me limp back toward camp, our progress painfully slow. Every shadow seemed to hide danger, every sound a potential threat. I kept glancing over my shoulder, certain the creature would return to finish what it had started. "Jed found me," Uncle Leo explained as we walked. "Came tearing into camp, barely able to speak. Said you were in trouble, that something had attacked. I grabbed the rifle and followed him back, but we got separated in the dark." My heart sank. "Jed's still out there?" Uncle Leo nodded grimly. "He should have stayed with me, but he was frantic, kept rushing ahead. Last I saw, he was heading east, calling for Alicia. I wanted to turn back, to search for my cousins, but my ankle wouldn't allow it, and Uncle Leo was firm. We go back to camp, warn the others, then mount a proper search. Going half-cocked is what got us into this mess." By the time we reached the campsite, my leg was numb with pain and exhaustion weighed on me like a physical burden. The camp was in chaos, lights blazing, people shouting, my aunt crying as she clutched Alicia's jacket to her chest. "Leo," my father called, rushing toward us. "Thank God. Where are the kids? Where's Alicia? Jed?" Uncle Leo helped me to a camp chair before answering. "Still out there. We got separated. There's something in those woods, Frank. Something dangerous." My father's face drained of color, his eyes moving to my torn clothes and bloody leg. "What happened?" he demanded. Before I could answer, a scream tore through the night. Distant but distinct, a man's voice raised in terror and pain. We all froze, heads turning toward the sound. "Jed," I whispered, a cold certainty settling in my gut. Uncle Leo was already checking his rifle, face grim. "Frank, get the truck ready. We may need to leave in a hurry. The rest of you pack up now." He turned to my father's brother, my Uncle Dave. "Dave, you're with me. Bring a weapon if you've got one." As they prepared to head back into the forest, I struggled to my feet. "I'm coming too." "Like hell you are," my father snapped, pushing me gently but firmly back into the chair. "You can barely walk." "I know where it might have taken them," I insisted. "The shelter I found earlier. If Alicia and Jed are still alive, that's where they'll be." Uncle Leo hesitated, then nodded. "Tell us where to find it." I described the location as best I could. The distinctive rock formation nearby, the clearing with the crude shelter. Uncle Leo and Uncle Dave set off, flashlights cutting through the darkness, the gleam of rifle barrels visible in their beams. The waiting was agony. My mother cleaned and bandaged my leg while my father paced the perimeter of our camp, a baseball bat clutched in white-knuckled hands. Aunt Pauline sat silently, tears streaming down her face as she clutched a photo of Alicia and Jed taken earlier that day. Minutes stretched into an hour and my hope dwindled with each passing second. The forest was silent now. No more screams, no sounds of pursuit or conflict. Just the eerie quiet that had unsettled me from the moment we arrived. Finally, we heard footsteps approaching, and everyone tensed. My father raised the bat, stepping in front of my mother and me in a protective gesture. But it was Uncle Leo who emerged from the trees, supporting a limping, bloodied Jed. Behind them came Uncle Dave, carrying Alicia in his arms, her face deathly pale in the camp lights. "They need a hospital," Uncle Leo said tersely. Now, we packed up in a hurry, leaving most of our gear behind in our haste to escape the forest and its nightmare inhabitant. The drive to the nearest hospital was tense, everyone silent except for Alicia's occasional whimpers as she drifted in and out of consciousness in the back seat. Jed sat beside her, his arm in a makeshift sling, his face a mask of pain and shock. When I asked what had happened after we separated, he just shook his head, his eyes glazed and distant. "It was fast," he finally whispered. "So fast, I never even saw it coming." At the hospital, doctors descended on us in a flurry of activity. Alicia was whisked away on a gurney, her injuries apparently more severe than was immediately visible. Jed went next, his dislocated shoulder and numerous lacerations requiring immediate attention. My own injuries, a sprained ankle and various cuts and bruises, seemed minor in comparison. As we sat in the waiting room, Uncle Leo recounted how they'd found my cousins. They'd located the shelter I'd described, but it was empty, no sign of either Jed or Alicia. They were about to leave when they heard a weak call for help coming from a ravine nearby. Jed was trying to climb out, Uncle Leo explained, his voice hollow with the memory. Dragging himself up with one arm, the other was wrong, twisted. He said the thing had thrown him down there like he weighed nothing. He paused, taking a shuddering breath. "We found Alicia at the bottom of the ravine, unconscious. At first I thought she was..." He couldn't finish the sentence. "What was that thing?" my father asked, his face ashen in the harsh fluorescent lights of the hospital. Uncle Leo shook his head. "I've been hunting these woods for 30 years, never seen anything like it. Not natural, whatever it was." A doctor emerged from the treatment area, clipboard in hand. "Merrick family?" he called, and we all stood. "Alicia is stable," he assured us, sensing our anxiety. "Concussion, 3 broken ribs, numerous lacerations and contusions. We're keeping her overnight for observation, but she should make a full recovery." The relief was palpable, a collective exhale that seemed to release some of the tension that had held us rigid since our escape from the forest. "And Jed?" Aunt Pauline asked, her voice small. "Dislocated shoulder, mild hypothermia, superficial cuts. We've set the shoulder and given him something for the pain. He's asking for you." We found Jed in a curtained cubicle, his arm properly splinted now, his eyes clearer than they had been in the car. When he saw us, he attempted a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Hell of a family reunion, huh?" he croaked, voice rough with exhaustion. Aunt Pauline rushed to his side, fussing over him in the way mothers do when their children have narrowly escaped disaster. Uncle Leo hung back, his expression unreadable as he watched the reunion. Later, when Jed had been sedated and Alicia was resting comfortably in a private room, a police officer arrived to take our statements. He was skeptical, treating the incident like some sort of wild animal attack, perhaps a bear or mountain lion driven to unusual aggression by hunger or disease. "There are no monsters in those woods," he said firmly, closing his notebook with an air of finality. "Just wildlife that occasionally conflicts with humans." "It wasn't a bear," I insisted, frustration mounting at his dismissive attitude. "It walked on 2 legs. It had hands. It dragged me through the forest deliberately, with purpose." The officer's expression softened into something like pity. "Trauma can affect how we perceive events, Mr. Merrick. Your mind may have embellished the experience to make sense of what happened." I wanted to argue further, to make him understand the horror of what we'd encountered. But exhaustion was setting in, the adrenaline that had sustained me finally ebbing away. Instead, I showed him the photos I'd taken of the footprints earlier that day. He studied them with a frown, then shrugged. "Could be anything. Soil disturbance, maybe 2 prints overlapping. I'll send an officer out to check the campsite, but don't expect much." True to his word, they sent a few officers to investigate, but they found nothing. No tracks, no sign of the creature, not even the shelter I'd discovered. It was as if the entire experience had been a shared hallucination, a collective nightmare with no physical evidence to prove its reality. The family reunion was officially over. We all went our separate ways, trying to forget the nightmare we'd experienced. Alicia was released from the hospital 2 days later, silent and withdrawn, refusing to discuss what had happened in the woods before Uncle Leo and Uncle Dave found her. Jed recovered more quickly, at least physically, though sometimes I'd catch him staring into the distance, his expression haunted by memories he wouldn't share. As for me, I couldn't let it go. Once my ankle healed, I threw myself into research, scouring local legends, newspaper archives, and online forums for any mention of similar encounters in the Lake Shasta area. What I found disturbed me deeply. There were others, dozens of reports spanning decades, all describing a similar creature stalking the forests of Northern California. Some called it Bigfoot, others had different names, but all the descriptions matched what we saw. Unnaturally tall, emaciated yet strong, with glowing eyes and a face almost, but not quite, human. More disturbing were the missing persons reports. Every few years, hikers, campers, or local residents would vanish without a trace in those same woods. Most were never found. Those who were, well, the reports used clinical terms like predation and scavenging, but reading between the lines painted a horrific picture of what had happened to them. I compiled my findings, creating a digital archive of every scrap of information I could find about the creature. Part of me wanted to go public, to warn others about the danger lurking in those forests. But who would believe me? The police hadn't. Even my own family preferred to rationalize what had happened, to file it away as an animal attack or, in some cases, to simply not speak of it at all. Months went by, and the nightmares eventually began to fade. I stopped jumping at shadows, stopped checking the locks on my doors and windows obsessively every night. Life, as it has a way of doing, returned to a semblance of normalcy, but I never went back to those woods. None of us did. The next family reunion was held at my aunt's house in San Diego, as far from forests and wilderness as we could manage. Jed didn't bring his guitar, and Alicia didn't play pranks. We ate, we talked, we pretended to be the same people we'd been before that night, but we weren't. We couldn't be. Sometimes, in the quiet hours of the night when sleep eludes me, I find myself returning to my research, adding new reports, new sightings to my archive. The creature is still out there. I know it as surely as I know my own name. And sometimes, when the wind blows just right, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth, I swear I can smell that other odor beneath it, the fetid, musky stench of something that walks like a man but isn't, something ancient and patient, waiting in the shadows of the forest. A year passed. Then two. I moved to San Francisco, as far from Lake Shasta as I could reasonably get while still maintaining my job as a software developer. The city suited me, its concrete and steel a comforting barrier against the natural world, its constant noise and light keeping the shadows at bay. I dated occasionally, made friends, built a life that seemed normal on the surface, but underneath, the experience had changed me fundamentally. I couldn't look at a forest without imagining yellow eyes watching from the darkness. Camping was out of the question. Even city parks made me uneasy after sunset, the rustling of leaves triggering flashbacks that left me sweating and shaking. I wasn't the only one affected. Jed took up boxing, then Krav Maga, then firearms training, preparing for a threat he couldn't name but couldn't forget. Alicia went to therapy, diagnosed with PTSD, her once adventurous spirit diminished to careful routines and controlled environments. We spoke rarely, the shared trauma creating a strange distance between us, as if talking about our lives might somehow conjure the horror back into existence. Uncle Leo sold his hunting cabin and moved to Arizona. No forests, he told me during a rare phone call. Just desert as far as the eye can see. Nothing can hide here. The relief in his voice was palpable, and I understood it perfectly. I found solace in writing, documenting our experience as a form of closure. At first it was just for myself, a way to externalize the nightmare, to give it shape and form outside my own head. But gradually it became something more, a warning, a record, a testimony to what lurked in those woods. I published it anonymously on obscure forums dedicated to cryptid sightings and unexplained phenomena. I expected ridicule, dismissal, maybe a few half-hearted expressions of sympathy from people who thought I was spinning fiction. What I got instead were responses that chilled me to the bone. "I saw it too," wrote one user, describing an encounter in the same forest region just 3 months after ours. The smell was what stayed with me. Like rotting meat and something else, something I can't describe. "My brother disappeared in those woods in 1998, another commented. They found his camera 2 years later. The last photos, I still have nightmares. The most disturbing response came via private message from a man claiming to be a former forest ranger in the Shasta Trinity National Forest. "What you encountered has been there for generations," he wrote. "The local tribes had names for it long before white settlers arrived. They left offerings at the forest boundaries to keep it appeased, to keep it in its territory. Now people go tramping through its domain with no respect, no understanding, and they wonder why it takes them." I was skeptical at first, assuming the message was from a troll or hoaxer capitalizing on my experience. But he included details about the creature's lair, about its hunting patterns, about the specific hollow sound of its call, that weren't in my published account, details that aligned perfectly with what I'd witnessed. It's not the only one, his message continued. There are others, scattered throughout the most remote wilderness areas, ancient things that were here long before us and will likely remain long after we're gone. They don't hate humans, not exactly. We're just food to them, or maybe toys. I didn't sleep for 3 days after reading his message. When exhaustion finally claimed me, my dreams were filled with yellow eyes and twisted limbs reaching from the darkness, with the sound of branches breaking under the weight of something inhuman pursuing me through endless trees. In the spring of the 3rd year after our encounter, I received a newspaper clipping in the mail. No return address, no note, just the clipping, a small article about a group of hikers who had gone missing near Lake Shasta. Search and rescue teams had found their campsite abandoned, gear still in place, food left mid-preparation. The only sign of disturbance was a set of unusual tracks that led from the camp into the forest. I knew who had sent it without needing a signature. The former ranger, keeping me informed, making sure I understood that the creature was still there, still hunting. I added the clipping to my growing file, another piece of evidence in a case that would never see a courtroom, another warning that would go largely unheeded. That summer, I did something I never thought I'd do. I went back. Not to the same campsite, not even to the same part of the forest, but close enough. I told myself it was for closure, for final confirmation that what we'd experienced was real. In truth, I'm not sure why I went. Perhaps some part of me needed to face the fear, to look into the darkness and see if it still looked back. I rented a cabin on the outskirts of a small town near the forest, well populated enough to feel safe but close enough to the wilderness to serve my purpose. I brought cameras, digital, infrared, motion-activated, and sound recording equipment. If the creature existed, I was determined to document it properly this time, to gather evidence no one could dismiss. For 3 nights I set up my equipment at the forest edge, never venturing deep into the trees, always returning to the safety of the cabin before full darkness fell. The cameras caught nothing but deer, raccoons, the occasional fox. The audio recordings captured only the natural sounds of the forest at night. On the 4th night, as I was packing up my gear, preparing to admit defeat and return to San Francisco, I heard it, that hollow, guttural call echoing through the trees, raising the hair on the back of my neck and sending ice through my veins. It was distant, at least a mile away, but unmistakable. The same sound that had lured Jed and me deeper into the forest that night. My hands trembled as I checked the audio equipment, confirming that it was recording. Part of me wanted to flee immediately, to abandon the gear and drive until the forest was far behind me, but a stronger impulse kept me rooted to the spot. The need to know, to confirm, to have proof beyond my own fallible memory. The call came again, closer this time, and with it a rustle of movement in the underbrush at the forest edge. My flashlight beam caught nothing, but the sound continued. A deliberate progression through the foliage, something large moving with surprising stealth. Then silence, complete and oppressive, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. Even the insects fell quiet, the nocturnal chorus that had been my constant companion for 3 nights suddenly absent. I stood frozen, ears straining, eyes scanning the darkness beyond my light's reach. A twig snapped, directly ahead of me, perhaps 30 yards into the trees. My flashlight swept toward the sound, and for a split second I caught a glimpse of it. A tall, gaunt silhouette. Unnaturally still, yellow eyes reflecting the light like twin flames in the darkness. Then it was gone, melting into the shadows with impossible speed for something so large. I broke my own rule and ventured a few steps into the forest, driven by a mixture of fear and desperate curiosity. The beam of my flashlight played over trees and undergrowth, finding nothing but shadows and the gentle sway of branches in the night breeze. Then my light fell on something at the base of a large pine, a small object, pale against the dark earth. I approached cautiously, every sense alert for danger. It was a bone, bleached white by time and elements, carefully placed in the center of a crude spiral pattern pressed into the soil. A message, I realized with dawning horror. Not a random placement, but a deliberate communication. It knew I was there. It remembered me, and it was letting me know that it remembered. I gathered my equipment with shaking hands and fled to the cabin, locking doors and windows, though I knew they would provide little protection if the creature decided to come for me. I didn't sleep that night, sitting instead with my back to the wall, a kitchen knife in one hand and my phone in the other, ready to call for help that would almost certainly arrive too late if needed. Dawn brought no comfort, the morning light revealing nothing unusual outside the cabin. I packed quickly, eager to be on the road, to put as much distance as possible between myself and the forest. As I loaded the last of my bags into the car, a local man walking his dog paused at my driveway. "Leaving already?" he asked, friendly but curious. "Most folks stay at least a week." "Change of plans," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. "Work emergency." He nodded, understanding, then glanced toward the forest edge visible beyond the cabin. "Probably for the best. Strange things happen in those woods, especially at night. Most locals don't go in too deep, and never after dark." I studied him, wondering how much he knew, how many stories he'd heard or experienced firsthand. "What kind of strange things?" He shrugged, suddenly evasive. "Just stories, old legends. Every town has them." But his eyes told a different tale, one of personal knowledge and carefully maintained distance from the darkness among the trees. I drove back to San Francisco that day, the bone which I'd impulsively collected, wrapped in a hotel towel and tucked into my suitcase. Back home, I analyzed the audio recordings, enhancing them to isolate the creature's call from the background forest sounds. I sent copies to Jed and Alicia, seeking confirmation that it was the same sound we'd heard that night. Jed's response was a terse text message. "Burn the recordings. Don't go back." Alicia didn't respond at all, but her therapist called me a week later, asking that I refrain from sending her triggering material that was setting back her recovery. The bone sat on my desk, a constant reminder of what lurked in the shadows of the world. I had it analyzed by a friend in the biology department at Berkeley, careful to concoct a story about finding it during a hike. His analysis was troubling. It was human, a finger bone, but with anomalous density and unusual growth patterns that he couldn't explain. "Where did you say you found this?" he asked, suspicious now, perhaps wondering if he was handling evidence of a crime. "I didn't," I replied, taking the bone back and ending the conversation. "That was 3 years ago. I've since moved to Chicago, about as far from the forests of Northern California as I could manage while still staying in the continental United States." The bone came with me, now kept in a small wooden box on my bookshelf, a talisman of sorts. A reminder that the world is stranger and more dangerous than most people ever realize. I still maintain my digital archive, still correspond occasionally with the former ranger and others who have encountered similar creatures in different wilderness areas across the country. We share information, compare notes, build a more complete picture of what's out there. It's not much, but it feels like important work, documenting a truth that most people will never encounter and wouldn't believe if they did. My family has moved on, in their way. The Merrick family reunion is now held in cities, in hotels with room service and security cameras. We don't talk about that night, about what happened in the forest, but sometimes I catch Jed scanning tree lines with wary eyes, or notice Alicia flinch at sounds that are too similar to the creature's call. And Uncle Leo, despite his desert home, keeps his rifle cleaned and loaded, ready for a threat most people don't believe exists. In the end, we all tried to move on. Alicia went to therapy, Jed took up boxing, and I found solace in writing, documenting our experience as a form of closure. My Uncle Leo became something of a local hero, though he downplays it, saying he just did what anyone would do. As for the creature, I like to think it's still out there, living its life in the depths of the forest, far away from humans. It's a comforting thought in a strange way. We invaded its home and it defended itself. I can't blame it for that, but the truth is less simple, less comforting. The creature hunts. It takes. It has been doing so for generations and will continue long after I'm gone. It's not malevolent, not exactly, just hungry, territorial, and utterly alien despite its almost human face. So that's my story. A night of terror that changed my life forever. It's a tale I'll tell my grandkids someday, with a warning to respect nature and the unknown, because you never know what's out there, lurking just beyond the campfire's light, watching with ancient yellow eyes, waiting for the moment when darkness falls and you find yourself alone in the woods. And if you ever camp near Lake Shasta, if you ever feel eyes watching you from the shadows, if you ever hear a hollow, guttural call echoing through the trees, run. Don't look back, don't hesitate, just run. Some truths are better left unconfirmed, some corners of the world better left unexplored, because there are things in this world older and hungrier than humanity. Things that see us not as the dominant species we believe ourselves to be, but as prey. I know, I've seen one, and sometimes, in my nightmares, it still sees me. My name is James Mitchell. I've been a ranger at Olympic National Forest for nearly 7 years, and I know these woods better than I know the lines on my own face. The ancient trees here grow so dense they block out the sun, creating a permanent twilight beneath their canopy. Most tourists stick to the marked trails, but I've ventured into parts of this forest that haven't felt human footsteps in decades. That's what I love about this job, the solitude, the connection to something primal and untamed. Or at least, that's what I used to love about it. Everything changed 3 weeks ago. I was doing a routine patrol in the northern section, checking for illegal campsites and making sure the hiking trails remained clear after a recent windstorm. It was mid-October, and the tourist season had wound down. Only the serious hikers and occasional wildlife photographers remained, scattered throughout our 600,000 acres of wilderness. I remember the day perfectly. The morning fog had burned away, leaving behind that crisp autumn air that makes your lungs feel clean when you breathe it in. I'd been walking for about 4 hours, making notes of downed trees that needed clearing and stopping occasionally to radio in my location to dispatch. I was deep in a ravine near the Quinault River when I first noticed something odd. The forest had been alive with sound all morning, birds calling, squirrels chattering, the distant rustle of larger animals moving through underbrush. Then, between one step and the next, everything went silent. Not quiet, silent, the kind of silence that has weight to it, that presses against your eardrums until they ache. I froze mid-stride, my boot hovering above the ground. 7 years of ranger instincts kicked in, and I scanned the area, looking for what might have caused every creature within earshot to suddenly stop making noise. Bear, cougar, neither would cause this total absence of sound. This was something else. I slowly lowered my foot and reached for the radio clipped to my belt. Before I could press the call button, I heard it. A crack of breaking wood that echoed through the silent forest, not the sound of a falling branch or a tree giving way to rot. This was deliberate, forceful. Something massive had snapped a tree trunk. The crack came from uphill, maybe a quarter-mile away. I turned slowly, eyes straining to see through the dense trees. Nothing moved in my line of sight, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The hairs on my arms stood up despite the mild temperature. "Base, this is Ranger Mitchell." I kept my voice low, mouth close to the radio. "Go ahead, James." Karen's voice crackled back at me, too loud in the unnatural silence. "I'm in Sector 7, about 3 miles north of Maple Creek Trail. Something doesn't feel right out here." A pause. Karen had been dispatched for 15 years. She knew not to dismiss a ranger's instincts. "What are you seeing?" "Nothing yet." But every animal went dead silent at once, and I heard something big breaking trees. Another pause. "Want me to send Logan your way?" Logan was stationed on the eastern edge of my patrol area, probably an hour away at least. "No, I'm probably just jumpy. I'll check it out and report back." "Copy that. Radio check every 15 minutes, or I'm sending the cavalry." "Will do." Mitchell out. I clipped the radio back to my belt and drew my canister of bear spray. Standard issue for rangers, useful against most predators you'd encounter in these woods. My hand drifted to the sidearm holstered at my hip. We rarely carried firearms on patrol, but after 2 hikers went missing last month, management had changed the policy. I moved uphill toward where I'd heard the sound, stepping carefully to minimize noise. The silence persisted, pressing against me like a physical thing. As I climbed, I noticed something strange about the forest floor. Large areas where the underbrush had been flattened, creating paths that no recognized animal would make. Too wide for deer. Too deliberate for bear. 20 minutes into my climb, I found the source of the sound I'd heard. A pine tree, easily 2 feet in diameter, had been snapped about 7 feet up from the ground. Not cut, not blown over by wind. Snapped, with the splintered wood still fresh and fragrant. The top portion lay across the ground, and beside it was a track that made my blood run cold. I've tracked every animal in these woods. I know what bear prints look like, what elk leave behind, how to spot the passage of a cougar. This was none of those. The impression in the soft earth was enormous, easily 18 inches long and proportioned like a human foot, but broader, with 5 distinct toe marks. A wave of dizziness washed over me as I stared at it. No known animal made tracks like this. No known animal could snap a mature pine tree with apparent ease. I took out my phone and snapped several photos of the track and the broken tree. As I crouched there, I became aware again of the silence, and of something else. A smell had crept into the air, faint but unmistakable, like wet fur, unwashed body, and something else I couldn't identify. Something musky and primal that triggered a deep-seated alarm in my brain. I stood slowly and turned in a complete circle, scanning the trees around me. Nothing moved, but the feeling of being watched had intensified. Whatever had left that track could be watching me right now. perfectly camouflaged among the trees. My radio crackled to life, and I nearly jumped out of my skin. Mitchell, this is Base. 15-minute check. I fumbled for the radio, suddenly desperate to hear another human voice. Base, I'm here. I found something unusual. A tree snapped clean through and some tracks I can't identify. Can you describe them? I hesitated. I knew what these tracks resembled, what any local would say they were, but I couldn't bring myself to say it over an open channel. Large, humanoid. I've taken photos, I'm heading back to the station. Copy that. Everything okay? No, everything was not okay. The silence, the massive footprint, the snapped tree, the smell. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to get out of there. All good. Just want to get these photos checked out. Mitchell out. I turned to head downhill, back toward the main trail, when I heard it. A sound that didn't belong in these woods or any woods. A long, low vocalization that was neither animal nor human. Something between a moan and a howl that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. And then, in the distance, I saw movement among the trees. Something large, something upright, something watching me. I didn't run. Running triggers predatory instincts, and whatever was watching me from the trees was definitely a predator. Instead, I backed away slowly, maintaining eye contact with the area where I'd seen movement. The shape remained partially hidden behind a massive cedar, but I could make out enough to know this was no bear standing on hind legs. The proportions were all wrong. Too tall, too narrow at the waist, too broad at the shoulders. It remained perfectly still, a talent few humans possess. I continued my careful retreat until the terrain dipped, breaking my line of sight. Only then did I turn and move quickly toward the ranger station, checking over my shoulder every few steps. The forest remained unnaturally silent as I hiked out, covering ground as fast as I safely could. By the time I reached my truck, parked at a remote trailhead, the sun was beginning to set. I climbed in, locked the doors, and sat for a moment, hands shaking as I tried to process what I'd seen. I took out my phone to look at the photos I'd taken of the footprint. My stomach dropped. The photos were there, but they were blurry, much blurrier than they should have been given the perfect lighting conditions in my steady hand. I could make out the track, but anyone looking at these photos would have reason to doubt what they showed. I started the truck and headed back to headquarters, the heater blasting against the sudden chill that had nothing to do with the October evening. As I drove, I debated what to tell my supervisor, Mark. Olympic National Forest had its share of Bigfoot legends. All forests in the Pacific Northwest did. But rangers weren't supposed to indulge in cryptozoology. We dealt in facts, science, and reasonable explanations. Yet there was nothing reasonable about what I'd seen today. When I arrived at headquarters, Karen looked up from dispatch with concern etched on her face. "You okay, James? You look like you've seen a ghost." "Something like that," I muttered, heading straight for Mark's office. Mark had been chief ranger for over 20 years. If anyone would know what to make of my experience, it would be him. I knocked on his door and entered when he called out, "Mitchell, wasn't expecting you back so early." He glanced up from his computer. "Karen said you found something strange out there." I sat down across from him and pulled out my phone. "I did. I'm not sure how to explain it, but..." I handed him the phone with the photos displayed. Mark studied the images, his expression unreadable. After a long moment, he set the phone down and leaned back in his chair. "What exactly do you think you saw out there, James?" I described everything. The silence, the snapped tree, the footprint, the figure watching me from the trees. As I spoke, Mark's face remained impassive, but I noticed his knuckles whitening as he gripped his chair arms. When I finished, he was quiet for a long time. Finally, he opened a drawer and pulled out a file folder, thick with papers. "You're not the first, you know?" His voice was low, almost a whisper. "Over the years, we've had dozens of reports from rangers. Similar descriptions, similar circumstances." He pushed the folder toward me. Inside were reports dating back decades, each describing encounters with something tall, powerful, and unidentifiable in the remote areas of the forest. Some included sketches of footprints identical to the one I'd photographed. "Why haven't I heard about this before?" I asked, flipping through the reports. "Official policy is to keep these incidents quiet. Avoid panic, avoid drawing thrill seekers, avoid ridicule." Mark rubbed his face. "Look, I've never seen it myself, but too many good rangers, reliable people, have reported similar encounters for me to dismiss them entirely. So you believe me? I believe you experienced something you can't explain. Whether it's what the locals call Bigfoot," he shrugged. "I'm just saying keep an open mind and be careful out there." Mark assigned me to headquarters duty for the next few days, which suited me fine. I spent my time researching past incidents and regional legends, finding patterns in the reports that matched my experience. 3 days after my encounter, Logan radioed in with an urgent message. He'd found an illegal campsite in Sector 9, about 5 miles from where I'd seen the figure. The campers were missing, but their equipment had been scattered over a wide area, and several trees showed the same splintering damage I'd witnessed. Mark assembled a search team, and despite my reservations, I volunteered to join. We needed every experienced ranger, and I couldn't hide in the station forever. We set out at dawn, a team of 6 rangers plus 2 local search and rescue volunteers with tracking dogs. The autumn weather had turned, bringing a light rain that would make tracking difficult. As we approached the abandoned campsite, the dogs grew agitated, whining and pulling at their leashes. The scene was worse than Logan had described. A 4-person tent had been torn apart, the fabric shredded. Sleeping bags and personal belongings were strewn in a 30-foot radius. Most disturbing were the drag marks leading away from the campsite. Wide swaths of disturbed earth as if heavy objects had been pulled through the underbrush. "Spread out," Mark ordered. "Teams of 2. Radio contact every 10 minutes. I paired with Logan, and we followed the drag marks deeper into the forest. The rain had softened the ground, revealing more of the large humanoid footprints I'd seen before. Logan whistled softly when he saw them. "That's no bear," he murmured, crouching to examine one print. No wonder those hikers last month never turned up. We tracked the prints for nearly a mile before they disappeared at a rocky outcropping. As we searched for where the trail continued, I noticed something lodged between 2 boulders. Reaching in, I pulled out a torn backpack, the fabric stained dark with what looked horribly like dried blood. Inside was a camera, a high-end DSLR with a cracked display but seemingly intact memory card. Logan and I exchanged glances before I pocketed the camera. Whatever was on it might help us understand what happened to these campers. As we turned to head back and report our finding, that same unnatural silence fell over the forest. No birds, no insects, nothing. Logan noticed it too, his hand moving to his sidearm. "James," he whispered, "what the hell is going on?" Before I could answer, we heard it. That same moaning howl I'd heard days before, but closer now. Much closer. And this time, it was answered by a second call from another direction. There was more than one of them. "Run," I said, grabbing Logan's arm. "Back to the others, now." We sprinted through the forest, no longer caring about stealth. Behind us came the sound of breaking branches and heavy footfalls. Whatever was chasing us was fast, too fast for something so large. As we ran, I caught glimpses of movement on either side of us, dark shapes keeping pace through the trees. They were herding us, I realized with horror, driving us away from the rest of the search party. Logan saw it too. "Left," he shouted, changing direction abruptly. We broke through a dense patch of underbrush and found ourselves facing a steep ravine. The drop was at least 40 feet to a rocky streambed below. "We have to go back," Logan panted, turning around. That's when we saw it, standing directly in our path, 8 feet tall at minimum, broad shoulders covered in dark matted fur, a face somewhere between ape and human, with deep-set eyes that reflected a terrible intelligence. It stood perfectly upright on 2 legs, its massive arms hanging at its sides, hands ending in curved claws. Logan raised his gun with shaking hands. "Stay back," he shouted. The creature tilted its head, studying us with those eerily intelligent eyes. Then it took a step forward. Logan fired a warning shot into the air. The sound echoed through the forest, momentarily breaking the silence. The creature stopped, then did something that froze my blood. It smiled, revealing yellowed teeth designed for tearing flesh. "Logan," I whispered, "we need to split up. Give me the camera. I'll draw it off while you get back to the others." "Are you insane? That thing will..." "We don't have a choice." "On 3. 1, 2, 3. I snatched the camera from his pocket and sprinted left along the edge of the ravine while Logan bolted right. For a crucial moment, the creature hesitated, looking between us. Then it came after me. I ran as I've never run before, weaving through trees and leaping over fallen logs. The creature followed, moving with a speed and agility that defied its massive size. It didn't crash through the forest, it flowed, using the terrain to its advantage, cutting off potential escape routes. This was no mindless beast. It was hunting me with terrifying intelligence. My only advantage was my knowledge of the forest. I headed for a section where the underbrush grew dense and thorny, difficult for something as large as my pursuer to navigate quickly. As I ducked and twisted through the tangled vegetation, I heard it growl in frustration behind me. The thorns tore at my uniform and scratched my face, but I pushed through, driven by primal fear. When I emerged on the other side, I risked a glance back. The creature had stopped at the edge of the thicket, watching me. Then it turned and moved parallel to my position, circling around. It was looking for another way to intercept me. I changed direction, heading downhill toward the river. If I could reach the water, I might have a chance. The autumn rains had swollen the Quinault to dangerous levels, but I'd take my chances with the current over what stalked me through the trees. As I ran, I tried to make sense of what was happening. The creature, the Bigfoot, was displaying behavior unlike anything described in the campfire stories. It wasn't shy or reclusive. It wasn't accidentally stumbled upon by hikers. It was actively hunting humans. The realization sent a fresh surge of adrenaline through my system. I increased my pace, ignoring the burning in my lungs and the ache in my legs. The roar of the river grew louder as I approached. Through breaks in the trees, I could see the churning water about 100 yards ahead. I just needed to maintain my lead for a little longer. 50 yards from the riverbank, I heard a sound that made my heart skip, splashing from upstream. I slowed just enough to look in that direction and saw a second creature emerging from the water. It shook itself like a dog, water flying from its dark fur, then turned its head in my direction. They were coordinating, working together to cut off my escape routes. I altered course again, moving parallel to the river. My radio had been silent since the chase began, and I wondered if Logan had reached the others, if they were looking for me. The terrain began to rise, and I found myself scaling a steep embankment, using tree roots as handholds. At the top was a narrow ridge that might offer a better vantage point, somewhere to see my pursuers and plan my next move. I hauled myself over the edge of the embankment and collapsed momentarily on the ground, gasping for breath. The ridge was exposed, with fewer trees and a clear line of sight in multiple directions. In the distance, I could see the main ranger station, too far to reach on foot before nightfall, but at least I knew which direction to head. As my breathing slowed, I became aware again of the unnatural silence. No birds, no insects, just the distant sound of the river and the blood pounding in my ears. I took out the camera I'd recovered from the backpack. If I didn't make it back, maybe the memory card would. I turned it on, surprised to find it still had battery power. The display was cracked but functional. The most recent photos showed a group of 4 hikers, 2 men and 2 women in their 20s, smiling at their campsite. I scrolled through the images, looking for anything that might explain what happened to them. The final series of photos made my skin crawl. Taken at night, they showed the same campsite illuminated by a flashlight. The first few captured nothing unusual, just the tent and surrounding trees. Then came an image of eyes reflecting the light from the darkness, too high off the ground to be any known predator. The last photo was a blur of movement, something dark lunging toward the camera. I pocketed the device and scanned the forest below. Movement caught my eye. The creatures were converging on the ridge from different directions. There were 3 of them now, moving with purpose through the trees. They had me surrounded. I checked my sidearm, a 9mm with a full magazine. Not nearly enough to stop 3 creatures of that size, but maybe enough to create an opening for escape. I also had my radio, knife, and bear spray. Limited options against what I was facing. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the trees, I made my decision. I couldn't outrun them, and I couldn't fight them all. My only chance was to find shelter and hope the search team was looking for me. About a quarter-mile along the ridge was an old fire lookout tower, abandoned years ago but still standing. If I could reach it, the elevated position might give me an advantage. I moved along the ridge as quickly as I dared, keeping low and using what cover was available. Below, I could see the creatures pacing, occasionally looking up in my direction. They seemed reluctant to venture onto the exposed ridge, preferring the cover of the dense forest. The fire tower came into view just as twilight deepened into dusk. It stood about 40 feet tall, a weathered wooden structure with a cabin at the top. The climb would leave me exposed, but once inside I would have a defensible position. I made a break for it, sprinting the final 100 yards to the base of the tower. Behind me, I heard that distinctive howling moan, followed by the sound of heavy bodies moving through underbrush. The ladder was old but seemed sturdy enough. I holstered my gun and began to climb, forcing myself not to look down. Halfway up, the entire tower shuddered. Something had hit the base. I climbed faster, my hands slipping on the rain-slick rungs. Another impact rocked the tower, and I heard wood splintering below. They were trying to bring it down. With a final effort, I hauled myself onto the platform surrounding the cabin. The door was locked, but one solid kick splintered the weathered wood around the latch. I tumbled inside and slammed the door shut behind me, using a broken chair to wedge it closed. The cabin was small, maybe 12 feet square, with windows on all sides giving a 360-degree view of the surrounding forest. Old maps and equipment littered the floor, covered in years of dust. In one corner sat a hand-crank emergency radio, potentially my salvation if it still worked. Another impact shook the tower, and I staggered to keep my balance. Looking out the window, I saw one of the creatures at the base ripping away support beams with terrifying strength. The other two circled the structure, looking up at me with those intelligent, predatory eyes. I drew my gun and fired a shot into the air, hoping the sound might carry to the search team. The creatures below flinched at the noise but didn't retreat. Instead, one began to climb the ladder. I aimed at the climbing figure and hesitated. Despite the danger, some part of me rebelled at the thought of shooting what might be an undiscovered species. A living legend. The tower shuddered again as another support beam gave way. I didn't have the luxury of ethical debates, it was them or me. I fired at the climbing creature, the shot echoing through the forest. I missed. Or more accurately, the bullet hit but seemed to have little effect. The creature paused, touched the spot where the bullet had struck its shoulder, then continued climbing with renewed determination. I grabbed the emergency radio and began cranking furiously, praying it still functioned. A faint crackle of static emerged from the speaker. It worked. I set it to the Ranger emergency frequency and spoke into the microphone. Mayday, Mayday, this is Ranger Mitchell. I'm at the old fire lookout tower in Sector 8. I'm under attack and the structure is failing. If anyone can hear this, I need immediate assistance. Only static answered me. I cranked harder and repeated my message, adding details about my pursuers. Still nothing but static. A massive hand gripped the edge of the platform outside. I fired again, aiming for the hand. This time the creature let out a roar of pain and dropped back slightly, but it didn't fall. The tower swayed alarmingly. One more support beam and the whole structure might collapse. In desperation, I searched the cabin for anything I could use as a weapon. In a storage locker, I found an old flare gun with 2 flares still in their packaging. Not much use as a weapon, but maybe I could signal my position. I loaded a flare and fired it through the window. The red light soared into the darkening sky, casting an eerie glow over the forest. As it reached its apex, I heard something that made my heart leap. The distant sound of voices and dogs barking. The search team, the creature climbing the ladder, redoubled its efforts, sensing its time was limited. Below, the others began attacking the supports with renewed fury. I loaded the second flare and aimed it directly at the climbing creature's face. When it looked up at me with those terrible eyes, I pulled the trigger. The flare hit it square in the face, igniting its fur. The creature screamed, a sound too human for comfort, and fell from the ladder, crashing through branches to the ground below. The others rushed to their fallen companion, momentarily distracted from destroying the tower. I seized the opportunity to try the radio again. This is Mitchell, I can hear you. Follow the flare, I'm at the old lookout tower. Through the static came a broken response. Hold on, coming, stay put. The tower gave another sickening lurch as one corner of the foundation collapsed. I braced myself in the doorway, knowing I had minutes at most before the entire structure fell. Below, the injured creature was rolling on the ground, extinguishing the flames. The other two had returned their attention to the tower, ripping at the remaining supports with renewed rage. The sound of voices grew closer. Flashlight beams cut through the gathering darkness, moving rapidly in my direction. The creatures paused, looking toward the approaching lights. For a moment, everything went still. Then, with what almost seemed like reluctance, the creatures melted back into the forest, taking their injured companion with them. The tower swayed precariously. One more support was gone, and the entire structure was now leaning at a dangerous angle. I clung to the doorframe, watching as Mark and 4 other rangers emerged from the trees below, weapons drawn. Mitchell! Mark shouted up at me. Are you okay? The tower's collapsing! I called back. Stand clear. As if on cue, another support gave way with a crack like a gunshot. The tower began to fall, and I had no choice but to jump. I landed hard on the forest floor, rolling to absorb the impact. Pain shot through my ankle, but adrenaline kept me moving as the tower crashed down behind me. Mark and the others rushed to my side, helping me to my feet. Logan was among them, his face pale with relief at finding me alive. What happened? Mark demanded. Logan said you were being chased. I looked at the dark forest where the creatures had disappeared, then at the faces of my fellow rangers. How could I explain what I'd seen? What would they believe? I found something, I said, pulling out the camera. something that's been hunting in these woods for a long time. We made camp at the base of the fallen tower, too far from headquarters to risk traveling through the forest at night. No one argued when Mark ordered a double watch rotation. Logan's account of our encounter had left everyone on edge, checking shadows and flinching at every sound from the darkness. My ankle was sprained but not broken. As Tyler, our team medic, wrapped it, I recounted everything that had happened since I'd split up with Logan. The intelligent hunting tactics, the coordination between multiple creatures, the way they'd targeted the structural supports of the tower. They were working together, I explained, communicating somehow. These aren't just animals. Mark had been examining the camera I'd recovered, scrolling through the photos with a grim expression. He passed it to the others without comment. As each ranger viewed the final images, their skepticism visibly eroded. "We need to get this evidence back to headquarters," Mark said finally. "And we need to find those missing hikers, even if it's just remains." No one slept much that night. We maintained a fire larger than was strictly necessary, none of us willing to admit we were keeping the flames high out of fear rather than practicality. Twice during my watch, I heard that distinctive moaning call from the forest, too distant to pose immediate threat but close enough to remind us we were being observed. At first light, we broke camp and began the long hike back. Mark assigned 2 rangers to continue searching for the missing hikers while the rest of us returned to headquarters with the evidence. My ankle slowed our pace, but no one suggested splitting up again. Back at the station, we downloaded the photos from the camera and examined them on a larger screen. The final images were even more disturbing in detail. The eyes reflecting the flashlight had a distinctly intelligent quality, and the blurred shape lunging toward the camera showed enough definition to confirm it matched what Logan and I had seen. "We need to report this," I insisted. "The Forest Service, the county sheriff, someone. Those hikers are probably dead, and there will be more victims if we don't warn people." Mark rubbed his face, looking suddenly older than his years. "It's not that simple, James. We've had similar evidence before. Photos, tracks, even hair samples. Every time we've taken it up the chain, it's been buried. Called a hoax or misidentification. But people are dying," Logan protested. "I know." Mark's voice was heavy. "That's why we handle it our way." He opened a locked cabinet and pulled out a worn journal bound in faded leather. Inside were handwritten accounts dating back to the 1970s, all from Olympic National Forest rangers. Each described encounters similar to ours, and each was followed by strategy notes on how to manage the situation without outside involvement. "The higher-ups won't acknowledge what's happening here," Mark explained. "But we've learned to adapt. We close trails when there's activity. We steer visitors away from hot zones. We maintain a careful map of territories and seasonal movements." He unfolded a large topographical map of the forest with overlaid transparent sheets. Each sheet represented a different time period, with color-coded markings indicating sightings, evidence, and attacks. "We've been tracking them for decades," he continued. "They're territorial and seem to follow seasonal patterns. In the fall, they become more aggressive, possibly preparing for winter." I studied the map, recognizing the area where I'd had my first encounter. It was marked as an active territory for the current season. "How many are there?" I asked. "We've identified at least 3 distinct groups, each with what appears to be a family structure. Maybe 15 individuals total, though that's just an estimate. And the missing hikers, the attacks?" Logan's voice had an edge to it. Mark's expression darkened. "That's newer behavior. Until about 3 years ago, they mostly avoided humans. Now they're actively hunting in some areas. We think it might be related to changes in their food supply due to climate shifts and increased logging in adjacent lands." "So what do we do?" I asked. "We adapt our strategy, close more areas, increase armed patrols, and we keep collecting evidence, hoping someday it will be enough to force official acknowledgement." For the next week, I was assigned to headquarters duty while my ankle healed. I spent the time reviewing historical reports and helping Mark update his tracking system. The patterns were clear once you knew what to look for: seasonal migrations, territorial markings, and sadly, hunting grounds. On my 8th day of desk duty, Logan burst into the office, his expression grim. "They found the hikers. What was left of them." The remains had been discovered in a cave system about 2 miles from the abandoned campsite. The recovery team brought back what evidence they could, but it painted a grim picture. The bodies had been partially consumed. That night, Mark called a meeting of the senior rangers. 10 of us gathered in the conference room, the mood somber as he laid out what we knew and what we faced. "This can't continue," he said firmly. "These creatures, whatever they are, have crossed a line. We have a duty to protect the public." "Are we talking about hunting them?" asked Karen, her voice quiet but steady. Because that opens a whole other ethical can of worms. Not hunting, Mark clarified. Containment. We identify their territories and create buffer zones. We deploy deterrents, lights, sound systems, whatever works. We keep people out of their hunting grounds. And if that fails? Logan pressed. If they expand their territory or break through our containment. Mark was silent for a long moment. Then we do what's necessary to protect human life, but only as a last resort. The plan was methodical and began immediately. Rangers were paired for all patrols, no exceptions. Remote cameras were installed at strategic locations. Certain trails were quietly closed for environmental restoration. Signs warning of aggressive bear activity were posted in areas we knew the creatures frequented. 2 weeks passed without incident. The cameras captured normal wildlife activity but no sign of our targets. Some of the team began to hope the creatures had moved on to more remote areas. Then Karen received a call that changed everything. A group of 5 university students had entered the forest 3 days earlier on an unsanctioned research expedition. They'd heard rumors about Bigfoot sightings and decided to investigate for a documentary project. They hadn't registered their backcountry permit properly, so no one knew exactly where they'd gone, until one of them called 911 from a satellite phone, screaming that his friends were being taken one by one. The call cut off abruptly, but the GPS coordinates were transmitted to emergency services and then to us. They were deep in Sector 12, right in the heart of what we now recognized as prime hunting territory. Mark assembled a rescue team immediately. This time we went prepared. Rifles, spotlights, and tracking dogs trained for search and rescue. I insisted on joining despite my still healing ankle. I knew these creatures better than anyone except perhaps Mark himself. We set out at dusk, knowing full well the danger of entering the forest at night but unwilling to wait until morning. The missing students had already been out there for 3 days. If any survived, hours might make the difference. The GPS coordinates led us to an area I'd rarely patrolled. A section of old-growth forest so dense that the canopy blocked almost all light, creating permanent twilight, even on sunny days. Our flashlight beams cut through the darkness, reflecting off the mist that hung between the massive trunks. The dogs grew increasingly agitated as we approached the location, whining and pulling at their leashes. Eventually, they refused to go farther, cowering behind their handlers. "They smell something they don't like," said Charlie, our lead tracker. "Something that scares them." We continued without the dogs, moving in tight formation with weapons ready. The GPS led us to a small clearing where we found signs of a hasty campsite, a single tent, backpacks, and camera equipment scattered across the ground. Blood stained the tent fabric and surrounding soil. "Spread out," Mark ordered. "Look for tracks, anything that might tell us which way they went." We searched the perimeter of the clearing, finding multiple sets of the now familiar oversized footprints. They led in different directions, suggesting the creatures had approached from all sides. I followed one trail into the trees, my flashlight revealing disturbed ground where something heavy had been dragged away from the campsite. 20 yards in, I found a student's ID card lying in the dirt, smeared with what looked like blood. "Over here!" I called to the others. "I think I've got a trail." Mark and Logan joined me, and we followed the drag marks deeper into the forest. The trail led downhill toward what our maps indicated was a ravine system with several small caves, similar to where the hikers' remains had been found. As we descended, that now familiar silence fell over the forest. We stopped, alert to the danger it signaled. "They know we're here," I whispered. Mark nodded grimly. "Stay together. No one breaks formation for any reason." We continued downhill, moving slower now, scanning the darkness between the trees. The ravine came into view, a 30-foot drop to a rocky streambed below. The drag marks led right to the edge. Logan shone his light down into the ravine, revealing a narrow path that zigzagged to the bottom. At the base of the ravine was the dark opening of a cave. "That's where they took them," he said quietly. Mark considered our options. "We need more people. This is too dangerous with just the 3 of us." "There's no time," I argued. "If any of those students are still alive down there." A sound echoed from the cave below, faint but unmistakably human. A cry for help. "Someone's alive," Logan said, already moving toward the path down. Mark grabbed his arm. "Wait, it could be a trap. These things are smarter than we thought." Another cry came from below, more desperate this time. I made my decision. "I'm going down there. Cover me from here if you want, but I'm not leaving someone to die." Before Mark could object, I started down the path, using my flashlight to illuminate each step. The descent was treacherous, loose rocks shifting under my feet and my injured ankle protesting with each step. Behind me I heard Mark curse, then the sound of him and Logan following. At least I wouldn't face whatever waited below alone. The cave mouth loomed before me, a black void in the rock face. The drag marks led straight inside, along with what were clearly human footprints. Someone had walked in under their own power. "Hello?" I called into the darkness. "National Park Service. Is anyone in there?" A moment of silence, then a weak voice responded. "Help. Please help us." I stepped into the cave, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The air inside was cool and damp, with that same musky odor I'd come to associate with the creatures. The tunnel extended about 30 feet before opening into a larger chamber. As Mark and Logan joined me, our combined lights revealed a scene from a nightmare. 4 students lay on the cave floor, bound with what looked like twisted vines. They were alive but injured, with cuts and bruises covering exposed skin. Their eyes were wide with terror, fixed not on us but on something deeper in the cave, something that was moving toward us through the shadows. "Get them out," I said to Logan, my voice steady despite the fear coursing through me. "Mark and I will cover you." Logan holstered his weapon and rushed to the bound students, working quickly to free them from their restraints. They were barely conscious, mumbling incoherently as he helped them to their feet. Mark and I positioned ourselves between Logan's rescue effort and the deeper shadows of the cave, rifles raised. Behind us, I could hear Logan's urgent whispers as he guided the weakened students toward the exit. "There's another one student managed to say, her voice cracking with terror. "They took Ben deeper in. We heard him screaming." Logan looked to Mark for direction. "Get these 4 to safety," Mark ordered. "Call for backup. James and I will look for the 5th. "That's suicide," Logan protested, but a sound from deeper in the cave silenced him, a human scream that cut off abruptly. "Go," Mark urged. "Now." Logan hesitated only a moment longer before helping the injured students toward the cave entrance. Mark and I advanced deeper into the darkness, moving carefully, our flashlight beams probing ahead. The cave system was more extensive than it had appeared from outside, with the main chamber branching into several tunnels. The floor was littered with bones, both animal and, disturbingly, human. "Which way?" I whispered. Mark pointed to one tunnel where fresh drag marks were visible in the damp earth. We followed it, the passage narrowing until we had to proceed in single file, our shoulders brushing the stone walls. The tunnel opened into another chamber, smaller than the first but tall enough that our lights couldn't reach the ceiling. The floor was covered with a thick layer of leaves, branches, and other forest debris, a nest of sorts. In the center lay the 5th student, motionless. I rushed forward, checking for a pulse while Mark kept watch. The young man was alive but unconscious, with a serious head wound that had soaked his hair with blood. "We need to get him out of here," I said, preparing to lift him. Mark didn't respond. I looked up to find him frozen, his flashlight beam fixed on a point behind me. I turned slowly, following his gaze, and my blood ran cold. 3 pairs of eyes reflected our light from the shadows, positioned at a height impossible for any known animal. They were arranged in a semicircle, blocking our exit. "Don't move," Mark whispered. "Don't run. They chase anything that runs." I stood gradually, keeping my movements slow and deliberate. The creatures remained in the shadows just beyond the full reach of our lights, watching us with unnerving patience. Mark raised his rifle a fraction of an inch. "When I fire, grab the kid and head for the tunnel. Don't look back, don't stop." "There are 3 of them," I reminded him, "and only 2 of us." "I know." His voice was resigned but determined. "I'll hold them off as long as I can." Before I could argue, one of the creatures stepped forward into the light. It was the largest I'd seen yet, easily 9 feet tall, with powerful shoulders and long arms that hung to its knees. Dark fur covered its body except for the face, which had an unsettlingly human-like quality despite its pronounced brow and wide, flat nose. It studied us with eyes that reflected a terrible intelligence, then it made a series of sounds, grunts and clicks that had a clear pattern to them. Communication. The other 2 creatures responded with similar vocalizations, moving slightly to widen their blockade of the exit tunnel. "They're coordinating," I whispered. "Planning." Mark raised his rifle higher, aiming at the largest creature's chest. "Get ready." The creature tilted its head, looking directly at Mark's rifle. Then it did something that froze us both in place. It pointed at the weapon, then made a slashing gesture across its throat. A clear warning. "It understands," I breathed. The revelation hit me like a physical blow. These weren't just intelligent animals. They understood tools, weapons, their purpose. They were communicating, planning, warning us. What were we dealing with? Mark's finger tightened on the trigger. The lead creature tensed, ready to spring. "Wait," I said, an idea forming. "Let me try something." Slowly, I lowered my own rifle and placed it on the ground. Mark looked at me like I'd lost my mind, but I kept my movements deliberate and non-threatening. I reached into my pocket and withdrew the student ID I'd found earlier. I held it up where the creatures could see it, then pointed to the unconscious student on the ground. "We just want him," I said, keeping my voice calm and even. "We'll take him and go." The lead creature's eyes moved from the ID to the student, then back to me. For a long moment, it seemed to consider. Then it made another series of vocalizations to its companions. Incredibly, they shifted positions, opening a narrow path to the exit tunnel while still maintaining their threatening posture. "They're letting us leave," I said, hardly believing it. "Mark, lower your rifle." Slowly, Mark hesitated, then gradually lowered his weapon. Though he didn't set it down as I had, I knelt and gathered the unconscious student in a fireman's carry, grunting with the effort. My injured ankle protested, but adrenaline gave me the strength I needed. "Back up slowly," I told Mark. "Keep your eyes on them, but don't aim directly at them." We began our careful retreat, stepping backward toward the tunnel. The creatures watched our every move but made no attempt to stop us. As we reached the tunnel entrance, the lead creature suddenly advanced, covering the distance between us with frightening speed. Mark raised his rifle instinctively, but I put a hand on his arm. "Wait," I urged. The creature stopped just short of us. Up close, its size was even more imposing, its presence radiating a primal power. It reached out one massive hand, not toward us but toward the unconscious student on my shoulder. I tensed, ready for an attack, but the creature simply touched the young man's face with surprising gentleness. Then it looked directly into my eyes. In that moment, something passed between us, a recognition, an understanding. This was no mindless beast. There was an ancient intelligence in those eyes, something that had watched humans encroach on its territory for generations. It pulled its hand back and stepped aside, clearing our path completely. "Go," Mark whispered. Now, we backed into the tunnel, never taking our eyes off the creatures until the passage curved and they disappeared from view. Only then did we turn and move as quickly as possible toward the cave entrance, the weight of the student slowing our pace. When we emerged from the cave, dawn was breaking over the forest. Logan had returned with reinforcements. A team of rangers and emergency medical personnel were setting up a triage area for the rescued students. I handed off my burden to the paramedics, then collapsed onto a nearby rock, my leg finally giving out beneath me. Mark sat heavily beside me, his face pale in the early morning light. "What just happened in there?" he asked quietly. I shook my head, still processing it myself. I think we've been wrong about them. They're not just animals, they're something else." "They took those students," Mark reminded me. "They killed the hikers." "Yes," I acknowledged. "But they also let us walk out of there when they could have killed us all." I paused, choosing my words carefully. "I think they're territorial, defending their home, and we keep sending people deeper into it." The rescue operation moved quickly, getting the injured students onto stretchers and heading back toward headquarters. Mark and I followed at a slower pace, both lost in our thoughts. As we crested a ridge that would take us out of the valley, I stopped and looked back. In the distance, partially hidden by morning mist, 3 large figures stood at the edge of the forest, watching our departure. "What do we do now?" I asked. Mark was silent for a long moment. "We do our job," he said finally. "We protect people. But maybe that doesn't have to mean erasing them from existence." In the weeks that followed, Mark implemented a new management plan for Olympic National Forest. Large sections were designated as ecological research areas, closed to public access. Official reports cited endangered species protection and environmental restoration as the reasons. Only a handful of us knew the truth, that we were creating boundaries, respecting territories that had belonged to the forest's first inhabitants long before humans claimed the land. The student who had been taken deepest into the cave recovered physically but remained changed by his experience. While the others described their captors as monsters, he spoke of them differently. "They were studying us," he told me during my visit to the hospital. "The same way we went there to study them. They were curious." I think about that conversation often as I patrol the edges of the restricted zones, maintaining the uneasy truce we've established. Sometimes I catch glimpses of dark shapes moving through the trees, always at a distance, always watching. Working as a park ranger in the Pacific Northwest taught me that when every animal in a 5-mile radius goes silent at once, you should run. But it also taught me something else, that the line between monster and guardian is often drawn by nothing more than fear and understanding. The forest keeps its secrets, and now I help keep them too. The Adirondack Wilderness stretches like an ancient slumbering beast across upstate New York. Most tourists and weekend hikers never venture beyond the maintained trails and designated camping areas. They never learn what waits in the deeper woods, in the places where cell service dies and compasses spin uselessly in your palm. I wish I had been one of them. My name is Alex. 3 days ago, I was a normal person with a normal life and normal problems. Now I'm hunched over a dying phone in a makeshift shelter, typing this as a record of what happened to us, hoping someone will find it. The battery won't last much longer, neither will I, probably. It was Jordan's idea to go on this trip. Jordan, with his REI membership and his expensive hiking boots and his Instagram feed full of summit photos, he convinced Danny and me that we needed to disconnect and recharge in nature. We had been friends since college, the three of us, and our annual trips were sacred. This year was supposed to be special, a week-long trek through a remote section of the Adirondacks that Jordan had researched for months. This route isn't even on most maps, he'd boasted during our planning session, spreading out a topographical chart across my kitchen table. There's an old hunting trail that follows a creek bed up to Mirror Lake. The view is supposedly incredible, and we'll have it all to ourselves. Danny had raised an eyebrow. If it's not on the maps, how do you know about it? Jordan had grinned. Reddit. This guy in our Adirondack backcountry posted about it. Said his grandfather used to hunt there in the 50s. He gave super detailed directions. I should have seen the warning signs then. Jordan's unusual secrecy about our exact route, the way he dismissed the park ranger's concerns when we registered our hike, the strange symbol he'd drawn on our map at Mirror Lake. But I was caught up in the excitement, the promise of adventure. The first day went perfectly. We hiked through sun-dappled forests, crossed crystal-clear streams, and spotted deer watching us curiously from behind oak trees. Jordan navigated confidently, consulting his map only occasionally. We made good time and set up camp in a picturesque clearing just as the sun was setting. That night, as we sat around the campfire, Jordan finally told us the rest of the story. The Reddit post wasn't just about a secret trail, he admitted, his face eerie in the flickering firelight. The guy's grandfather told him stories about something that lived in these woods, something the local Algonquin people feared. Danny groaned. Please tell me you didn't drag us out here because of some creepy Reddit story. Jordan's expression remained serious. The post got deleted a few hours after I read it. The user's account too. But I saved the coordinates and the story. So what was it? I asked, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the evening air. They called it Wanagiata, the spirit that walks in another's skin. A skinwalker, Danny whispered. I laughed uncomfortably. You mean like those stories from Navajo folklore? We're nowhere near Navajo territory. Different tribes have different versions, Jordan said quietly. But they all talk about something similar. A human who can take the form of animals. A hunter that can mimic voices. He poked at the fire, sending sparks spiraling into the darkness. The Reddit guy said his grandfather encountered it in 1956. He was the only survivor from a hunting party of 5. What happened to the others? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. Jordan looked up, his eyes reflecting the flames. They disappeared one by one. The grandfather said he kept hearing their voices at night, calling from the woods, but he knew they were already gone. We sat in silence for a moment, the forest suddenly seeming much darker beyond our little circle of light. That's just a story, Danny said finally. People have been telling scary campfire tales forever. Of course, Jordan agreed quickly. I just thought it added some atmosphere to our trip. We laughed it off and turned to lighter topics. Later in my tent, I drifted to sleep listening to the wind in the trees and thinking about ancient fears and modern legends. I woke to the sound of movement outside my tent. The soft crunch of footsteps on leaves, deliberate and slow. My watch read 3:17 a.m. I held my breath, listening. The footsteps circled my tent once, twice, then stopped at the entrance. I could see a shadow against the thin fabric, human-shaped but somehow wrong, the proportions subtly distorted. Jordan? I whispered. Danny? No response. Just the sound of breathing, heavy and wet, like something with damaged lungs. Then it spoke. Alex, it said in Jordan's voice, perfect in every detail. Come out. You need to see this. Every instinct screamed danger. This wasn't Jordan. I knew it with a certainty that bypassed rational thought. I'm sleeping, I called back, my voice surprisingly steady. Tell me in the morning. A long pause. The shadow remained. All right, it said eventually, still in Jordan's voice. Sleep well. The shadow withdrew. I heard the footsteps recede into the forest, leaving only the sound of my hammering heart. I lay awake until dawn broke, afraid to move, afraid to call out to my friends. When morning came, Jordan and Danny were in their tents, apparently having slept through the night. I said nothing about my visitor. Who would believe me? Instead, I watched them carefully as we packed up camp, looking for any sign that something was wrong. But they seemed normal. Jordan checking his map, Danny complaining about her sore shoulders. We continued hiking deeper into the wilderness, following Jordan's mysterious trail. The forest grew denser, older. The trees here were massive, their canopies blocking most of the sunlight. The air felt heavy, pregnant with expectation. That's when we found the first sign that something was very wrong. A crude symbol carved into a massive oak tree. A circle with a single vertical line through it. Fresh, the exposed wood still pale against the dark bark. "Jordan," Danny said slowly, "isn't that the same symbol you marked on your map?" Jordan's face drained of color. "That's not possible. I made it up. It was just something I doodled while reading that Reddit post." But there it was, unmistakable and impossible. And as we stood there staring at this inexplicable mark, we heard it. The distant sound of someone calling my name, using Danny's voice. The descent into nightmare had begun. We stood frozen before the marked tree, the distant echo of Danny's voice, or something wearing her voice, fading into the forest. "That wasn't me," Danny whispered, clutching my arm. Her fingers dug into my skin with desperate strength. "I didn't call you." Jordan was already backing away from the tree, his eyes darting between the symbol and the dense woods surrounding us. "We need to get back to the main trail," he said. Now, for once, I agreed with him completely. We hastily repacked our gear, abandoning our plan to reach Mirror Lake. None of us mentioned what we'd heard or the impossible symbol. To acknowledge it would make it real, and we weren't ready for that reality. We turned back the way we came, Jordan consulting his GPS with shaking hands. After an hour of rapid hiking, he stopped abruptly. "This isn't right," he muttered, looking up at the canopy of ancient trees above us. "We should have hit the creek crossing by now." I checked my own phone's compass app. The needle spun wildly, settling momentarily in one direction before whirling again. "Maybe we took a wrong turn," Danny suggested, but her voice lacked conviction. Jordan shook his head. "I've been following our exact route back. It's like," he hesitated, "like the landscape has changed." The forest did feel different. Older, more primeval. The trees here were massive, their gnarled trunks covered in thick moss. The undergrowth was sparse, as if nothing could flourish in the perpetual twilight beneath these giants. And there was a stillness, an absence of the usual forest sounds. No birds called, no insects hummed. "Let's try heading east," I suggested. "We'll eventually hit a trail or a road." We walked for hours. The forest remained unchanging, an endless procession of ancient trees. Our GPS showed us moving, but the landmarks Jordan had noted on the way in, distinctive rock formations, a fallen tree bridging a ravine, the creek itself, were nowhere to be found. As dusk approached, we were forced to make camp in a small clearing. None of us wanted to be in these woods after dark, but continuing to wander blindly would be even more dangerous. We worked silently, efficiently, setting up our tents in a tight cluster. "No fire tonight," Jordan said quietly. "I don't want to attract attention." We ate cold rations sitting close together, the failing light turning the forest around us into a wall of impenetrable shadow. No one mentioned what had happened earlier. No one suggested telling scary stories around our non-existent campfire. As darkness fell completely, we retreated to our tents with mumbled goodnights. I lay in my sleeping bag, exhausted but too wired to sleep. Outside, the forest was silent in a way that felt deliberate, as if it were holding its breath, waiting. I must have dozed eventually because I woke suddenly to the sound of movement outside. Not footsteps this time, but something large moving through the underbrush, circling our camp. I lay perfectly still, listening as it completed one circuit, then another. Then came the voices. "Alex." My mother's voice, exactly as I remembered it from childhood. "Baby, I'm lost. Help me find my way." My heart seized. My mother had died when I was 14. "Alex, please." Now my father's voice, breaking with emotion. "She needs you. We both do." I pressed my hands over my ears, tears streaming down my face. They weren't real. They couldn't be real. The voices changed, becoming Jordan, becoming Danny, pleading for help, screaming in pain, whispering terrible secrets. I curled into a ball, trying to block out the sounds, knowing with terrible certainty that whatever was out there was learning, practicing, perfecting its mimicry. Morning came after an eternity. I emerged from my tent to find Danny already up, her face haggard and eyes red-rimmed. "Did you?" she began. "Yes." I cut her off. All night, Jordan's tent was empty, his sleeping bag neatly arranged as if he'd never used it. "Jordan?" I called, trying to keep the panic from my voice. "Jordan." We found his boots neatly placed outside his tent, but no other sign of him. His backpack was still there, water bottle and GPS still inside. It was as if he had simply vanished in the night, or been taken. "We have to find him," Dani said, already stuffing essentials into her day pack. I nodded, trying to ignore the voice in my head that whispered Jordan was already gone, that we'd never see him again. Not the real Jordan anyway. We searched the area around our camp, calling his name despite the risk of attracting unwanted attention. About 50 yards from our tents, Dani stopped suddenly. "Look," she said, pointing to a tree. The symbol again, the circle with a vertical line, freshly carved into the bark, and beneath it something that made my skin crawl, a perfect handprint pressed into the trunk, as if someone had pushed their palm into clay. But this was solid wood, impossibly marked. "We need to go," I said, grabbing Dani's arm. Now, we packed up camp in record time, leaving Jordan's tent and most of his gear. We could only carry the essentials if we wanted to move quickly. I took his GPS, though it had proven useless in this strange forest. We chose a direction, east, according to the unreliable compass, and started walking. Neither of us mentioned our missing friend or the horrors of the previous night. We just walked, pushed forward by the primal need to escape. Around midday, we found the creek, or a creek, at least. It wasn't where it should have been according to Jordan's map, but it was flowing water, a potential path out of the wilderness. "We should follow it downstream," I said. "It has to lead somewhere." Dani nodded, her face set in grim determination. We began making our way along the bank, the dense underbrush forcing us to wade through the shallow water in places. That's when we saw it, a figure standing among the trees on the opposite bank. Jordan, watching us silently, his face expressionless. "Jordan!" Dani cried, relief flooding her voice. She started toward the creek crossing, but I grabbed her arm. "Wait," I said, studying the distant figure. Something was wrong. Jordan stood too still, his posture rigid and unnatural. And his feet weren't touching the ground. As we watched in horror, the figure began to change. Its limbs elongated, body twisting and reshaping itself with sickening fluid motions. Within seconds, Jordan was gone, and in his place stood something else, something tall and gaunt with too many joints and skin that hung loosely, as if it didn't quite fit. Dani's scream tore through the forest silence. The creature's head snapped toward us, though it had no visible eyes, just smooth, featureless skin where a face should be. It began moving toward the creek, its gait jerky and wrong, like it was still learning how to use its limbs. We ran. Abandoning the creek, we crashed through the underbrush, blind with terror. Branches whipped our faces, roots threatened to trip us, but we kept running, driven by the knowledge of what followed. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs threatened to collapse. Only then did we stop, gasping for breath, listening for pursuit. The forest had fallen silent again. No sign of the creature, but somehow that was worse. At least when we could see it, we knew where it was. As our breathing steadied, a new sound emerged from the silence. Soft, rhythmic chopping from somewhere ahead of us. "Do you hear that?" Dani whispered. "It sounds like an axe." Hope surged through me. Woodcutters, hunters, someone human. We moved cautiously toward the sound, alert for any sign of our pursuer. The chopping grew louder until we emerged at the edge of another clearing. In the center stood a small, crude cabin, so weathered it seemed to grow from the forest floor. Smoke curled from a stone chimney. Outside, a figure in flannel was splitting logs with methodical precision. "Hello," I called out, too desperate for caution. "We need help." The figure turned slowly, axe still raised. It was an old man, his face deeply lined, eyes sharp beneath bushy white brows. He showed no surprise at our sudden appearance. "You're being followed," he said. Not a question. Dani and I exchanged glances. "Yes," I admitted. "Something's in these woods. Something that changes." The old man nodded once. "Wanagiata," he said, and my blood ran cold. "You'd better come inside." As we followed him toward the cabin, I glanced back at the forest we'd emerged from. For just a moment, I thought I saw Jordan standing among the trees, watching us with empty eyes. But it wasn't Jordan. It had never been Jordan, and I knew with bone-deep certainty that we would never leave these woods the same as we'd entered them. The cabin's interior was spare but tidy. A single room with a stone fireplace, rough-hewn furniture, and walls lined with tools and dried herbs. The old man gestured for us to sit at a small table while he stoked the fire and hung a cast-iron kettle over the flames. "My name's Koda," he said, his voice like gravel underfoot. "Been living in these woods for 43 years. I'm Alex," I said. "This is Danny. Our friend Jordan is—" I trailed off, unable to finish. "Gone," Koda supplied bluntly. "Taken. The forest has him now." Danny made a small, wounded sound. I reached for her hand under the table. "What is that thing?" I asked. "Jordan called it Wanagiata, said it was some kind of skinwalker, but it's older than any name we've given it," Koda interrupted. He moved to a cupboard, retrieving 3 tin cups and a jar of dried leaves. "Been here since before people. The Algonquin knew about it, so did the trappers and the loggers who came later. Most learned to stay away from its hunting grounds." "We didn't know," Danny said, her voice barely above a whisper. "We were just hiking," Koda grunted. "Folks nowadays always trampling where they don't belong." He poured hot water over the leaves, filling the cabin with a sharp herbal scent. "Drink this. Keeps it from getting in your head too deep." We accepted the cups, the tea bitter and astringent on my tongue. "What does it want?" I asked. Koda settled into a chair across from us, his weathered hands cradling his own cup. "What does any predator want? To feed, to survive." He took a sip before continuing. "But this one's different. It doesn't just kill, it becomes. Takes not just the body but the memories, the voice, the soul." "Jordan," Danny murmured. "That thing we saw wasn't really him, was it? It was just wearing his—" She couldn't finish. "Your friend is gone," Koda confirmed. "But it keeps parts of him, his voice, his memories. It uses them to hunt the rest of you." I thought of the voices in the night. My parents, Jordan, Danny. All perfect imitations designed to lure me out into the darkness. "How do we escape?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "The forest seems to change around us. We can't find our way back." Koda nodded slowly. "The old stories say it bends the woods to its will, making paths circle back on themselves. The more frightened you are, the stronger its hold." "So we're trapped?" Danny's voice cracked. "Not trapped," Koda said. "But getting out won't be easy, and you'll need to leave before nightfall. It hunts best in the dark." He rose and moved to a wooden chest in the corner. From it, he withdrew a crude map drawn on animal hide and an ancient-looking knife with symbols etched into the blade. "This map shows the true paths," he explained, spreading it on the table. "The ones it can't change. Follow them exactly and you'll reach the old fire road by sundown. From there it's 4 miles to the ranger station." "What about the knife?" I asked. Koda's expression darkened. "It can be wounded. Not killed, but wounded enough to retreat. The blade is white ash and silver, marked with protective symbols. If it corners you—" He left the implication hanging. "Why are you helping us?" Danny asked suddenly. "You don't know us." Koda was silent for a long moment, his eyes distant. "Had a brother once," he finally said. "Game warden. Came into these woods looking for missing hikers in '82. Found something else instead." His gnarled fingers traced a pattern on the table's scarred surface. "I've been watching it ever since, learning its ways, helping folks escape when I can." "Have you ever tried to kill it?" I asked. A humorless smile creased his face. "You don't kill something like that. Best you can do is understand its rules, its boundaries." He tapped the map. "It won't cross running water when the sun is up, won't enter a circle of white ash. Can't mimic someone if you're looking directly at them." He stood abruptly. "Time's wasting. You need to be on the path now if you want to reach the fire road by dark." As we prepared to leave, Koda packed us a small bundle of food and filled our water bottles. He handed me the knife, its weight surprisingly heavy for its size. "One more thing," he said, his voice low. "If your friend appears to you again, don't listen, no matter what he says or how he pleads. That's how it takes you, makes you doubt, makes you hope, until you willingly go to it." At the cabin door, Danny hesitated. "What about you? Won't it come after you for helping us?" Koda's face remained impassive. "Me and it have an understanding. I stay in my territory, it stays in its—" Something flickered in his eyes. "Most days, with the map clutched tightly in my hand and the knife secured at my belt, we set off along the faint trail Koda had marked. The old man watched from his doorway until we disappeared into the trees. The path was barely visible, just a slightly clearer route through the underbrush, marked occasionally by stones arranged in small cairns. We followed it in tense silence, jumping at every snapped twig or rustling leaf. After an hour of hiking, the forest began to change subtly. The massive ancient trees gave way to younger growth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns. Bird calls returned, hesitant at first, then with growing confidence. "We might actually make it," Danny whispered, as if afraid to jinx our progress. That's when we heard it. Jordan's voice, distant but clear, calling for help. "Danny, Alex, help me, I'm hurt." Danny stopped, her body rigid. "It sounds so real," she whispered. "Keep moving," I said, gripping her arm. "Remember what Coda said?" The voice called again, more desperate this time. "Please, I can see you. I'm right here." We pressed on, following the map's path across a shallow stream and up a gentle slope. Jordan's voice followed, sometimes pleading, sometimes accusatory. "You're leaving me to die. After everything we've been through. Danny, please. Alex is lying to you." Danny's steps faltered. "What if we're wrong?" she asked, her voice small. "What if that really is him?" "It's not," I said firmly, though doubt gnawed at me. What if Coda was wrong? What if Jordan had escaped and was really calling for help? The voice changed tactics, becoming softer, more intimate. "Alex, remember that night in Chicago? Our secret? Danny doesn't know about us, does she?" I froze. Jordan and I had indeed shared a night together in Chicago last year, a moment of vulnerability and connection we'd both agreed to keep private. It wasn't something I'd told anyone, not even Danny. How could the creature know that? Unless it really was Jordan. "Alex." Danny was watching me, concern etched on her face. "What's wrong?" I shook my head, forcing myself to keep moving. "Nothing. It's trying to confuse us." But the seed of doubt had been planted. The voice continued, revealing other secrets, other memories that only Jordan should know. With each revelation, my certainty wavered. The forest darkened as clouds gathered overhead, casting us into premature twilight. According to Coda's map, we were still an hour from the fire road. "We need to hurry," I said, picking up the pace. That's when we saw him. Jordan, standing in a clearing ahead, his clothes torn and dirty, face scratched but unmistakably him. "Thank God," he said, his voice breaking with relief. "I've been looking everywhere for you." Danny started forward automatically, but I caught her arm. "It's not him," I hissed. "How can you be sure?" she demanded, tears in her eyes. "Look at him." I was looking hard at the figure that appeared to be our friend, and I noticed something. Where Jordan stood, the forest seemed distorted. The trees behind him warped slightly, as if viewed through flawed glass. "Jordan," I called, keeping my distance. "If that's really you, cross the stream and come to us." The figure that looked like Jordan hesitated, glancing down at the small stream that separated us. I can't right now. My ankle's sprained. You need to help me across." Coda's words echoed in my mind. "It won't cross running water when the sun is up." "It's not him," I whispered to Danny. "We need to run, now." The thing wearing Jordan's face must have sensed our realization. Its expression changed, humanity draining away like water, leaving something ancient and predatory in its place. "You could have made this easy," it said, Jordan's voice distorting, stretching into something inhuman. "Now I'll wear your skin while you're still screaming inside." It began to change, Jordan's form melting and reshaping. Limbs elongated, joints reversed, skin rippling like cloth in the wind. What emerged was the gaunt, faceless creature we'd glimpsed earlier, but now it moved with purpose, no longer mimicking human movement. We ran. The thing followed, moving with impossible speed through the trees, always paralleling our path, never crossing the streams that intersected the trail. We sprinted desperately, following Coda's map through increasingly unfamiliar terrain. The clouds overhead thickened, and rain began to fall. Light at first, then in blinding sheets that turned the path to mud and the streams to surging torrents. "There!" Danny shouted over the downpour. "The fire road!" Through the curtain of rain, I could make out a wider path ahead, overgrown but clearly an old road cutting through the forest, just as Coda had promised. We scrambled up the embankment, relief flooding through me as our feet hit the packed gravel surface. But our relief was short-lived. Standing in the middle of the road, blocking our path, was Coda, or something wearing Coda's shape. Rain lashed across the old fire road, turning the world into smears of gray and green. The figure that looked like Coda stood motionless in our path, rain streaming down his weathered face. "You made good time," he called, his voice carrying over the storm. "But you took a wrong turn near the end. The ranger station is this way." He gestured down the road in the opposite direction from what his map had indicated. Danny and I exchanged glances, doubt clouding her features. I tightened my grip on the knife Coda had given us. its symbols seemingly alive in the rain. Your map was clear, I replied, keeping my voice steady. The ranger station is east. The Kota thing smiled, the expression not quite fitting on its borrowed face. The storms confused you. Trust me, I've lived in these woods for decades. Let's test that, I said, stepping forward. What did you give us to drink in your cabin? A flicker of uncertainty crossed the thing's face, there and gone in an instant. Tea, of course. What kind of tea? I pressed. The creature wearing Kota's skin hesitated just a fraction too long. Elderberry. For strength. Wrong. The tea had been bitter and sharp. Nothing like the sweet tartness of elderberry. You're not Kota, I said, drawing the knife. And we're not following you anywhere. The false Kota's face contorted with rage, the human mask slipping to reveal something ancient and hungry beneath. Clever prey, it hissed, voice no longer human. But it won't save you. It began to change, Kota's form melting away like wax under flame. What emerged was the same gaunt, faceless creature we'd seen before, but now it seemed larger, more substantial, as if each person it mimicked added to its mass. Run, I shouted to Danny, pushing her ahead of me down the road. The creature lunged impossibly fast. I slashed with the knife, feeling it connect with something solid yet yielding, like cutting through dense clay. The thing screeched, a sound that pierced the brain and set my teeth on edge. Black ichor spurted from the wound, sizzling where it hit the rain-soaked ground. The creature recoiled, its body twisting in unnatural angles as it retreated into the trees. It's working, Danny cried. The knife is hurting it. But even as she spoke, the thing was changing again, this time splitting and dividing, one form becoming two. Within seconds, we faced both Jordan and Kota, standing side by side at the forest's edge. Alex, please, Jordan's voice, perfect in its fear and desperation. It's really me this time. That thing was pretending to be Kota, but I escaped. I've been following you. Don't listen to him, the Kota figure warned. That's not your friend. The real Jordan is dead. They were playing us against each other, creating doubt and confusion. But there was one thing Kota had told us. It can't mimic someone if you're looking directly at them. I kept my eyes fixed on both figures, watching for any slip in their performance. If you're really Kota, I said, tell me what's special about the knife you gave us. The Kota figure smiled grimly. White ash and silver, marked with protective symbols. It can wound the Wanagiata, make it retreat. Correct. But anyone who'd overheard our conversation in the cabin would know that. I turned to the Jordan figure. And if you're really Jordan, tell me what happened in Chicago last year. Jordan's face softened with recognition. We got drunk after the conference and ended up sleeping together. We promised not to tell anyone because we didn't want to complicate our friendship. Also correct. I felt my certainty wavering. What if one of them was real? The rain intensified, turning the fire road into a rushing stream. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the scene in stark, frozen moments. That's when I noticed it. During the lightning flash, both figures cast the same shadow. Not human-shaped at all, but something elongated and twisted, with too many limbs. They're both fake, I whispered to Danny. We need to make a run for it. She nodded, her face pale but determined. On 3. 1, 2. A blinding lightning strike hit a nearby tree, the thunderclap immediate and deafening. In that moment of confusion, we bolted, sprinting down the fire road through the pouring rain. Behind us, the creatures howled in unison, a sound of rage and hunger that rose above the storm. They gave chase, no longer bothering with human movement, scuttling on all fours with impossible speed. The fire road stretched endlessly before us, each bend revealing only more wilderness. My lungs burned, muscles screaming as we pushed ourselves beyond exhaustion. There! Danny gasped, pointing ahead. Through the rain I could make out a structure. The ranger station, its windows glowing with warm light, just a quarter-mile away. The creatures were gaining on us, their inhuman speed closing the distance with each passing second. I could hear them behind us, breathing with wet, rattling sounds. We're not going to make it, Danny cried, stumbling on the slick gravel. An idea struck me. Desperate, probably suicidal, but our only chance. I stopped and turned to face our pursuers, the knife clutched in my shaking hand. What are you doing? Danny screamed. Come on, get to the station, I shouted back. I'll hold them off. I'm not leaving you. Go, now. The creatures approached rapidly, still wearing the forms of Jordan and Kota. They slowed as they saw me standing my ground, perhaps sensing a trap. Last chance to surrender, the Jordan thing said, its voice almost gentle. It doesn't have to hurt. I backed up slowly, drawing them away from Danny's escape route. What happens to the people you take? I asked, playing for time. Are they still in there somewhere? The creatures exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them. They become part of us, the Coda thing explained, almost scholarly in its tone. Their memories, their voices, their essence, nothing is wasted. So Jordan is still alive, in a way? In a way, it agreed, stepping closer. He sees through our eyes now, feels what we feel. They were circling me now, moving with predatory patience. I continued backing up until I felt water at my heels. A drainage ditch beside the road, swollen with rainwater. You won't cross running water, I said. That's one of your rules. The Jordan thing smiled, showing too many teeth. Rules can be bent if hunger is great enough. In one fluid motion, I slashed my own palm with the knife, letting blood mix with the rain. Hungry for this? I taunted, holding up my bleeding hand. Both creatures froze, nostrils flaring on faces that shouldn't have had nostrils. Their forms wavered slightly, the human disguises becoming transparent around the edges. Blood freely given has power, the Coda thing hissed. You know not what you offer. I backed into the rushing water of the ditch, still holding my bleeding hand aloft. Come and get it. They hesitated at the water's edge, ancient instinct warring with hunger. Then, with a sound like tearing cloth, they began to change, human forms melting away, revealing their true nature. What stood before me now defied description, a twisting mass of limbs and faces, skin that shifted and flowed like liquid. Parts of it resembled Jordan, parts Coda, and parts something far older than humanity. It lunged across the water. I was counting on that. As the creature's mass hit the rushing current, I plunged the knife into the center of its writhing form. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The thing convulsed, its body rippling with shockwaves that distorted its shape. It screamed with multiple voices. Jordan's, Coda's, and others I didn't recognize, all layered in a terrible chorus of agony. Black ichor erupted from the wound, mixing with the rainwater and my blood. Where they combined, the creature's flesh began to dissolve, melting away like sugar in hot water. I stumbled backward, watching in horror and fascination as the thing thrashed in the current, its mass diminishing with each second. It reached for me with desperate, melting limbs, but the water carried it away, still shrieking, still dissolving. Within moments, it was gone, leaving only a dark stain in the water that quickly dissipated. I stood there, rain washing the blood from my hand, knife still clutched in my fist. Had I killed it, wounded it, or merely dispersed it temporarily? A shout broke through my daze. Danny was running toward me, accompanied by two figures in ranger uniforms. Alex, she cried, throwing her arms around me. You're alive. I made it to the station. They were about to start a search. The rangers approached cautiously, taking in my bloodied hand and the knife. Ma'am, are you injured? One asked, already reaching for a first aid kit. I'm okay, I said automatically, though I wasn't sure if that was true. But my friend, Jordan, will organize a search party, the second ranger assured me. But let's get you both to safety first. There's a storm warning in effect. As they led us toward the ranger station, I glanced back at the forest. For just a moment, I thought I saw a figure watching from among the trees, not Jordan or Coda, but the old man from the cabin in the clearing. He raised a hand in salute, then turned and disappeared into the darkness. The official report listed Jordan as missing, presumed dead from exposure or animal attack. The search parties found no trace of him, nor of any cabin in the area we described. The rangers attributed our skinwalker story to trauma and exhaustion. Danny and I knew better, but we stopped trying to convince others. Some truths aren't meant to be shared. I still have the knife, though the symbols have faded to almost nothing. Sometimes, when the wind blows from the north and rain taps against my windows, I think I hear voices calling my name, my parents' Jordan, even my own voice, pleading to be let in. I keep the windows locked on those nights, and I never ever answer, because deep in the ancient forests, in the places where trails disappear and compasses fail, something waits that knows your face, your voice, your deepest secrets. Something that wants to wear your skin, and it remembers everyone who has ever escaped it. When I worked as a park ranger, I thought the scariest thing about the job would be mountain lions until I met the things that hunt mountain lions. My name is Thomas Blackwood, and for 6 years I've patrolled the vast primeval wilderness of Six Rivers National Forest in Humboldt County, California. The towering redwoods here are ancient sentinels, some over 2,000 years old, forming a dense canopy that filters sunlight into ethereal beams piercing the perpetual twilight of the forest floor. These woods are my office, my sanctuary, and eventually, They became my nightmare. The locals have always whispered stories. The indigenous tribes spoke of the wild ones, who walked like men but were not men. Loggers reported strange howls that didn't match any known wildlife. Hikers occasionally came back with bizarre stories of feeling watched, of massive footprints, of strange structures of broken trees that no human could have assembled. I dismissed it all as folklore and overactive imaginations. People come to the wilderness expecting mystery, so they find it. The human mind is wired to see patterns, to find faces in random shapes, to attribute purpose to coincidence. I prided myself on my rationality, my scientific understanding of the ecosystem I protected. Thomas, we've got another report of damaged camping equipment up by Harper's Creek. My supervisor Logan said one morning in early October as I checked in at the ranger station. Probably bears again, but could you head up there and check it out? On it, I replied, grabbing my pack. Anyone injured? No, just scared. Said something large moved through their camp around 3 a.m., tore open their food storage even though they hung it properly. I nodded. This was routine. Visitors frequently underestimated black bears' determination and ingenuity when it came to accessing food. I documented dozens of similar incidents over the years. The drive to Harper's Creek took almost an hour along winding Forest Service roads. The campsite was empty when I arrived, the visitors having packed up and fled back to civilization after their frightening night. I parked my truck and began examining the area. The campsite showed clear signs of disturbance. A food container had been ripped open with considerable force, its contents scattered. What immediately struck me as odd was the height at which their food bag had been suspended. Nearly 15 feet up, between two trees approximately 20 feet apart. Black bears can certainly climb, but the branch the visitors had used was thin and would likely have broken under a bear's weight. I circled the perimeter of the campsite, looking for tracks. The ground was covered in redwood needles and relatively dry, making prints difficult to find. But near the creek bed, I discovered something that made me pause. A clear impression in the soft mud, a footprint nearly 16 inches long and 8 inches wide. It resembled a human foot but was far too large, with 5 distinct toe impressions. I took photographs and made a plaster cast, telling myself it must be a hoax or perhaps overlapping bear tracks creating an illusion. As I worked, the forest fell silent. No bird calls, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, just the soft sighing of wind through the towering redwoods. The silence was absolute, oppressive, and entirely unnatural. Every instinct I'd developed over years in the wilderness screamed danger. I stood slowly, suddenly aware of being watched. The sensation was overwhelming, a tangible pressure against the back of my neck. I turned gradually, scanning the tree line, and saw nothing, but the feeling remained. Hello? I called out, feeling foolish. Park ranger? Anyone there? No response, just that heavy, pregnant silence. I packed up my equipment with deliberate calm, refusing to give in to the irrational urge to run. Whatever was watching, bear, mountain lion, or merely my imagination, running would only trigger a predatory response. As I walked back to my truck, a powerful stench hit me. A blend of wet fur, musk, and something rotten. It was unlike any animal I'd encountered, stronger than bear or mountain lion, with undertones that seemed almost human but corrupted somehow. I drove back to the station with the windows down, trying to clear the smell from my nostrils and the unease from my mind. Logan examined the plaster cast with skepticism. "Bigfoot you've got here," he joked, not realizing the weight his casual words carried. "Probably just some campers messing around, making fake prints. Happens every summer." "Maybe," I agreed, but I wasn't convinced. The print had subtle details, dermal ridges, natural asymmetries that would be difficult to fake, and it didn't explain the unnatural silence, the feeling of being watched, or that distinctive odor. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the day's events, researching large animal tracks native to Northern California, and telling myself there had to be a rational explanation. Maybe it was a bear walking in its own tracks, elongating the impression. Maybe the smell was from a nearby carcass I hadn't spotted. Maybe the silence was simply a coincidence, a hawk or eagle passing overhead, temporarily scaring smaller creatures into stillness. Around 2 a.m., I gave up on sleep and sat on the porch of my small cabin on the edge of the forest. The night was clear, stars brilliant in the absence of light pollution, a quarter moon providing just enough illumination to silhouette the massive trees surrounding my property. From deep within the forest came a sound that made my skin crawl, a long warbling howl that started low and rose to a pitch impossible for human vocal cords to produce. It wasn't a wolf or coyote. It wasn't a mountain lion's scream. It was something else entirely, something that had no place in my scientific understanding of these woods. The howl was answered by another, further away but similar in its otherworldly quality. Two creatures, communicating across the vast darkness of the forest. As October progressed, I would learn they weren't alone. And they were getting closer. The next few weeks brought an unusual spike in incident reports. Hikers described finding elaborate structures of broken and twisted trees deep in areas rarely visited. Backpackers reported their camps being circled at night by something large enough to shake the ground with each step. A wildlife photographer's expensive trail cameras were found crushed, the memory cards missing. I investigated each report with increasing unease. The tree structures particularly disturbed me. Massive branches and even whole trunks stacked in complex formations that couldn't have occurred naturally. Some were over 15 feet tall, with the heaviest logs positioned at the top, an arrangement that would require tremendous strength and planning to construct. "Who would come all the way out here to build these things?" asked Megan, a fellow ranger who accompanied me to document one particularly elaborate structure near Bluff Creek. "No idea," I said, examining the fresh breaks in wood too thick for a human to snap. "But whoever or whatever did this is strong." Megan snapped photos, shaking her head. "Vandals with tools, maybe. Though I don't see any saw marks or axe cuts." I didn't share my growing suspicion that no human had built these structures. The breaks in the wood showed evidence of being twisted and wrenched apart rather than cut, requiring strength far beyond human capability. The following day, I decided to set up my own wildlife cameras in areas where incidents had occurred. If someone was hoaxing Bigfoot evidence or vandals were damaging the forest, I was determined to catch them. I installed 5 high-end cameras with motion sensors and night vision capabilities, carefully concealing them to prevent theft or detection. 3 days later, I returned to check the footage. The first 4 cameras showed nothing unusual: deer, raccoons, a family of black bears, normal forest activities. But the 5th camera, positioned near one of the strange tree structures, contained something that changed everything I thought I knew about these woods. At 2:47 a.m., something massive moved in front of the camera. The infrared imaging showed a hulking figure, at least 8 feet tall, moving with a fluid grace that seemed impossible for its size. It paused, seeming to sniff the air, then turned directly toward the camera. The face was only partially visible: heavy brow ridge, deep-set eyes reflecting the infrared light, a broad, flat nose, and a mouth set in what looked like a permanent grimace. The creature stared directly into the camera for nearly 30 seconds, as if aware of being recorded, then reached out with startling speed. The video ended abruptly. When I found the camera the next day, it had been carefully removed from the tree and placed on the ground, lens facing downward, undamaged but deliberately disabled. I told no one about the footage, not because I feared ridicule, though that was certainly a consideration, but because some instinct warned me that drawing attention to these creatures might provoke them. Instead, I began keeping a detailed journal of all incidents and evidence, cross-referencing locations to establish patterns of movement and behavior. A map of 6 Rivers National Forest soon adorned my living room wall, dotted with pins marking encounter sites. The pattern was clear. The activity centered around the most remote regions but was gradually expanding outward, closer to popular hiking trails and camping areas. More troubling, there appeared to be multiple creatures moving in what seemed like a coordinated pattern. On a crisp morning in late October, I received a call about a dead mountain lion found near Eagle Creek. Mountain lion deaths weren't uncommon. They fought over territory, suffered injuries while hunting, or occasionally were hit by vehicles on forest roads. But something in the dispatcher's voice told me this was different. "The research team says it's weird, Thomas. They asked specifically for you to come take a look." I drove to the coordinates provided and met Dr. Rebecca Chen, a wildlife biologist studying predator populations in the National Forest. Her usual composed demeanor was visibly shaken. "I've never seen anything like this," she said, leading me to the carcass. This was a healthy adult male, nearly 200 pounds. Something killed it with ease. The mountain lion lay on its side, neck broken and twisted at an impossible angle. What struck me most wasn't the killing method. Powerful predators like bears could certainly kill a mountain lion in the right circumstances, but the fact that nothing had fed on the carcass. Whatever killed this apex predator hadn't done so for food. "There are some strange marks on the body," Rebecca continued. "Handprints, almost, but that's impossible." She pointed to distinct impressions on the mountain lion's hide where something with tremendous strength had gripped it. The spacing of the marks suggested fingers, not claws, with a span far wider than any human hand could reach. "What do you think did this?" she asked, her scientific curiosity momentarily overcoming her unease. I hesitated, unwilling to voice the impossible conclusion forming in my mind. "I'm not sure," I said finally. "Could be a territorial dispute with a bear, though it's unusual that it wasn't eaten." Rebecca nodded, but I could tell she wasn't convinced. "The killing method is all wrong for a bear. Bears use their claws and jaws. This looks like it was killed by something that grabbed it and twisted, something with hands." As we finished documenting the site, I noticed fresh tracks leading away from the carcass, the same enormous footprints I'd found weeks earlier. They headed deeper into the forest, toward an area so remote even seasoned rangers rarely ventured there. That night, the howling started again, closer to my cabin than ever before. I sat in darkness, listening to the inhuman calls echoing through the ancient trees, and realized with growing dread that I was hearing a hunt in progress. The creatures were communicating, coordinating, moving through the forest with purpose. They weren't just surviving in these woods, they were claiming territory. By early November, I could no longer keep my findings to myself. The situation was escalating. 3 hikers had gone missing in the past week alone, last seen entering a remote trail near where I'd documented the highest concentration of unusual activity. Search and rescue operations were underway, but I knew they were looking in the wrong places and were dangerously unprepared for what they might encounter. I requested an emergency meeting with the Forest Service management team, bringing my journal, photographs, plaster casts, and the video footage. Logan assembled the senior staff in the main conference room, his expression a mixture of concern and skepticism as I set up my materials. "This better be important, Thomas," he said. "We've got search teams in the field and a lot of worried families waiting for news." "It's important," I assured him, taking a deep breath. "And it's directly related to the missing hikers." For the next 30 minutes, I presented my evidence methodically, trying to maintain a professional, scientific approach. I showed them the footprint casts, the photographs of tree structures, the pattern of incidents I'd mapped, and finally the video. When I finished, the room was silent. Park Superintendent Richard Marshall removed his glasses, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Let me get this straight," he said finally. "You believe a group of Sasquatch, Bigfoot, is hunting in 6 rivers and may be responsible for our missing persons?" Put so bluntly, it sounded absurd even to my ears, but I stood firm. "I know how it sounds, but the evidence is circumstantial at best," interrupted Diane Peterson, our regional wildlife manager. "Footprints can be faked. Those tree structures could be made by people. And that video, it's grainy, dark, could be anyone in a costume. Who would go that deep into the backcountry in a costume just to stage a few seconds of footage that no one was even supposed to find?" I countered. Logan, who had been unusually quiet, finally spoke. "Thomas, you're one of my best rangers. You've always been level-headed, rational. But this is a huge leap." "I know what I saw," I insisted. "And I know what killed that mountain lion wasn't a bear or another cat. Whatever these creatures are, they're territorial, they're strong, and they're getting bolder." Marshall sighed heavily. "Here's what we're going to do. We'll increase patrols in the areas you've identified, but we'll focus on looking for the missing hikers and any human activity that might explain these incidents. No mentions of Bigfoot to the press or the search teams. The last thing we need is panic or a flood of thrill-seekers coming to look for monsters." It wasn't the response I'd hoped for, but it was better than outright dismissal. At least they were taking the increased danger seriously, even if they disagreed about its source. As the meeting broke up, Rebecca pulled me aside. "I believe you saw something," she said quietly. "The mountain lion kill wasn't natural, but we need more concrete evidence before making extraordinary claims." "Will you help me get that evidence?" I asked. She hesitated, then nodded. "I have some equipment, better cameras, audio recorders, even thermal imaging that might help document whatever's out there. But we need to be careful. If these are territorial predators of any kind, provoking them could be dangerous." Over the next few days, Rebecca and I established a series of monitoring stations in the areas where I'd noted the most activity. We used her university credentials to borrow state-of-the-art equipment, including acoustic monitors capable of picking up infrasound, low-frequency sounds below human hearing that elephants and other large mammals use for long-distance communication. Meanwhile, the search for the missing hikers continued without success. Dogs lost their scent trails at bizarre locations as if the hikers had simply vanished or been lifted from the ground. Helicopter sweeps with thermal imaging revealed nothing in the dense canopy, As each day passed, hope diminished. On the fifth night of our monitoring project, the acoustic equipment picked up something extraordinary, rhythmic infrasound pulses coming from 3 different locations, forming a triangular pattern around a remote valley. The pattern was too regular to be natural, suggesting deliberate communication between multiple sources. That same night, one of Rebecca's thermal cameras captured heat signatures of 3 large bipedal figures moving through the forest in single file. They were massive, estimated at over 7 feet tall based on comparison with surrounding trees, and moved with a swift, fluid gait that covered ground with remarkable efficiency. "This is unprecedented," Rebecca whispered as we reviewed the footage the next morning. The scientific part of her mind had taken over, temporarily overriding her fear. If these are undocumented primates, it would be the zoological discovery of the century. "They're not just undocumented," I said grimly. "They're hunting. Look at their movement pattern. They're heading directly toward the area where the hikers were last seen." We took our new evidence back to Superintendent Marshall, who finally agreed to bring in outside expertise, a renowned primatologist and a specialist from the FBI's Missing Persons Division. Both experts examined our evidence and agreed that something unusual was happening in 6 Rivers, though neither would explicitly endorse the Sasquatch theory. The FBI agent, Special Agent Michaels, was particularly concerned by the pattern of disappearances. "Whether we're dealing with unknown wildlife or human predators," he said, "these disappearances show planning and coordination. I'm authorizing a full-scale search operation with armed personnel." For the first time in weeks, I felt a glimmer of hope that we might be taken seriously. But as we prepared for the expanded search, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were running out of time. The creatures were growing bolder, coming closer to populated areas, seemingly unafraid of human presence. That night, the howling started again. But this time, it was close enough to rattle the windows of my cabin. I stood on my porch, listening to the otherworldly calls echoing through the ancient redwoods, when I noticed something that turned my blood to ice. The forest had gone completely silent again. No insects chirping, no nightbirds calling, no small animals moving in the underbrush, just that oppressive, waiting silence I'd experienced at Harper's Creek weeks before. And beyond the tree line, just at the edge of visibility in the moonlight, something massive moved between the trunks of 2 towering redwoods. Something that walked upright, its silhouette unmistakably neither human nor bear. It was watching me. And somehow, I knew with bone-deep certainty that tomorrow it would no longer be content to watch. Dawn broke with a heavy mist clinging to the redwoods, reducing visibility to less than 50 feet. I'd barely slept, keeping vigil by the window after the activity outside my cabin. The search operation was scheduled to begin at 0800 hours, with teams converging from multiple access points around the area where we'd detected the most activity. I arrived at the ranger station early to find it buzzing with activity. FBI agents, Forest Service personnel, local search and rescue volunteers, and a small team of wildlife experts were preparing equipment and reviewing maps. Agent Michaels was dispatching teams, his voice crisp and authoritative. "Thomas," he called, waving me over. "I want you with Alpha Team. You know this terrain better than anyone, and you've had the most direct experience with whatever we're dealing with." I nodded, checking my pack one last time. Standard ranger equipment, plus Rebecca's thermal imaging monocular and a satellite phone. Despite Michael's insistence, I refused to carry a firearm. If these creatures were what I believed, some undocumented species of great ape or primitive hominid, I wouldn't be responsible for harming one unless absolutely necessary for survival. Alpha Team consisted of myself, Agent Michaels, 2 experienced trackers from the local Yurok tribe, and a wildlife biologist specializing in large predators. We would be entering the forest from the northwest, heading toward the remote valley where the acoustic monitors had detected the infrasound communications. The mist hadn't lifted when we set out, lending an eerie quality to the ancient forest. Massive redwood trunks loomed out of the fog like the columns of some primeval temple, their tops lost in the swirling white. Sound behaved strangely, sometimes muffled to near silence, other times carrying with unnatural clarity. We moved quietly, the trackers leading the way, occasionally stopping to examine broken vegetation or disturbed ground. About 3 miles in, one of them, an older man named Joseph, knelt to examine something on the forest floor. "Look," he said simply, pointing to a clear footprint pressed into the damp earth. It matched the casts I'd made. 16 inches long, humanoid but massive, with 5 distinct toes and a pronounced arch. Michaels photographed the print from multiple angles, his expression tightening. "How fresh?" "Very," Joseph replied. "Hours, not days." And there are more. He pointed ahead where a line of similar prints led deeper into the fog-shrouded forest. We followed the tracks cautiously, finding more evidence as we progressed. Broken branches high above where humans could reach, tufts of coarse, dark hair snagged on bark, and occasionally, that distinctive musky odor that had first alerted me to something unusual in these woods. Around midday, we reached a small clearing where the tracks suddenly multiplied and overlapped, as if several creatures had gathered there. The ground was heavily disturbed, with deep impressions suggesting significant weight. Most concerning were the scraps of fabric, torn pieces of what appeared to be a blue hiking jacket, scattered around the clearing. One of our missing hikers was wearing a jacket like this, Michaels said quietly, bagging a piece as evidence. The wildlife biologist, Davis, had been unusually quiet throughout the trek. Now he spoke, his voice strained. In 20 years studying predator behavior, I've never seen anything like this. These aren't typical predation patterns. There's intelligence here, strategic thinking. We radioed our findings to the other teams and continued following the trail, which now headed directly toward the heart of the valley. The fog was beginning to lift, but the forest remained unnaturally silent. No birds called, no small animals rustled in the underbrush. Even the insects were quiet. It was as if the entire ecosystem was holding its breath. As we descended into the valley, the forest changed subtly. The trees here were older, more massive than those in the rest of the national forest. The undergrowth was thinner, creating an almost park-like setting beneath the towering canopy. And then we began to notice the structures. Tree trunks and massive branches had been arranged in complex formations throughout the valley. Some formed rough shelters, others seemed to mark boundaries or paths, and still others had no obvious purpose but displayed clear evidence of deliberate arrangement. None showed signs of tools being used, no cut marks or saw lines, just raw physical strength used to break and position massive pieces of wood. "My God," whispered Davis. "It's a habitat. They've been modifying the environment." Joseph nodded grimly. "My grandfather spoke of the forest people, said they were here before us, that they shaped the woods to their needs. No one believed the old stories." We moved deeper into the valley, documenting everything with cameras. The structures became more numerous, more complex. We found areas where the ground had been deliberately cleared, small spring-fed pools that had been deepened and lined with stones, and most disturbingly, caches of what could only be described as trophies. Weathered backpacks, cameras, watches, and other human items collected over what must have been decades. Michaels radioed the other teams again, but received only static in response. The satellite phones similarly failed to connect. We were cut off, either by the geography of the valley or by some other interference. "We need to leave," Joseph said suddenly, his body tense. "Now, what is it?" I asked. But even as the words left my mouth, I felt it too. That unmistakable sensation of being watched that had haunted me for weeks. "We're surrounded," Joseph said quietly. We formed a tight circle, backs to each other, scanning the forest around us. The silence was absolute now, heavy and pregnant with menace. Nothing moved, yet the sensation of hostile eyes grew stronger with each passing moment. Then I saw it. Partially obscured behind a massive redwood trunk about 50 yards away, a huge figure standing upright. As I watched, it stepped slowly into a shaft of sunlight breaking through the canopy, and for the first time, I got a clear view of what had been stalking these woods. It stood at least 8 feet tall, its body covered in thick, dark reddish-brown hair. The build was powerfully muscular but proportioned more like a human than an ape, with long arms ending in large, 5-fingered hands. The face was the most unsettling feature, a blend of human and ape characteristics, with a pronounced brow ridge, deep-set eyes that reflected intelligence, a flat, wide nose, and a mouth set in what looked like a permanent grimace. It stared directly at me, and in that moment I knew with absolute certainty that this was no animal, at least not in the way we typically defined them. There was self-awareness in those eyes, calculation, and something else I couldn't quite name, something ancient and profoundly alien to human experience. "Don't move," I whispered to the others. "Don't run." As if responding to my voice, the creature tilted its head slightly. Then it made a sound, not the howl I'd heard from a distance, but a series of deep, resonant vocalizations that seemed to contain structure and rhythm, almost like speech. From the forest around us came answering calls, at least 3 distinct voices, positioned to cut off any escape route. We were completely surrounded, trapped in the heart of their territory. The lead creature took a step forward, its massive feet leaving deep impressions in the soft forest floor. It made another series of vocalizations, this time gesturing with one hand in what was unmistakably a deliberate communication. Joseph, to my surprise, responded with a similar gesture and a vocalization of his own. A deep, throaty sound, unlike any human language I'd ever heard. "What are you doing?" Michaels hissed. "Old stories," Joseph replied tersely. "The elders said they understand respect. I'm showing we mean no harm." For a tense moment, nothing happened. Then the creature made another sound and took another step forward. Joseph tensed beside me. "That's not good," he whispered. "It's challenging us." The standoff stretched for what felt like eternity, our small group frozen in place as the massive beings watched from the forest around us. I could hear Davis's ragged breathing, see the sweat beading on Michael's forehead despite the cool air. Then, in a blur of movement almost too fast to track, the lead creature charged. The creature covered the 50 yards between us with shocking speed, moving with a fluid grace that belied its massive size. In the split second before impact, I made a decision that would later seem either incredibly brave or phenomenally stupid. I stepped forward to meet it, arms spread wide in a non-threatening posture, making direct eye contact. "We mean no harm," I shouted, the words feeling pitifully inadequate against the primal force bearing down on me. The creature skidded to a halt just feet away, towering over me, its breath hot and rank on my face. Up close, its presence was overwhelming, the sheer physical power, the intelligence burning in those deep-set eyes, the alienness of a being that seemed to exist in a realm between human and animal. I held its gaze, fighting every instinct, screaming at me to run. Behind me, I heard the metallic click of Michaels drawing his weapon. "Don't," I said sharply, not breaking eye contact with the creature. "That will only provoke them." The standoff continued for several heartbeats. Then something unexpected happened. The creature slowly raised one massive hand and pointed directly at the camera hanging around my neck, the one containing weeks of documentation including footage of their kind. It made a series of sounds, different from the vocalizations before, shorter, more emphatic. Then it extended its open palm toward me, the gesture unmistakable even across the species barrier. "Give it to me." With trembling fingers, I removed the camera strap from my neck and placed the device in the creature's enormous hand. Its fingers closed around the camera, crushing it effortlessly, components spilling to the forest floor. "It understands what the camera does," Davis whispered in astonishment. "It knows we're documenting them." The lead creature made another vocalization, and from the surrounding forest, more of its kind emerged, 7 in total, varying in size but all massive by human standards. They formed a loose semicircle around us, effectively cutting off retreat. Joseph continued making low, rhythmic sounds, gesturing occasionally with open palms. The creatures watched him with what seemed like wary interest. Gradually, the tension in the air shifted, not disappearing entirely, but changing from imminent violence to cautious assessment. The lead creature, at least 8.5 feet tall and clearly the dominant member, made a series of gestures toward the valley behind us, then pointed emphatically back the way we had come. The message couldn't have been clearer. "Leave, now." "They're giving us a chance to go," Joseph said quietly. "We should take it." Michaels, his hand still hovering near his weapon, glanced at me. "What about the missing hikers?" As if understanding the question, the lead creature made another sound and gestured to one of the smaller members of the group. This one, perhaps 7 feet tall but more lightly built, disappeared briefly into the forest and returned carrying something that made my blood run cold. 3 torn and bloodied backpacks, recognizable as belonging to the missing hikers. The message was brutally clear. The hikers were gone, and we would be too if we didn't leave immediately. "We need to go," I said quietly to Michaels. "We're completely outmatched here." For a tense moment, I thought the agent might resist, might insist on trying to recover remains or evidence. But one look at the creatures surrounding us, their massive strength, their obvious intelligence, their home territory advantage, convinced him of the futility of such an attempt. "Slowly back away," he ordered. No sudden movements. We began retreating carefully, never turning our backs on the creatures. They watched our withdrawal with unnervingly human expressions, not just aggression but calculation, curiosity, and something that looked disturbingly like contempt. As we reached the edge of the clearing, the lead creature made one final vocalization, a long, complex series of sounds that rose and fell in what could only be described as speech. Then it turned and melted into the forest with shocking silence for something so large, the others following suit until we were alone again in the ancient redwood grove. The journey back was tense and silent, each of us processing what we'd witnessed. The forest gradually returned to life around us, birds calling, insects buzzing, the normal sounds of wilderness slowly replacing the unnatural silence that had marked the creature's presence. When we finally reached the rendezvous point, we found the other teams waiting anxiously, having failed to radio us for hours. Their experiences had been less dramatic but no less unsettling: strange sounds, glimpses of massive figures moving through the trees, and a pervasive sense of being watched by hostile eyes. The debriefing at headquarters lasted well into the night. Maps were marked, testimonies recorded, theories proposed and rejected. The few physical pieces of evidence we'd managed to bring back, hair samples, plaster casts of footprints, the torn fabric from the hiker's clothing, were carefully catalogued for analysis. In the end, the official conclusion was both a triumph and a defeat. The existence of an unknown species in Six Rivers National Forest was tentatively acknowledged. The evidence was simply too compelling to dismiss entirely. But the full truth of what we'd encountered, their intelligence, their territorial behavior, their clear understanding of humans and our technology, was deemed too extraordinary for public disclosure without further scientific verification. "We need more evidence," Marshall insisted. "Controlled studies, DNA analysis, peer-reviewed research. Until then, this stays classified as an unidentified wildlife incident with potential danger to visitors." The search for the missing hikers was officially categorized as suspended pending new information. Their families told only that evidence suggested a fatal wildlife encounter in a remote area. It wasn't the whole truth, but it wasn't entirely a lie either. The areas where we documented the most activity were quietly closed to the public, ostensibly for environmental restoration and endangered species protection. Additional ranger patrols were authorized, always in groups, always armed, with strict instructions to observe and report but not engage. As for me, I requested a transfer to a different district within Six Rivers. Not out of fear, though that would have been reasonable enough, but because I understood something fundamental about our encounter. We had been allowed to leave. The creatures could have easily killed us all, but instead they had issued a warning, established a boundary. They didn't want conflict. They wanted space, to be left alone in their ancient territory. My new cabin sits on the western edge of the forest, far from the valley where we had our encounter. I still work as a ranger, still patrol the majestic redwood groves, still help visitors appreciate the beauty and mystery of these ancient woods. But I never hike alone anymore, and I never venture near the areas now marked on official maps with innocuous designations like Research Natural Area or Wilderness Preservation Zone. Sometimes, on particularly still nights when the fog rolls in from the Pacific and wraps the redwoods in its ghostly embrace, I hear them. Those distinctive howls echoing across the valleys, carrying through the mist like voices from a primeval world that exists alongside our own but separate from it, hidden in plain sight. They're still out there, watching from the shadows of the ancient trees, moving silently through their territory with a grace and power that defies human understanding. They were here long before us, and they'll likely remain long after we're gone, the last echoes of a time when humans weren't the only intelligent species walking upright on this planet. When I worked as a park ranger, I thought the scariest thing about the job would be mountain lions, until I met the things that hunt mountain lions. Now I understand that the truly frightening thing isn't their existence, it's the realization that they've been there all along and we simply refuse to see them. Some boundaries aren't meant to be crossed. Some secrets of the forest are meant to stay hidden in the shadows of the ancient redwoods, howling their warnings to those wise enough to listen.